Good morning, everybody. We will be getting started in around 30 seconds. It is great seeing you all on this fine ass Tuesday morning with our brand new Deep Desert. Good morning, everybody. Victim, this is war. Whoop. Good morning, everybody. It is great to see you all. Getting in nice and early with a shout out to Jonathan875 for the 3 months at Tier 1, buddy. You are awesome. Great seeing you. Thank you for being back. And Andy Finley as well. Thank you for the resub for 2 months at Tier 1. You are awesome. As always, it's an absolute pleasure to see you all. Hope you are doing well. Welcome on in, those of you who are first-time chatters. Welcome back, those of you who have been before. It is great to see all of you. How are you doing today? Apparently I have bloof today. I am the honest. This is war. For the leader, the Messiah. Oops, wrong way around. Good morning, everybody. Good morning over on YouTube. How are you doing today? Slow and steady. That's very fair for the, this early in the morning or this late at night. Good morning to all of you. Fantastic to see you all, as always. Loving the emotes in chat. Yeah, good afternoon if you're in some weird time zones. Fair. Today is not patch day. This is new Deep Desert day. We will enjoy the new Deep Desert, do our scanning, go and have a look. Are drops enabled? Drops will resume on the 14th with the next round. Oh, excuse me. The next round of drops, yeah, starts on the 14th of August. The last one's finished on Friday, just gone. I think it was. On the 7th. At 3 p.m. In the light. To the sky. Welcome on in, Valencia. Is there already info on what's going to be on drops? There should be a publication coming out today or tomorrow from Funcom with the details of what is in that drops campaign. You were debated by a spice which was already harvested, landed near it while it's purple, but when I got out, my thought that it was black and nearly lost all. Wow, okay, jeez. The previous round of drops was round 2 of drops. Thank you very much, Lord Kev. I appreciate the support. It's very kind of you. I hope you're doing well today. I know over on Twitch you get the music. I'm trying to sort out a solution for YouTube's music, but it's going to be very confusing if the two get different songs and I'm listening to both at the same time. So I need to work out what's going on there. Observer door, I agree. It should be lit as well. I'd like a lit observer door. Assault Ornithoptering does feel quite peaceful at times when you do just like a nice slow glide like this. $40 minutes to craft 1,000 blocks. That is very good. Still virtual audio will play YouTube music on the virtual audio catcher with OBS. I mean, that's not going to solve the issue of... That's not going to solve the problem I have with YouTube. The problem with YouTube is you can't play music the same way. I could just put a different audio feed into OBS and just send one to YouTube. I don't even need to install a virtual audio cable. OBS lets you do that. Jinro, thank you very much for your resub with Prime, buddy. You are awesome. Good to see you. Fairly sure we have a tools vendor. Oh no, we've got Chome refining contract. There we go. Ugh, of course. The hype train is complete at level 194%. Thank you all. It's great seeing you all. Jinro, thank you again for your Prime sub. Those of you who don't use your Prime sub, you are contractually owed that money by Amazon. Don't waste it. Go and give it to a small streamer. Give it to the Ferret software. You know, use it here. Whatever you want to do. Make sure you use it. You don't want to waste it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is this the middle split? And that is on the far side of the split. Live Coffee Gaming, thank you very much for your resub with Prime, buddy. Hope you enjoy the ad-free experience. Yep, PvP zone. Mine. Nice. Actually. Well, we've got time. We've got time. What? Australia rum. Yes, the update was moved to either tomorrow or the 14th. There we go. Got two sources of foundations. Whoa. There you go. So that central column is protected on all sides. That side, split it on this side. Okay, nice. Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. I hope you are all doing well. As always, it's great to see you all. I actually did quite good. Hey, I did good. I managed to make it fit properly. This is an advanced fief. We're making it for our deep desert base. So we're gonna make it just a quick and easy deep desert base so that we can throw down a nice safe area for us so we can go exploring. It's also not completely objectionable, so Luther's going to be on and be like, wait, who made this base? It can't have been Kronos. It looks too good. Any news from the devs on endgame content? You quit a month ago, so nothing to do after you build the endgame equipment. There is still no changes to the endgame loop. So if you left because of the lack of content at endgame, that hasn't currently been changed. The dev's idea is that you engage with the lands, rad, and other kind of loops as part of the end game. I don't currently think there's a compelling enough end game there that every player is going to be happy, ultimately. Right, what was it we used last time? Was it window 2s? So, unfortunately, Anton, I think that it's still a matter of waiting a while for the game to cook before the devs have it in a position where that's going to be completely fixed, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, Landsrad is not the content, exactly. I completely agree with you, and it's currently slated to be the end game content, and I functionally disagree. Do you have a recommendation on what to pack your Thopter the new date? Okay, yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, so I've packed my Thopter with this kind of loadout. Plastone, basic stuff for making a pen to shield and some storage. It's more than anything. I can make a couple of big storages, a small cistern, the power I need. I can make a pen. I can make a pen to shield. And of course, I always remember to bring a lot of water, don't I? No, I don't remember that. I very rarely remember that, actually. Morning, Sixto. How's it going? Bailey has been told he's the goodest boy today. I had to go take some stuff out, and he ambushed me on the driveway demanding cuddles, which I think is fair, to be honest. If I was, you know, as cute as B, I'd probably be pretty demanding of cuddles. Bailey is indeed the bestest boy. Chat's favorite. I know who the true streamer is, don't worry. I know, no shoebox base. Well, I've learned better now because I need bases that I don't feel embarrassed to have people over to. That's how it works, you know. But like when you get, you clean your house up before neighbors come over. It's the same kind of thing. The sunset in Hargo, and yep, I missed that early game feeling of heading across the dunes for the first time, across the big gap, because the game doesn't really give you that level of, not fear, but having to be careful in order to survive at many other points. And I think that ultimately it'll be fun to have that feeling back. I'm looking forward to the changes to worms tomorrow, though. That will be interesting, in my opinion. Tomorrow or the day after. The worm behavior changes, I think, will be very interesting. Has Thor been enjoying the 2 weeks of vacation? I think he's been enjoying himself. He's been taking the time away. Some Born to Run. I have seen that Thor has been trolling Barjo. I've got a lot of time for Barjo. He's such a good dude. So kind. Good morning, Zerovolos. I hope you're not too sleep deprived, buddy. It's good to see you. Okay, thank you, lag. Well, did I forget to put in the schedule? The worm update that's coming. Worms are in the deep desert. Worms are going to have a 50% chance of doing a short breach, which means worm behavior is functionally changing and will become very, very interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how that changes things like spice harvesting with compactors, and how ultimately how much time you get as a carrier pilot to pick up your sand crawler if it short breaches at the sand field, which I think will be telling. Sleep was on the schedule for the week, yeah? I always put sleep on the schedule. Base building is the one time when I can see a real need for the planar suspension belts, because, oh, that's annoying. Maybe I won't half-ass it. Okay. Any changes to the patch notes? We will see the full patch notes when they release them. I think they will release them today or tomorrow. So we will see them basically when the patch comes out, probably a little bit before that. Once we know what was actually included, we can go through it in detail. We can go through the PTR changes, but ultimately we don't know which of those is getting included and which one isn't. I know of at least one change which isn't on the PTR notes, which is being included. The building system is fine. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing necessarily wrong with the building system. I don't know who's saying that the building system isn't okay. Well, Luke there will fix anything I do wrong. Yeah. What are we talking about, Troytech? To be honest, this is one of the better base building systems I've encountered. Like I've encountered some real jank in games with building. I'll be honest, like they've been rough in the past. Good morning, Draz. Hope you are doing well. It's good to see you. When will Bailey return to streaming? He returned yesterday. He was here earlier, but now it's nice and sunny and warm. He's probably out sunbathing in the garden. Or hunting birds. He likes to hunt birds. No, Pal World's building was interesting. I just basically ended up making like campsites. Yeah, the preview system is quite nice inside this. Yeah, I will give you that. Wrong one. It's not silicon blocks, it's cobalt paste. Shit. Nice. No longer shit, we found some power cells. We definitely remember to bring these with us. Not that these are critical to our build or anything. Oh yeah, you need to be water sealed to be safe from the sandstorm. Well, shelter will do, but water sealed for a base is what you want. Aha, we're protected. There we go. Yeah, once humans building was okay, although the I struggled with the system of like basically like feng shui system inside once human of having to make it all certain layout with certain things near certain other things. It got a bit confusing. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Right, he uses little walls. Where are they? Half walls. I think it's these ones. Railing gates. Here we go. Got 1 square, 2 squares, 3, 4. This is basically demarks where the carrier, etc., needs to go, chat. So that's what we're doing. We lay out little sections here where we'll put certain vehicles. Cat food adverts. Ooh. Can't believe Baron Thor Conan's thinking about cat food. Whoop. Greetings, lemon and banana pizza. How you doing? You can indeed pitch us ad layouts for the stream. Yes, that is a thing you can do. If they're good enough, we send them to Nellis. And Nellis does some magic. Lemon and banana pizza, I've set you free from purgatory. I'm not sure what you did to end up there. I mean, you can do them. We can do them in chat if you really want. Okay. Okay, game. Correct ballprint. Yeah, the deposit all water has not been implemented yet. No. No, it doesn't need to be 09 to co-owner. Water, all good. Actually, I need to take some of this water with me. Can't leave all of it here. We'll leave 5 liters here. We'll come grab some more later. But for now, we have something more. I say more fun to do. It's not more fun at all. It's actually quite tiring to do. But hey, am I eating? Oh no, my camera is apparently just not working. But now, there we go. Had to restart the camera. Hi, worm. You saw a video where a doorbell camera recorded an interaction between an officer and a homeowner. The officer was at work while the officer was leading a citation. The officer, they disagree with the law. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of police disagree with the law. There's nothing special or weird there. That's not abnormal. An officer of the law doesn't necessarily agree with every single law they are required to enforce. I don't agree with every single terms of service requirement that Twitch has on this platform, but I'm required to comply with it as part of my role here. I don't use Ancient Way or Replica Pulse Sword regularly, but I have them both. I mean, look, if I go into here, Replica Pulse Sword, Ancient Way, I've got a couple of them, but we good, Ballprint. Ballprint, why are you banned somewhere? What did you get banned for? Let's go and have a look, because you're in full judgment. Okay, bud. I'll unrestrict you. Deeply funny. It's because you're banned somewhere we share ban histories with. Monster, a monster. Thorpaltine, okay. Horrifying. Yeah, that'll be why. Yeah, Bullprint. It's fine, I've unbanned you from here. Well, I've unrestricted you anyway. Twitch does this thing where it'll restrict you from anywhere where they have shared ban history with. Okay, game. I was in the middle of doing a roly-poly, but fine. I can even unban you over there if you really want, but you have to recognize that asking for money in chat is a bad idea. Anywhere where you are on Twitch, it's not going to be good, but... That's spice. Okay, if you were trolling, and given the fact that it's been like 8 months, I'll give you another chance. How about that, Bullprint? Over there as well. You've been unbanned from that channel. You're not a fan. Fine. Own to main. Ooh. A monster, a monster. 65-inch TV, Chronos. So if I go onto full face cam, that will scare the bejesus out of you, right? I like how yesterday I went through a whole load of hassle to get the Hummingbird Mark 6 wings, and then I just find 2 of them now. Fine. Okay, I had to go to OBS for that though, hang on. Let me get somewhere safe, because I'm in the PvP zone, remember? I got there just in time. Is there a girl around? This played at the end of the stream yesterday, interesting. You wanted... Okay, so if I go to this screen, it's full 65-inch TV screen of Chronos, specially for you, Hoopsy. Hello, bro. You got to know this princess isn't worth these extra lives. For those of you who have me on a large TV, congratulations on full screen Chronos. Sometimes I am ridiculous. Oh, no. What happened there? Weird. Diesel, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1, buddy. It's great to see you back. Hope you're having a great day. Well, thank you, Fellhammer. I'm glad you've enjoyed lurking. Welcome on in, bud. Crossword. Only if we complete the PP program. This princess isn't worth these extra lives. I'm fine with being side screen Chronos. That's not a problem. Ain't talking code. Why? Why here? Dying for. I mean, I won't complain that there's a nice landing pad section here that'll work. Get this shit together, bro. You've got to know this princess isn't worth these extra lives. When next time B is here, we'll see if we can get a full screen Bailey. How about that as well? So I do have a camera for that. So the way I've got my OBS set up is that each of the camera inputs is its own scene, and I have a scene, like each source for a scene. So the face cam is its own scene and a source itself. Under 100 left for the PP program. We are getting real close. I thank you so much, all of you, for your support. It means a huge deal, honestly. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna have to... This thing can glide upwards ridiculously as well. Running away. Gifted does not count. Prime does not count on the PP program. It's only tier 1s, 2s, and 3s from individuals. Well, if I hit that 300 for the third month in a row, that's ultimately Twitch gives us a 70-30 split on subs and stuff. So it's a 40% increase when you guys subscribe and stuff, which is huge for the streamer. It's only seeing the back end of what the streamers see that I really realize how much of a big deal the PP program actually is for streamers. Like, the amount of difference it makes to the income on the platform is actually huge. And I can see why Twitch do it the way they do it, but it's just mad. Wild. Twitch want the streamers to have the huge PPs, exactly. Well, they want... I could probably make a joke there, but I'd probably get told off for that one. Something about Twitch execs liking huge PPs. Mr. Feiche, thank you very much for the resub with Prime, buddy. And Live Coffee Gaming, thank you for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1. You are awesome. Thank you. Another one for the partner program. The PP. If I'm right, the day that, around the time when we hit the PP goal, could also be the day that my Swiss Guard helmet arrives for chat. It was called the Partner Plus program, the PPP, but, you know, we're always going to make names out of it, right? That's how that works. Hello, Baronade. It's going well, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Wait a second. Did I do something? Here we go. Download this. You warned me that a zip file I'm telling you to download isn't safe, Discord, but you won't. But you'll let people have one-click account takeovers. Okay. View as large icons. Twitch. Monetization. Subscriptions. Subscriber badges. One second, chat. I'm giving you an upgrade because it's the third month of streaming, and therefore we have something we can do here. Okay, if you press Control F5, we should see an upgraded sub badge for the 3 months. Yeah, we do. Absolute gold. I can see a couple of them. Like Pan Miyagi has one. So if you've got your 3-month sub badge, you've been upgraded from dough to a roll. So you've got an upgraded form of bread. Lukewarm, it looks like your sub will have lapsed. Oh no, it says tier 3. Okay, it might be that it needs to refresh. Go and have a look. Sometimes Twitch freaks out with this. Oh, it'll be because you're a higher tier sub. Twitch is just having a think about it. Twitch is just being a silly bean. Yeah, the tiered bread has a glint to it. Exactly. That's how you know it's higher quality. You may need to tell Twitch to set your sub badge manually. Oh, there's been a... Love won't die. Oh, please tell me this is what I think it is. Please tell me this works. Yes. Third refresh got it. There you go. I'm starting to see them coming back. Good morning, Sindri. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Twitch has to have a think about the sub badges sometimes, but I'm glad to see that you've got them. Ooh, wait. Streaming stuff. New folder. Emotes. Okay, we're ready for those. Those should be coming soon as well. Should only be a week away from having emotes chat. Oh, mobile, I have no idea with. Astrostar, thank you very much for your Prime sub, buddy. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you very much. Interesting. Why is this worm over here so mad? Why are you mad in that direction? No one is here harvesting? Ah, that's why it's a wreck. Damn. I wish I'd been faster. It may take a while for Twitch Mobile to populate the information. There we go. Thank you all for being here for those 3 months. It's wild to me that there are so many of you who are so kind and supportive. Honestly, it makes a huge difference to me. Thank you all for being here. We'll have emotes soon to reward you guys for your subs. Hopefully we'll have nice Bailey emotes, which will be awesome. Well, we definitely will have nice Bailey emotes, I'll be honest. There will be emotes like that, yeah. What's Bailey? Or you should use exclamation point Bailey. That's what you should do. Lemon and banana pizza. He's the true streamer. You can also use exclamation point Daily Bailey as well to see a photo of B that I post every single day. Ooh, area move? Yeah. We like the dunes that cross the server area so that we can do this. Was Bailey enough to drink? I don't know, Fletcher. Bailey ultimately wasn't mine when he was named. He came to me with the name. One does not know Bailey. He basically is a bailiff, yeah. He comes here demanding debt that he thinks he's owed. Newsflash, he isn't actually owed that debt, he just wants pets. Okay, so that's Hotel 5. Why does your landlord say we have the refining contract? We all vote for tool vendor. I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. I can't tell you. I have no answers. You started reading the Dune books today. Exciting. Glad to hear it. Oh yeah, it's, you know, it's the classic. We don't know we don't know if it's a feature or a bug. Hello, Evil King Balor. How are you doing today, bud? Good to see you. The first mission was used on the old PC game. It was a mix of points and a strategy game. I mean, yeah. It's this is certainly very different to the old Dune games. Even the RTS that I've played before is fundamentally different too. Take me on the doctor and do this. Enemies? Yes. me up. Apparently I didn't need to drop those. You are dying now. Okay, I killed them all, as instructed. What next? Blueprint drops will restart on the 14th of August. They are currently down. No drops today. But drops here on Thursday, which we're excited for. And then Friday, some other stuff might happen. Who knows what happens on Fridays? You getting Dune drops? Nope. That's why the title of the stream doesn't say drops enabled. Drops is coming on Thursday. There'll be an announcement today or tomorrow from Funcom about it. I likely think it'll be tied to the patch, so they'll probably do the drops around the same time as the patch. It would make sense to me to do that anyway. Ooh. Thank you very much, Life Coffee. I'll keep an eye out. Oh, Thor needs a wig. Okay, we can sort that for you. Just give me a second. There we go. Yeah, there you go. Thor's wig's back on. Sorted. But just to confirm how it works, obviously, you know, you've got wig on, wig off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. Living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. Quantum, exactly. Thor exists in two states, depending on how observed. You mean, when you say wigless Thor, you mean Baron Thor Conan? I'm fairly sure we still have this command. Yeah, we do. When the ads are off, I'll show what the drops was last time. I'm looking forward to when they give us the next supporter streamer drops, because I really enjoyed that one last time. The duality of hair. Some of you might remember this one. I'm looking forward to this when we get the next one out. That was good fun. I enjoy doing this. We only do the most cursed things here. Can you explain what's going on? Is this the old Deep Desert you're scanning, or is your server reset already? Our server has reset already. We reset around 2 3/4 hours ago. You know what I had a really weird craving to play the other day? It was the Thief games. I'm not sure if any of you have played the Thief games, but for some reason, I had this real urge to play Thief. Oh, bother, of course. I need to fix something to stream about. Hang on. Been doing it wrong. I need to replace that 2 with an 8. Save streamer bot. Thank you. Fixed. You had it free if you're on Prime. The Thief games were great. I was like, if you want to know how I got good at stealth in games, playing Thief is probably, I think Thief 3 was probably the one I played. There's a new one. I don't know. Yeah, stealth in the Thief games is great. If I point to how stealth mechanics are done right, I think Thief was a good way of doing it. Styx. I think I did play Styx. Yes. Thief Supernatural. Enemies terrify the shit out of you. Yeah. Yeah. Give you that. So the worm touching will only work if they're in their aggro state, not patrolling. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better, Sabu, yes. The Orphanage and Asylum from Thief 3, yeah, that was... Oh, the Thief games, they did their level design so well. I was always very impressed with the level design. The feel of each level felt really good. Love Biv Against the Current. I've drifted again. Wait, is that what I think it is? Okay, no, it's not a Thopter of the Rocks outcrop. Okay, it's not as bad as we remember, chat. Don't worry. You're moving, so you're coming back in here. I'm not leaving a Thopter on the rocks. I know how this goes. You see the lack of trust I have for rock formations now. I'm sorry if I've got people playing Thief again. Oh. Oh, that'll probably miss me entirely. Yeah, we'll do. Even if it's not, I've got my scout and a still tent. Like, we are completely fine. The storm is not a problem for us when we're doing scanning. Remember, we prepped for this. Can you run Doom in Thief? I imagine you probably could. But can Thief run Crisis? That's the real question. Love flying in this. It's so much fun. I may actually get post-ass sooner. I might go speak to Verpal and see if they want to do a deal, or like Verpal and Monster Cat, see if they want to do a deal on post-ass. $3 meters, you bitch. Motherfucker. Behind me should be fine. Can Doom run Doom? No, not possible. Doomception. Not allowed. Stars are not in position for this tribute. As you said, the stars can't do it. Not today. You get 10 points if you know what film that's from. Dune has a lot of references. I really like it. In that regard. That was indeed a Road to El Dorado reference, yeah. That's probably my favorite film. Ballprint, I'm going to be honest with you, no, it wasn't Backdoor Sluts 9, but I'm going to allow that through Automod because it's deeply funny. Now we know the kind of things that you watch. Backdoor Sluts 9 would be the road to Cheldorado, wouldn't it? That's what it would be. That's what Backdoor Sluts 9 would be. That would be the name of it. To make this fit the joke, that's how that would work. Yeah, I know you can, Cansbugs, but I don't feel the need to. They knew what they were doing when they made. They knew what they were doing when they made Elastigirl. Come on, like the animators knew what they were doing. Megara from Hercules. I mean, come on. You gave like a whole generation of people like. Meg from Eldorado, Chell from Eldorado, Megara from Hercules, Lola from Space Jam. Yeah. You all know what's up, chat. You all know what's up. And they say that video games appeal to the male fantasy. I mean... Shit. Take what I can take. We'll leave behind one of you. We don't need the Solaris. And we don't need... Ooh, we don't need a construction tool. Anyone wants some loot? The loot of 1,000 worlds is over here. Jago from Kim Possible. I think Kim Possible's probably a bit newer than those films, I'm going to be honest with you. But probably also the same kind of vein, yeah. The reason I'm not so worried about those carrier wings is one specific reason. While I'm doing this scan, I will show you. If we needed to make any carrier wing, I think we're kind of good. We can make 64 of these. You think we have a problem? The nice thing is, now I've got 72, I'll be compelled to make them to make it a nice round 8 times 8. You get 8 per blueprint, remember? So I've had 8 of these before. Now I'll actually have to make these to make it a nice 8 by 8. To make 3, so it's 69. I wonder if it would let me. There's a lot of spice around today. Well, that was a worm for a second. Be some big ass Dune around here somewhere. I'm not sure we should probably continue this conversation in chat. You're getting close to terms of service stuff, but hey. Oh my, yeah, okay. This conversation's going on whether I like it or not, fine. As long as you don't start accusing each other of any kind of preferences, then you're on the right side of terms of service. As long as you stay on the right side of terms of service, we're okay. What if I told you that all coding is vibe coding? When you think about it, All coding is vibe coding. And if you hate that, that gives me additional vitamins, or vitamins as we call them in the UK. So, fine. The thing that's really interesting is the Twitch terms of service are actually quite restrictive over what you can and can't do and say and stuff on the platform, right? They're just so rarely enforced in a way that is meaningful that it's like they're never enforced to their extent, which is really important to remember. Like, a platform has a huge amount to say over what you can and can't do, and they won't do it unless they feel the need to. I don't need any more X core. What server I play on as I'm on EU? We play on our own server. We have 15 servers in a world we call Tortuga. You can use !Dune Discord to join the Discord server for those servers. They're open to all members of the community. That's how we do it here. That's they're all provided by Nitrado. So if you use !Server, all of our servers are provided by Nitrado. Let me do this. If you want to use that link, please do. You can see how Nitrado does their private servers, but we have 15 of those, all linked up. And I'll be honest with you, I've been so impressed at the level of care they've shown over our servers and support for the community that it's been incredible. There are new drops starting on the 14th, Young Lion. Yes, on Thursday, new drops will begin. There'll be an announcement from Funcom probably today or tomorrow about it. I'm doing good, thank you, Josh Stranger. How are you doing, bud? Didn't know that was possible. Ah, yeah. Well, as soon as it was announced that there were going to be private servers, we reached out to Nitrado, because I've worked with Nitrado before on, like, I've had a Nitrado server before. This was a good opportunity to kind of contact them, work with them, and I've been really, really impressed. They've been so supportive. They've been bang on helping us with technical issues. We were having a lot of problems with server resourcing, so they just free of charge migrated us to a completely new machine. And now they are giving us, at the moment, 25 servers completely free of charge. I don't have a bad thing to say about them. We probably got one of the more active private servers, but I wouldn't say it's hugely active. We probably have, during off-peak times, like 40, 50 people maybe. It is. It's very kind of them, to be honest. They've been very supportive, Laura and I've really enjoyed working with them. They've been very, very good. Yeah, they've been in, yeah, like Simon says, they've also been very helpful in working with us and with Funcom, where we've noticed issues and we wanted to work and kind of collaborate. They've given Funcom access to their servers. They've been, you know, helping pinpoint deep desert bugs. It's thanks to them and thanks to, you know, Funcom and us working together to get logs from the community, server logs on the private servers, and information from Funcom side that we were able to get some of the deep desert bugs pinned down the way we were, because they weren't able to replicate them just on their side alone. They wanted to know what was going on. So without Nitrado being as involved and as helpful as they were, we never would have been able to do that. It's only thanks to Nitrado that we were able to ban people early on the way we were. We weren't provided with the ability to ban people when the game was released. Funcom, you know, helped with it, but ultimately Nitrado were the ones who helped us with banning people, and they're the ones who found out that we could ban someone, we could wipe someone's progress, sorry, every 6 to 12 minutes tied to an in-game event, which was great fun. That's my favorite thing that I've been doing for moderation for a long time. So yeah, I've got a lot of good things to say about them, to be honest with you. Yep, we are. Yeah, I would say we are far, far less populated than the public servers. There is that advantage. Mostly because if there's any shitty behavior on our servers, I just immediately crack down on it. Like the NPC exploit for bases, just not on. That a ringmouth? It might be. It might be a ringmouth. No, it might be a medium. Medium, no large mushroom. Yeah, I think that's a medium. It helps that, yeah, it helps that I can be here quite often. I can keep an eye on the server day in, day out. Yeah, ball print duping has become a problem on the public servers, yeah. I don't like that you're having a nap in the sand. It's just because it's in a dip, it looks an awful lot like a ringmouth. It's so confusing. I don't know if someone was there harvesting. Hundreds of ancient ways. See, that's just a problem. Like, that's especially because the repair bug means that anyone who's exploiting and duping is also going to have infinite durability, so they never have to worry about it anyway. Those people need to have their accounts wiped in full. That's what it needs to happen. Like, people who are exploiting to that extent need to have their accounts wiped in full and be banned in line with Funcom's terms of service. It is that clear. They need to be enforcing their own terms of service, because I do it for them on our server. And I say this about Ashes of Creation as well. They are not enforcing their own terms of service sufficiently to be dealing with the community issues. That is causing problems in the wider game. What am I working on currently in game? Leveling up. So leveling up to level 200, which is the current cap, is a goal. Gathering blueprints, getting upgrades, harvesting resources. That's not a huge ban wave. That's a non-functional ban wave. They need to be moderating it more closely. Someone on that server IP banning, for example, and deleting deleting everything that person has tied to. If someone is found duping to that extent, you should delete everything that belongs to that's in their guild storage. If I'm honest with you, because you don't know at that point what it is. You need someone on the server who can go into those chests and have a look at it. You need to be investigating and deleting stuff from that guild storage. It's just simple, because they'll just pass stuff off to their guildmates. Again, we see it in lots of other games. You see it in Block Game, which is Minecraft, fuck's sake. Like, you need to have actual... You can't rely on just an automated script to remove that person's access and on you're done. No, you need to deal with the actual knock-on effect of their exploiting. Otherwise, you're just passing that cost on to the players. I don't use Ancient Way because it's just too good. There's no counterplay to it, really. You can evade the missiles to a point, but, like, they don't always load in properly. You made a base in a rift and industrialized cobalt farming on a private server you're on? Yeah. One second, let's do this, and we're going to look at the wing integrity. We could do a wing gamba chat if we wanted to in a minute. Yeah, there's a lot of desync on the ancient way. Ever thought about doing an interview with the folks of Moderation Episode with Funcom? Maybe down the line. They're at the moment they're in a development mode, so they're pushing out their upgrades and their updates for post-launch. It's kind of their big post-launch update. If you think about it this way, that they released it on the 5th of June. They did basically June's immediate fixes. June's immediate fixes in that month, and then they take their July off because it's very normal to take the summer off in pretty much every corporate environment, especially when you've been working to crunch before launch. And then they've got probably the highest point actually in this sector. And then they've got basically start of August and the end of July to work on it. So I reckon this will be the kind of what you're expecting to see, the first big patch after the launch that isn't just fixes. Is, you know, fixes, improvements, quality of life. This should be quite a good patch overall. Some of the stuff that we're seeing on changes to assault thopters and carriers is really nice, long overdue. That's going to make them feel so much better. I think after the patch, assault thopters will feel about 2 or 3 times better to fly with the thruster, which will be really nice. Carriers will be less of a pig. They'll be less prone to PvPing and being griefed against, which is helpful because the current system for carriers means they can be forced down to the ground by scouts. We'll do a gamba for the scout ornithopter wings, because if you look at these, they're getting a bit spicy, which we like. We like spicy wings here. I'm actually quite glad most of the time I'm in the way, so if anyone does try and ambush, they don't know exactly what my wing integrity is at. Josh Strange, that's absolutely fine. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not just Thor's servers. It's my server. Annie Fuchsia's is on here. We've got several other streamers. These are just private, provided by a network of streamers. If you don't like the stuff around that, fine. I'll be honest, every single video I've seen in relation to that drama has been absolute bollocks or completely unsubstantiated bullshit. But people can believe what they want. I'm not fussed. They can make their own decisions about me. If they want to look at this stream and see what we're like, they're free to. I'm not a reflection of them. That's how that works. Like, he's his own person, I'm my own person. I'm, you know... I do work for Annie Fuchsia as well, like, you know. I'm a moderator on her channel. That doesn't mean that I'm, you know... Every content I do is World of Warcraft related, right? Update has indeed been pushed back, yes. That doesn't sound great, Sherpa. Yeah, no worries, Camo Vision. Yeah. Update's been pushed back until either tomorrow or the 14th. The drops are on the 14th, so to me, I would assume that they would do the patch on the same day as the drops. It just kind of makes sense to launch it all in one go, if that you know? Yeah. No worries, bud. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for being honest about it. Honestly, look, if people choose to be toxic, that's fine, but you know, everyone's got their own lives in the background, and like everyone's got their own shit. You'll always find something if you dig up enough on someone. I'm not experiencing any audio dropouts, but if anyone else is, let me know. But why survey everywhere? Is there a benefit besides map being open? Map being open, and ultimately it's XP, and I'm getting real close to level 200. It's something that I want to do so I can have oversight of the deep desert, and it gives me XP while I do it. Basically it, Matsika. Also, that's a very good name. I appreciate that kind of name. It's a good pun. Matsika. Nice one. As everyone knows, I love my XPs. Windows XP, in-game XP. All great stuff. You made a meme of my 65-inch face, oh god. Oh, great, Sabio. I've made the deployment base. I think it's an Echo 5. It might be slightly before or after Echo 5, but hey. It's an Echo 5, there you go, nice. Sabu, you might even be, if you haven't seen me building the base on stream, you might actually be pleasantly surprised and shocked by the base. I'm hoping that when Luther sees it, he basically shits himself because he won't know that I made it. Data dominatrix. I'm sorry to hear that. That's desolate. Yeah, it's almost perfect. It'll be even better once I put the carrier and stuff down. It's even neater and laid out. I should probably clad the outside as well. I might do that when I come back. I was just bored of building. Yep, that's exactly it, Freya. Yeah, all I want is the XPs. Delicious XPs. I do have a question about the name though, Pamiyagi. Like, is Data Dominatrix a do you dominate data? Are you made of data and a dominatrix? There's the duality there. Is fascinating. Which way around is it? Yeah, Luther will be able to criticize me on something, probably because the foundations aren't neat, but I've got multiple foundation points. Well, exactly, Black Rose Knight. You dominate data. There you go. Sorted. Done. You could also be made of data. The message is made of data. Welcome on in, either way. Great having you all here. I hope you're doing well as we scan the deep desert today. What am I cosplaying as data? I would only cosplay as data if I could use the lovely arsenic face paint. Baron Thorcoden's here. I'm gonna grab a quick snack. Yeet. Dark Matter, I'll answer your message in a second, bud. After the ads, I'll answer it because you make a very fair point there. Very good point. Welcome back from the break, everybody. It is great to see you. I wanted to cover a point that somebody said during the ad break. Time Out Zero basically points out that was basically thanking me for being optimistic about the game, because a lot of other streamers are quite down on how bad the game is. And like, I'm gonna be honest with you, bud. Like, I will only ever give you my honest opinion. That's the key point. I'm not trying to put a spin on the game. I'm not trying to sell the game. I'm not endorsed or sponsored by them. I'm gonna be real clear that, you know, I see the game for as it is. Like, there are problems with it. Yes, the game has a number of issues that it has, sure, but they're working on it. What more can I expect of them, right? What more can I ask of the developers than to be doing their absolute best in making the game better in the way that people are asking for? I don't think it's worth it. I think it's fair to say this is the way the game is. And when people ask me if what state the game is in, I'm very blunt with them. I say to them, look, I can't recommend playing the game right now if you're solo and new. But I'll give them an honest answer that I do fully believe that Funcom are going to work on this, that they are very, very dedicated, and they are listening to everyone. That's not wrong. Therefore, I have confidence that they will work the game out, and the game will continue to improve and get better. At its core, the game is a very solid foundation. It is, in itself, a sandbox for the meme, but also, like, they will build on this, and it will get better. So I know that a lot of streams down on it, but it's not difficult for me to be optimistic about the game, because I do see and believe their vision, and I know they're working on it. But I think there's also the other point that I have, I've got a direct line to the developers. So when there is an issue, I can probably get that information more readily than some other people can. So I also don't blame them for their opinion as well, because ultimately they are entitled to that in themselves. Every other streamer who's feeling negative about the game does have a right to do that. Yes, because I'm a new streamer, I'm not quite as disillusioned yet. But yeah, the game is planned to run for a long time, and I know that these things take a while to cook. I don't think they wanted to do some of the changes they've done for Deep Desert. I think they're making the best with what they've got. And at the end of the day, what's the point in being upset and angry and, pessimistic about the game when I'm still enjoying it? Why would I piss on my own enjoyment? If people aren't enjoying it, take a break. I really would advise it. Do not play the game if you're not enjoying it, if you don't feel like it's good still. Don't play the game if it's not calling to you. What's the reason for the pro proximities? The proximity does make a lot of difference. Just basically lets you know how far away from it you are, so that it doesn't like deactivate, but really you just don't move once you fired it. Did I start streaming in June? I had this following views. Yeah, I started streaming on June the 5th when Dune Awakening launched. I decided after TwitchCon, that it was worth doing, and I was really grateful to Thor for all the support. I'm really grateful also that Thor has never raided me, because I've built this community from other people like Annie Fuchsia, Primogen, Premier 2 all raided me. I absolutely love all of those guys. I couldn't do this without them. I'm actually really grateful for being able to build my own community outside and alongside of what Thor's doing, but it not being all the same. I've met people like Vicky and Gregors and Nos, and I'm having an absolute great time of it. I'm really lucky to have all of you guys here, and like I couldn't do it without any of you. Like, it's all of you contribute to make this community enjoyable and somewhere that I want to be and want to come every day, to stream. Like, I choose to be here. All of you know that I wouldn't need to. I have a full-time job, doing moderation stuff for Thor. I could just, spend my time outside, sitting in the sun, chilling, doing whatever. But like, I want to be here. I want to stream for you guys. You guys are all awesome. So. Shout out to Trev Francis for the resub a couple of minutes ago as well, but I appreciate you. Glad to see you here. Hope you're doing well today. You've now been subscribed for 3 months, so congratulations on your bread roll emote. Yeah, outside is where they keep the fresh airs. Not the stale air, but the fresh stuff is outside. I know. They're keeping it from you, chat. I don't know, Fadekin, I went through a really long time of not playing very many games. Moderating for each new game release when it comes out means that generally you have most games spoiled for you. And that's part of what comes with it. Sometimes we can avoid spoilers and we get lucky, but sometimes you just don't, right? At the end of the day, there are certain games that I've not been able to enjoy because of the job, and that's just part of what it is. And then when I have time off from it, I wasn't really wanting to spend that much time sitting on my PC, so I normally spend time sitting outside, like in the sun if I could, reading. my downtime. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the south of England, so we actually get some sun. Quite nice. Oh, well, thank you, Chorus. Yeah, there are some really awesome people out there, and I'm glad to be able to show you guys some of the cool people. Yeah, so as soon as it happens, we're not allowed to have, you know, we're not allowed to have, we're not allowed to use hoses or anything like that outside. As soon as there's the small glint of sunlight, everyone's out in shorts and flip-flops, yeah. Bucephalus, thank you very much for the follow, bud. Welcome on in. You ready for rain? I'm ready for rain too. I like it when it rains after a long heat. Like the smell when it yeah, it's just nice. When it's been really dry for several weeks, and then all of a sudden you just get that massive rainfall, and you just get that rich smell of like earthy petrichor outside. It's just well, it is, fam. That's all it is. Like 37 tomorrow. Jeez. What's my preferred method for reading? I really like physical books, but I get through them too quickly and don't have enough space in the house for as many books as I would want to have. So I've had to change to using Kindle either on my phone or like I've got an old Kindle that's like 10 years old. I think it's well, actually it might not be 10 years old. It's a Kindle Paperwhite. So I use that and my phone. Just scroll down. Phone's really easy because I can literally just scroll, read it, and I read very, very quickly. Very quickly. I can still complain about the weather, don't worry. That's part of our culture. Well, I'm used to reading legal text, so reading, like, books is not difficult. Was that a cat? No, that was my chair squeaking. Do this. YouTube. No, not the Harmony server. We are on our pirate server. Oh, my YouTube chat was disconnected for a while. Sorry about that, guys. It looks like YouTube went down for like 8 minutes. Weird. If you have 1,200 books, that means in the UK you can legally qualify as a library. If you have 500 books or more, you can legally register yourself as a library in the UK, as long as you provide, you know, public access and you find people like showing up. You can have like a front room. You go and register yourself. I think I might be an unregistered library. I don't know how many books I have. So, like, you'll find that there are people, like, in places that will have, like, a front room of their house that they've actually given access to, and it's basically like, it's like walking into, like, a second-hand shop in someone's front room, but of books, and you can just take a book and bring it back. Like, I just find it really neat. It's just a really nice little, weird little bit of fun. And, if you go to certain seaside towns in the UK, a lot of them will have little, like, local bookshops. But if you go in there and you ask them whether you can borrow a book, they may very well be registered as a library and allow you to borrow one for the week while you're there. If you're like going to buy something else, like it could be something they do. You never know. This is your base, is it? Nice. Like, you can't say the game doesn't look good when the sunrise comes up over the dunes, like... The way the shadows move into focus more and more. They've done a great job with it, and obviously, you know, I'm running it on solid hardware, which I've got, you know, the advantage in that regard. But like, the game just looks very good. we're getting to the stage where I'm starting to feel lucky that I'm around and able to play games at a time when games look and feel as good as they do. I know that there are a lot of games that have problems when they come out, but like when I started playing games, like this was not a thing. And when people who are older than me started playing games, like graphics weren't even anything. Like the original Dwarf Fortress, you know, looks fundamentally different to the games that we see and recognize in this day and age. We are very lucky to be around in this time of games, even though a lot of games can be quite disappointing. Like, this is incredible. And I've started to worry a little bit, kind of not necessarily privately, but like sometimes when I read through reviews of games and I read through the forum, I read through Reddit for Dune Awakening, that kind of thing, I start to worry that we as gamers have become quite entitled about games, and like actually a lot of the really cool stuff that they're doing and that we're seeing, we completely ignore and don't think about. Like the amount of work that goes into the defamation of the footprints and the sand prints in this, like it's incredibly cool, and yet we don't even think about it. We just take it for granted. But like the sand blows off the top of the dunes properly. Like if I move these footprints, they blow in the sand, they move, and they refill in a really kind of neat way that just a huge amount of care is taken on these, and I think it's really easy for us to forget this stuff, and we only think about, oh, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. It's I think it must be off-putting to certain developers, like Sherbrooke. Well, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm so fortunate to be in this position. Right? The fundamental difference is that many people don't understand as far as video games development is concerned. Single-player games are meant to be 99% done when released and have very little changes made to them. PvP, VE, MMO games has been 70% done and released in 12 to 14 months. Yeah, I think that's fair. But I think that's ultimately because the model of a PvP, VE, MMO is that it needs to evolve and can develop with the player base. It can't be done statically. Ultimately, with an MMO, you're giving players choice. You want them to explore the world and to make their own choices and design it themselves. That's what's so important in MMO, and that's why I think player engagement in MMO needs to be done in the right way. A lot of MMOs launch in a way where they're basically functional alpha testing, and you want to wait 2 years before you can really log in and get that gameplay experience. But you can't do that. That doesn't work. The Ashes mechanic, I'm going to be honest, when Ashes comes out, a lot of people who have given the game a go already probably will not go back to it. Even though they paid a decent amount to get access in early so they can do some testing, there will be some who will be like, you know what, I got the feel of the game and actually I don't feel compelled enough to go back. Which is a very interesting position to be in when the game actually isn't released yet, and that's what largely we're going to see. Which is so fascinating. Some of the best bits of EVE were developed and created as part of players. Like Jita became a trade hub because of players, not because of the developers. Poshvin was created by the events of the players, not by the devs. The devs made it possible, sure, but the players went and did it. They put the effort in. They fought those wars. They created those narratives. I think that ultimately MMOs should take that into consideration. I'm hoping that as we get further and further forward, we see more devs taking those interactions that players have done inside of an MMO and take it into the actual game's lore and history. The wings are looking a bit crispy on this Thopter, I'm going to be honest. Delta 3. This will be a very low percentage one, I think, this one. We'll definitely do a gamble wing, don't worry. Tonight. Look, I'm going to be honest with you, friends don't let friends play Eve. Eve has fundamentally changed. It's now a pay-to-win game with a lot of toxicity. It's no longer, in my opinion, worth what you put up with inside that game to enjoy it. I just don't believe in Eve anymore. I don't believe in the developers, and I won't believe in any game that CCP Games releases while they continue with their current leadership and management style. Just my opinion on Eve. I don't like that they brought players on board into the dev team who had political alliances, which clearly have not been put aside, and now certain dev decisions benefit other player groups. The game is as corrupt as it ever was during the time of the Bob, the Bob Blueprint raffles. And at the same time, people just basically, you can just buy power in that game now. You buy skill injectors, you buy ISK with Plex, you're done. Like, you can buy and Plex can do anything. As soon as you could buy and inject skills, that was it for Eve, unfortunately. The fact that I could use a Rorqual, mine enough in one day to sell, get all of the money I needed to buy the skill injectors to make a second Rorqual pilot and have another Rorqual in space the next day, you could just print money. As soon as that happened, the economy was fucked. They broke the entire game with skill injectors, in my opinion. And then they did things like, and then to fix it, rather than, undoing, like turning the tap off, they kept the tap going, but they just massively nerfed all forms of income across the board, so that now average players who were before, able to make their own way in the game and basically plex their accounts through the work they did every month, completely impossible. Because, of course, ore was suddenly, like, worth a tenth of the value. It's Delta 5 first. Yeah, Becado, I know. And that's what I mean by you need to moderate the culture of your game at all stages. Because those kind of jokes aren't okay. I will indeed hydrate. Yep. Flexing through scanning? Yeah, because that's one of the only ways that you could do it anymore. There's a worm around here somewhere. That's horrifying. That's why I don't move around. Not close. The worm would have breached, had there been any risk. I wasn't creating the disturbances to summon it. So what I mean by worm behavior is currently quite predictable. That's a nice looking base. Okay. I love that I could do the scanning inside my base. You know what? Like I've always used Crysis as a good kind of basis for like next gen graphics. Because to me, Crysis was like the first Crysis was that. And like I want to go back and see Crysis 3 at some point. because I haven't played Crisis 3 in a very long time, but I think they're doing a new Crisis game. Did I hear correctly there's going to be a Crisis 4? Or did I imagine that in a fever dream? Because I could believe that that's the kind of thing I would imagine. That's a very believable fantasy. I love Crisis games. Crisis was probably my first, like, really dedicated game I played over multiple times, trying, like, perfect levels in as, like, when I got my first kind of gaming PC for myself. Spent a lot of time playing Crisis. We'll finish this one up. We've done all the dangerous part of the deep desert so far. Though we'll make sure I didn't miss any, because I've done that before. I've been distracted by things, and there you go, so I haven't missed any so far. Learn in your head to see a new day calling. Okay, 1 second, chat. Let's check the wings and see if we want to do a Gamba now or we want to wait. Oh, we'd love to do a Gamba now. Gamba now would be great. Okay. I need to go grab an old one, because yesterday's predictions were, like, the lowest percentage was 40% we used. Not that bad, jeez. Here we go. Right, the Gamba wing is open. I will come off of camera so I can show you the wings. You can see the holes in them. That's the wing integrity. You can see them. Remember, use your channel points. You can Gamba as much as you need. Sorry, those of you on YouTube, you're not able to Gamba. On YouTube, at some point, I need to give you guys Nightbot, don't I? And you can add the commands. The only thing we're waiting for on YouTube is to build up to 1,000 subscribers, and I can monetize on YouTube and start doing stuff over there, which is neat. Roughly 150 hours into the games of Geo. I think we're at the Deep Desert. Anything you recommend we must have before entering? Okay, Jam Scott, what you want to have is a spare Mark IV Ornithopter with Mark V wings. You should each have one of those. Those should be in your vehicle storage tool. You should also each have a Mark V Ornithopter. And you should also have one spare of each of those back in your Haga Basin base. So in total, 3 Mark IV Ornithopters, Mark IV Scout Ornithopters with upgraded Mark V wings and PSU, etc., with thrusters on them. And on the you want an Assault Ornithopter Mark V with storage and a thruster. Those are your vehicles that I would recommend you have, because that way you've got a spare to replace them if you do lose them. Okay, the Gamba is over, chat. It's a very interesting split. I'll do this. So 38% of you think that it's 11 to 15%. 15%. I think it's 16 to 20. And 40% of you think it's 21 to 25. I can reveal that in fact it is 21%. We will choose the outcome. Congratulations, 150,000 channel points in that Gamba. Good job, chat. Very, very pleased with you. We're going to repair these, and then we're going to move on out and keep doing the rest of our scanning. the most. Find a little bit of steady as it gets close. Find a balance in the middle of the chaos. Send me an epidemic god. That is 21%, yeah. Imagine how bad it gets when it gets down to like 8% integrity. Yeah, imagine how bad the low ones are. You must be. They must basically just be absolutely tatters. That I don't even know how they would be functional at that low integrity. You won 60k on the last one. Wow. Crisis 4 on hold. Oh. If I ever meet Mr. EA, I will be like, yo, Crisis when? Give me Crisis. I will Crisis all day long. I would Crisis so hard. I Crisis every time. And there's so many fun things you could do with it. I have a Twitch Prime question. Is there any reason why I tried to subscribe to the channel there's no option to use my monthly Twitch Prime account to purchase? I've not used it in the channels. That's not the reason. What's on here? Hoping you might know the answer. I honestly don't know, bud. If it doesn't show up, I would assume that it doesn't. That it's been used. Other people are fine to use their Prime subs here, I believe. Anyone who hasn't used their Prime sub, could you just see if it shows up? You don't have to use it, but it'd be very interesting to know if it's a problem with Twitch. You can tick the box. Yeah, so it's not a... Okay. If you're using a tablet or phone, the app doesn't let you do it, that might be it then. It could be a mobile issue. If it's platforms. Whoop. Baron of Coden's here, chat. Yeah, it'll probably be the tablet then, that'll be why. That don't matter zeros because Apple or, you know, Amazon or Google, etc., can't take a cut of your Prime sub, so they're not going to let you make that purchase. The wild level of bureaucracy and monopoly on those platforms. It's a duopoly. Quite an interesting position to have. An all expenses paid trip anywhere in the world, where would you go? That's a trick question. You want to go inside the world to the next layer. Is there a slide of a Prime sub mobile? It might depend on which mobile you're on. Yeah, browser on mobile might work, yeah, because that uses the browser vision. I'm gonna go hang out with the real lizard people. Yeah, the dinosaurs and the lizard people. See, what we don't realize is that actually inside Hollow Earth is where the lizard people live, and because humans have taken over their backyard, which is where they used to let their pets out, the dinosaurs, you know, the less intelligent lizards, as it were. You know, now they have to keep them inside the house all the time. They've become house dinosaurs. And so, you know, one day they might want to take their yard back. It's on their to-do list. Steverus, you might want to make sure you copyright that. You know, how to house train your dinosaur sounds like a good Disney or DreamWorks film. They might, you know, they might try and steal your idea. A tramadactyl. You wouldn't say that to a face, ball print. Shit. This is just wanton greed. Oh, this could get me killed. That was very risky of me. I don't know if I'm going to make that one. If a worm comes during the storm and eats me, chat, I deserve it. I'm in the Oxfordshire, Berkshire area, dark matter. I used to live in Hampshire. I used to be in Portsmouth and then in Northants, and then I moved at the end of 2023. I moved, and then like 2 days later, while I was unpacking shit in my house, I didn't have internet. I didn't even have... I'm sure we had like gas hooked up at that point. Thor was like, hey Kronos, something happened when I released the shorts. I need you to come back to moderating. Bunny, it's not a bunny, it's a Muad'Dib. It's a little mouse. A little mouse with cute little round ears. He's just looking for moisture. Look, I needed the loot. That was all that was. What you want this for channel points?
To the roar.
Do the raw. Don't tell DreamWorks. They don't know. There is, yeah. There's birds. Well, I say birds. They're Sardaukar drones, and then you've also got the Muad'Dib, the little sand mice. Yeah. There's plenty of life on Arrakis if you know where to look, Myconian. Yeah. Japan. Oh, that's gonna be really cool. Yeah, we're about to lose that survey probe launcher, but it's okay because we brought 2 of them, because this isn't our first rodeo. Yep, you've got sand trout. You've got other creatures in the labs. Supposedly, there might be other creatures even deeper. Like, you never know. Arrakis hasn't been properly, like, you know, studied for a long time. Leaving some tribute for the worm, see? I'm leaving him a snack. This is like a Lunchable for the worm, you see? Some salvage metal, delicious. I have had some potential bad news about my January trip, actually. There is that. But I might need to work through. I don't know, Bucefus. I look at the whole map afterwards, normally. Latest news on drops / patches. Okay, drops will be on the 14th. They will start at around this time, probably. There'll be a ping out from Funcom about that today or tomorrow. The patch will be today or tomorrow as well. I think likely it'll be around the same time because it would just make sense to do the patch the day of the drops, wouldn't it? Like, that just seems to be sensible. So you can get all of it going in one go. People who are on after the patch to experience the patch, get the drops. Like, it would just make sense. Just good business. How's the game now? Is it improving? Yeah, the devs are doing a good amount of work. I think the end of June patch fixed some of the critical issues, some of the worst exploits, the worst dupes, you know, stability problems, some of the bigger issues around, you know, the transports, for example. Across July, they were on reduced staffing as people who, you know, had been doing crunch for the release on the 5th of Dune, and had been doing, you know, the post-release patches, you know, take time off for the summer. Now you're starting to see basically the first patch after the critical one. You're starting to see quality of life fixes and improvements, some improvements to bring things more into line, balancing passes. This is going to be more of the meaty patch in terms of the number of changes it's going to have, but the feel of the game should improve pretty drastically afterwards. But there won't be any like new content, and they're not fundamentally changing some of the systems that people have a problem with. So it won't necessarily change all of the issues that you have with the game right now, chat, and you might be waiting to play. I'm going to be real honest with you about it. It's just not how it's going to be. At the end of the day, they're still waiting on things to, you know, they still have to do a bunch of improvements. They've got a lot of balance, they've got a lot of testing. This won't be an immediate fix-all, going to be honest. But I think it will improve the feel of the game for those who are still playing, and those who potentially have performance issues that prevent them from playing. I think this will be a very good patch. I don't think it will be the pass that everyone's looking for to bring PvP and life back into the game. Not yet. I would wait. That might even be the early October, like late September patch they were talking about with additional content, which will bring in new PvE stuff. I imagine they might include new PvP as part of that. You might see a sweeping change to the game then, which could change all the issues that we currently have. But I wouldn't expect that to come this week. That change is not one that could be rushed, I'll be honest with you. I want them to take their time with that. Once they fix the issues, I'd like to see a new PTR opened up that has changes to PvP and how the PvP balance across the game works. That's what I really want to see. Yesterday's updates that the patch was being released today or tomorrow, so do you expect another update from Funcom today with more specifics? So this question was already answered. I missed your response. They normally do their patch notes out on the day of the patch. So given that we are now at the time of day that we are at, I would not expect the patch today. If we're going to get it tomorrow, on the 13th, then I would expect them to ping out about it this evening. That's how that will work. So if you see a ping this evening about, I reckon it'll be about 4 o'clock my time, so we're in the next 4 hours, I would expect to have the patch tomorrow, but it might even be the day after that. It might be on the 3rd, it might be on the 14th. But, you know, we need to let them cook. They need to deliver something that they know works, and they'll be testing around mentally this week, doing a very in-depth test of how stable that build is, because ultimately it's going to be a make or break for them somewhat internally for how it's going to work. So, yeah, keep an eye out on their channels. They'll likely ping out in the afternoon like they normally do. It'll probably be around the time they pinged out the delay of the patch. Ultimately, we get it when we get it, you know? Sorry, Jess, it's a peak hay fever season. I keep on having to blow my nose so that you can actually hear me, and I don't sound like this. Because this wouldn't be very good, would it? Talking entirely through my nasal cavities. That's my actually voice. Actually. Oh, well, it's good to have you back temporarily, Tibbetson. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you've been having a good evening. It sounds extra British. Thanks for that. Good job. The streamer called Sinful. I'm not spelling his name correctly, but he went over like 25 changes in 1 hour-long video. I haven't experienced them in the test servers, and a pretty awesome patch that's coming our way. Yep, there's a bunch of them. Like I like to see the patches as they come into prod. I don't like spinning up test server accounts. I don't tend to find that it's as enjoyable. I know you can just skip the queue and stuff, but I know, Blind, you know, it is actually a very good David Mitchell voice, isn't it? All I'm saying is that I, David Mitchell, and my wife, Victoria Corrin Mitchell, all sound the same and talk exactly the same. And you can tell that we sit around in the evening discussing things like cheese and wine, talking like this. Ha ha ha. Actually, I think those two might split up now, but... DN Thunder Gaming, thank you very much for your Prime sub, but thank you very much for doing it 3 months in a row. You are super welcome here. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, man. I'll stop imitating comedians now if you want. Still not as good as Valley Girl Chronos. I'm glad you think so, because I would like to remind people that last time I did Valley Girl Chronos, somebody unfollowed immediately. I just watched the follower number just tick down by 1 as I did it, which was deeply funny. Well, I appreciate you choosing to do that here, TN. And remember, I only get activated when I see a specific spelling of a certain word in this game. As long as I don't see the American spelling of aluminium, we're fine. You found an old email on accident that your distant relative who was standing comes from to aid. Asked for advice when I had not. Okay, jeez. Like a golf, exactly. Aluminium. What sets her off, you see? Oh, okay, no, it makes me feel weird. I meant in-game. If I see it in-game, that's what sets me off. How do I say Duralamin? That's how I say it. I don't go for the in the end. Duralamin. It's long enough as it is. Aluminum. What? No. Duralamin. Or Dura. I mean, as an American, I can imagine it would be more fun to say. Dura, yeah, Duralamin is the long name for it. I'll say Duralamin. If we're talking about metals, I can say Dura and you'll know what I mean. If I had to do the long name, I'll just call it Duralamin. People have noticed it on stream and pointed it out. Duraluminum. Yeah, it is Duraluminum. I just call it Duralamin. I take off the off the end. It's just Duraluminum. Why? It's just unnecessarily long. Duralurium. I mean, that's not... At that point, you're just kind of guessing. You're just kind of throwing letters at it and hoping it fits. Yeah. Delirium, exactly. Not the way your brain works. Oh, you can call them Deca-Johns. That's what I call them. Liter-John and Deca-Johns. Liter being the singular and decaliter, you can short as Deca-John. Done. Sorted. Given you. There you go. You can all use that, chat. Deca-Johns. You call it Delia. That's makes me think of cooking. Where the fuck do you think you're going? Dude, where's my car? That's not an insignificant distance. Apparently my ornithopter is an American sympathizer. Hello, Aline. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. Whoa. Exactly. It's your ornithopter running. You better catch it. Bang on. I would love to see Dune, Where's My Car? It's, you know, it's the two of them, but they've lost their ornithopter, and they just end up going on an adventure around Arrakis. Like, they join the Fremen. One of them becomes a Bene Gesserit. You know, they discover what worms are made of. They encounter Golas of themselves. I reckon you could do a whole set of storylines. I think it would be great. Dune, Where's My Car? If any directors want to reach out for my ideas, I'm available. What does my tattoo say? And it'll be like, I can't see it, you're wearing a still suit. What? Dune. There you go. Dune, Where's My Car? Exactly, that's what I was saying. My brain comes up with a lot of these useless ideas. If anyone wants them, feel free to have that. If any of you want to create a fan animation of Dune, Where's My Car? And you want to overlay voice lines from the film with shots from Dune, just credit me for the idea. You're fine. Mostly because that sounds amazing. If any of you do that, I'll be very impressed. Wait, did I not go far? Ah. That sounds about right, Vintexbus, yeah. Dark Matter Zero, thank you very much for your Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Welcome on in. Welcome to the community. Flippy set, welcome in. You fucking what? Oh, you're all the way up there, okay. Just as a reminder, you can use !GIST Discord to join the Discord server, our Discord server, the Chrono Zone, where you get, you know, occasional extra posts of Bailey, you get me, like, rocking up, chatting shit every now and then. We'll kind of hang out. We have a couple of Dune channels in there so that we can kind of coordinate our community's efforts in the game. So you're more than free to join that if you guys want. I welcome all of you in. I will also confess, if I ever do sponsorships and have links to share with you from like deals and stuff, I will use that. That's what I'll probably do. It's like, that's a good place to keep links. You've definitely seen me there. I hang out in chat occasionally. I check it most days. I just by the time you finish the stream, like, this is the bit that people didn't I think they did say, but you don't really communicate clearly, is when you've done a stream and you've been live for like 8-10 hours, you get to the end and you just kind of sit there and you're just a bit like, just kind of, your brain doesn't really function for like a good 2 hours afterwards. Yeah, I do lurk in my own Discord. You have to. Like, I can't keep up. So many awesome people. Dude, sweet. Exactly, Striking Spliff. National Junior Graphics, that would be good. So what's happening now in the game? Proving that Deep Desert is in fact a desert. We're currently scanning our way across this week's Deep Desert because we can get XP, bring us ever closer to the mythical 200, which is a nice thing for us to have completed if we can get that done. And we're scanning so we can have our map filled up for the week, so we can see all the various areas. We're not too far off done. Then we'll likely go and harvest some resources because we enjoy stuff here. We enjoy the grind in a survival game here. I've always been a survival game player, though. I've always very much enjoyed, you know, the survival parts of Minecraft, and, you know, Don't Starve. I really enjoyed DayZ, Ark, Rust. Armor, I enjoyed quite a bit. I didn't enjoy Armor 3 as much when it came out, but I think I gave out a chance a few years ago. It was actually quite good. You just call it Dune Planet. It'd be like a David Attenborough. And here we see the sandworm, making its way through its solitary travel across the dunes. The sandworms are a collective mass of smaller creatures known as sand trout. In the distance, you can see a fallen vessel. These vessels, shot down by the planetary warps going on above the planet, are normally full of delicious loot. However, they do attract the sandworm as it travels across the sand. If we're lucky, we might see one now. If we're very lucky, a player will swoop down to investigate the wreckage and have the shit scared out of them by the wandering sandworm. Sand planet. I'm going to be honest, there is one thing that does somewhat surprise me about Arrakis, and that's the lack of sand production. So I'm guessing that the sand here is low in silicate. And that's why we had to use flour sand for silicon blocks. But, like, you would think that glass would be made from, like, the lightning strikes, etc. And glass would be I mean, I need to smoke, like, 20 a day for a while, but I could be And here we see the wild sandworm making its way across the dunes. I have to talk like I'm forcing my voice out, a bit like I'm Prince Philip. Yes. I wonder if there would be a way to create glass out of the sand. Arrakis glass. Glass and Arrakis doesn't work because you're using the A sound. It would be Arrakis glass. The Northerners would be correct in that regard. There is also a word of warning, chat. At the end of the month, I'm heading up north for a day or so over the weekend. And when I come back, I may have picked up certain northern accent usage. It does happen. I do start pronouncing words wrongly. I go back to my northern roots. My northern roots. Many hundreds of years ago. They don't say aluminium differently. There's things like castle, glass, up north. Newcastle. Well, actually, it is Newcastle. That's the name of the town, so it's pronounced how the locals would say it. It happens. Not quite Scottish. Yeah, northern roots like Portsmouth, yeah. Portsmouth is the most northern town in the south. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, that's a whole thing. Portsmouth's very northern for the south. Just saying. They might not like me saying it, but... Yep, heading up Tut Road. 1 second, chat. Let me just take this. Do you think Thopter ruined the game? The Thopter travel is the best part of this game. I'm going to be real with you. The Thopter makes this. If it wasn't for the Thopter, it would be awful. I think that it does remove some of the risk from the game, for sure. But ultimately, without it, the game would be incredibly arduous. So, no, I disagree. I love the Thopters. They're great fun. Flying in this game is the best part of it. I spend all of my time up in the air. Why would I want to be on the ground? It's so much more fun. Yeah, I'll be real. If the Thopter flight didn't feel this good, I probably wouldn't have been playing the game as long as I have been. Like, whoever was in charge of Thopter flight fucking nailed it on the Scout. And I'm looking forward to the changes they're making in for the Assault and the Carrier coming up, because that will make those both feel better as well. It's going to be great. I'm going to grab a drink, 1 sec. The dunes are going well today, thank you. Yeah, we're just doing our scanning for the Deep Desert for the day, so we get more experience points towards 200. Once we get to 200, we might actually make a build. Who knows? Oh, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I know that the other vehicles are good fun to drive, but yeah, for me, 100%, I have to say every time the Ornithopters carry this game for me. I'm a big supporter of the Ornithopter. That wasn't a remix. That's this song. A great song. Jeppa. I think that, you know, the buggy and stuff and the sandbites definitely had a good feel to them, don't be wrong. And it does remove an element of that. I think there should be areas where I would like to see ground areas outside of the Haga Basin where you want to take a buggy there or a sandbite, travel around like they are more the caves. And you take bikes through caves, for example, a bit like the Haga Rift, but a network of caves. Because an Ornithopter won't be useful down there because of the tight ceilings, etc. And it would give you reasons and areas to use to use a sandbike, to actually have a reason to take a sandbike. I think that I don't think the game would be better without Ornies. I think there should be more environments given to us where the sandbike and the buggies make sense. For example, I'd like at the polar regions, because the Ornithopters rely on the thermals to fly, there aren't going to be a huge number of thermals in the polar regions. I would love it if that's where we have to really use sandbikes and buggies and be careful about how we deploy them. I think the Ornithopters have a place, but I think that environments where you can't fly for some reason, or where, you know, there are cave networks that don't support flying, you know, openly, you know, maybe there are large caverns, but you shouldn't really be using an Ornithopter in there for anything other than maybe to fly in and out of the area. I think that's what the game needs, because I think Ornies have a place, but I think there needs to be areas where Ornithopters can't be used and just aren't immediately automatically better. Because right now, the answer is always, why would I use a sandbike when an Ornithopter is better? Why would I use a buggy when 90% of the time an Ornithopter is going to be better? I think there needs to be an encouragement or a reason to be using those, and I'd like that to be in other areas. So yes, I see your point about Ornithopters, but I raise it rather than getting rid of Ornies or preferring it without. I think there just needs to be given I think the ground stuff needs to be given a place. The other thing that would do is if you had a PvP area that was cave-based, you wouldn't be seeing Ornithopter rocket spam. You would likely actually see meaningful ground-based PvP. Yeah. I think that having a rift through one of the bands would be quite cool. Or like a vertical line rift that runs to the end. I think that would be neat. Wouldn't it be really cool to see a really long vertical or like diagonal rift that goes across this? I think that would be awesome. You can still fly over it and fly in if you really want to, but like you might get ambushed. But the problem with that is then you're gonna have issues around with how the worms function. I did indeed, Hoobsy, that's why. Yeah. You have me in 2K at 65-inch TV, which is, you know, it's a good song. Exactly, Warprint. I did the same thing. I haven't needed or missed my sandbike at any point. I'm gonna be honest with you, the sandbike I've had no use for since I got the Ornithopter. Nothing I would use the sandbike for. The buggy does have its uses, yes. The buggy is still useful. Next cause. Maybe not, all three of them. Okay, are you going to slide down this one as well, despite the fact that you were parked on the top? No, you're just going to float there. The scanner, to scan things... Oh, no, the survey probes, they unlock this, like, scanning this area so that I can, you know, see the whole map area without flying over it. Any tips for farming Solari? Radsuit method? The Radsuit method is the only way. Like, if you want to farm it the quick way, like the other way, you just have to do laps of the Haga Basin and Deep Desert. Running the A band of the Deep Desert works quite a lot. But realistically, farming all of the areas in Sheol that drop the irradiated slag, all the chests in there, up in the top area of the top... So the northwest end of Haga Basin also has a bunch of valuable loot in it. Large number of Solaris in those chests. So that's ultimately going to be the quickest and best way to get it if you want to just run around and kill things. Oh, the scanner on the chopper, it does this. So I can use it for storm chasing. So those of you who haven't seen hidden caches, this is how they work. Are you going to appear? You are. So yeah, good. Dev said no more Solari drops in Deep Desert after the next patch. That would make sense. Yeah. Ultimately, Solari has absolutely no value left in it because everyone has just basically rad suited their way to the maximum amount of Solari on the public servers, and those of us who haven't really bothered to do it here still have a huge amount from doing so. Like, I've done like two runs with it. I've not even dedicated myself to collecting aluminium to do the run specifically, and we've got like 700,000 Solari. So, like see, 669. Nice. So like Solaris are a meme. So yeah, removing Solaris from Deep Desert should be done. I agree with that. You've never sold any items over 500,000? There you go, yeah. I think collectible and explorable landmarks would be cool, yeah. I think there need to be rad zones in the Deep Desert. I think there needs to be rifts. I think there should be cool environments that we get to try out and experience. I feel like that worm is coming here. Someone's looted this. Oh wait, was that me? I think it probably was. I thought the worm would have swallowed it. I'm so used to coming across those at the end. You've got 25 mil for buying good stuff for the guild. Well, there you go, exactly. 25 mil is an insane amount. 15 million Solaris, never sold a rad suit. Well, Coastal Wind, how have you farmed 15 million Solaris? You've got another method that isn't the rad suit, but is something else then. A custom map of the large loot chest and spice. Oh, Sherpa, where have you shared that map? That sounds quite useful. I like useful things, as you know. It's not done yet, it's a work in progress. Can I see that when you're done with it? I'd like to make a base down there. Like, give us areas like this in the Deep Desert that have lots of rock on it. What's the worst case scenario? What, people are going to make bases on it, then they're going to be PvP raidable. Just make them in the PvP area. 16 million selling house plans. There you go. Base selling stuff does good. PvP farming, obviously. Lamau. I hold to the fact that they need to make that trading station, they need to make it accessible from the Haga Basin. You should be able to interact with it from your base and have to go and collect the resources from one of the trader areas, for example. Go and collect it from the quartermaster who's holding it for you. It would just make sense. At that point, you've encouraged a rotating player economy on the servers at all times. That is basically what you want to be doing. Make it cost something to keep it up. Give a tax rate to keep Solaris leaving the economy as well. You're done. It's a self-regulating, player-driven economy inside the game, and you're halfway there already. I should have a meeting with Funcom at some point. You should pay more tax to account for them shipping it to you as well. If you're going to order it from the Haga Basin, it should reward you to go to the social hubs to pay less tax on it. Make it so it's on like an 8% tax rate flat. You pay 12% if you access it from the Haga Basin rather than from the villages. That 4% is half of the commission, which is used by the Space Guild to transport it to nearer your location. Done. easy self-regulating economy. You're taking out around 10% average of interactions, and you can accurately gather data on where people are like using the social hubs versus the home. Because you would likely find that high value items are carried to the stations, the trading hubs, like blueprints, because you'll be paying less tax percentage because you don't want to pay a tax percentage on those items. You want to go pick those up and take them back yourself. Brain goes brr. As you can see, I am an economy person. I like economies. Big bitch. Hello. Why is that so dark? I'm just gonna land for a second so I can pet the cat and then sort out the balance on the camera. Hello, you're so beautiful. Oh, I'll be right back. He wants me to check his food bowl. 1 second, chat. Hello, I am back. Sorry about that. The kitten required feeding. Right, let's check on this camera because that's not looking right. This. Hello, 1 second. What time will the patch? What time will the patch be? Was it announced? We have not had a patch announcement yet. You will know when I know for that one. They will not tell me that time ahead of time. You'll get the patch notes when I do as well. Just move a couple of things in case B decides to join us. Right, there we go. Sorry. I was just guessing everything's settled for Bailey when he comes back. I think that might actually still be a little bit too high. Hang on a second. There's no perfect line in the middle there. I updated the camera's firmware last night, so it's kind of a little bit fucked up. I like the chroma key is also working on the leg of the chair. That's deeply funny too. That one, sorry. Updating camera software always makes things go weird. What time will the patch be? It will normally be in the morning. They normally do their patches first in the morning, so I imagine they'll announce the patch this afternoon, and it'll be tomorrow morning, or it'll be the following day. The drops start on the 14th as well, so they'll like have the patch done before then as well. Hope you're all doing well out there. It's lovely seeing you all here today. Camera software, exactly, yeah. So, the USB hubs, it did solve issues, yes. I was also reorganizing my USBs for thinking about what would have the greatest power draw, require the most like memory controller, has also helped. So I've done that too, and that's streamlined the rest of things. They just don't make it. They don't put enough like USB controllers in motherboards. They keep giving us more and more and more slots, but they don't add the controllers. I don't even know why. Running on fumes. Good that we always run with 3 large batteries on us then, isn't it? Although we could see how long that fumes lasts. How long do you reckon we can make running on fumes last for, chat? We've got enough batteries to make them run, but... fuel cells anyway. I mean, yeah, but exactly, the controller costs a few cents, like... How's Lord Bailey doing? He's doing very well, I think. He just came and demanded food. I'm not sure if he'll come just chill with us now, or he'll go and sleep outside. Given how nice it is, he'll likely choose the outside option, because he is an outside cat. Bitch. Even this heat, yeah. He'll find a nice shady area with the wind and he just goes to sleep out there. He's silly. He won't sleep in the direct sun, don't get me wrong. He'll sleep in an area where it's significantly cooler. But he loves it outside in this temperature. It's his favorite time of year. It works fine. Move that. I mean, Bailey's basically a Fremen, yeah. He's getting a cooling pad for the outside. There's a cooling pad at the back. He just doesn't use it. He doesn't care. Like, genuinely, like, we've done most of it. He just likes, he's just weird. He just likes being the way he is. Genuinely. He came to us at 13 and a half years old, like, or 13 years old, like, he was always going to be a weird cat. He just likes lying in the sun and then going to cool down, then rinse and repeat. Good morning, Captain Rogers. Welcome on in, buddy. Good to see you. I don't like the sound of USBs connecting and disconnecting while I'm streaming. Thank you. What? Why? Windows? What was that? You're just not going to tell me? Okay, fine. Bailey is solar powered, yeah. His orange cat brain runs on sunlight. It is indeed another beautiful day in the deep desert. You never finish. I mean, you don't need to scan every week. Ultimately, the only reason we scan is because it's free XP, and I like having all the areas lookable so I can help out if I need to. It's the disconnected and then reconnected device sounds. I'm like, okay, well, fine, I guess. Bailey's not had salmon for a little while, actually. Well, maybe we'd like to have a salmon day one day this week. Mazeroth, what's the blueprint rotation this week? I haven't actually looked yet. You can if you can you link the site in chat for people? Oh wait, you're not a. Hang on, if I permit you, can you link the site in chat for people? Oh, sorry, thank you for that. What have we got? Hummingbirds, rock, steady carrier boost. I mean, it's got the forge, which is, you know. What else have we got? Down ships, nothing special. The Regis triple shot isn't too bad in Delta 4. Jeez. Yeah, it's a bit of an anemic week. Golf 6, probably worth running. Yeah. Not a great week for the Deep Desert, to be honest. It's going to be a resource week, not a, anything else. Sushi every week is expensive, though. Like, let's be real. Like, that's not a good habit to have. You got lucky and got the Mark 6 las gun from the lab yesterday, though. Congratulations. That's the good thing to get the last one. How long does it take for flower to spawn after a storm? Flower spawn after a storm? I think flower sand spawns independently of the storms in fields. It regenerates. That's not going to be high enough, is it? I mean, yeah, but remember that I did die like 6 times for those 4 las guns, to be fair. And I did save 2 of them, so I could put them up on the market for sale. Now I know that some of you have like 15 million Solaris. I'll be, you know, I'll be expecting a decent payout. You want a lasgun blueprint? The lasgun's pretty damn good. Phantoms make Flower Sun disappear in Haga. They should respawn reasonably shortly afterwards. Shouldn't take too long. I've never had substantial downtime. Is there? Has your server got zero flower sand on it? So we've managed to get the entire deep desert scanned with that battery. Can we make it back to our base though with the minimal amount of fuel left? It's not that deep. Oh wow, we picked a great. I'm good at these spot picking, I have to say. That's pretty much as close as you can get to the middle of the map. The question above was for me. What question? Do you have buddies that play with you during Dune sessions? Yeah, we've got a few members of the community that play, like Sabu's here, Luther will play Demnar, but most of the time we play kind of semi-solo. It's an interesting gameplay, like loop style. What happened to the Thorengi? We rotate our ad screens here, so it changes over time. With this much fuel, can I make it 15 kilometers in the sky? That'd be a good question. Probably yes, because I can do this. Just sit and hover. Five minutes, it makes sense. Yeah, it's not significant. Oh, Tix, if you want spice residue, please, like, let us give you some. Like, genuinely, please. Yeah. What's going on in here? Do you know how much spice residue we got after harvesting 200,000 spice sand? Because I do. 20,000 spice residue. Like, look at that fuel percentage, chat. Are we going to make it? Who knows? Sherlock doesn't even say running on fumes. It pops up saying running on fumes. Been saying it for a while. And if I do this, I check how much fuel percentage we have. We could do a gamba. We could do fuel gamba. Do we want to do a fuel gamba? What percentage is remaining when we land? I'll make it 6k on fumes. Yeah, we'll do a fuel gamber at the end. We'll land, and then I'll, if we make it. No, because we know we'll make it. It's zero fuel usage, pretty much. It's like next to no fuel usage at what I'm doing right now. And look, height-wise, I'm still absolutely fine. I'm traveling about 50 meters for every meter lost of height, so we should not have an issue at all. It uses next to none. That's dead flat, just so you know. Like there's, I know you can go up to here. You can do things like this. We don't need to. I think the Mark 6, you can actually have a slight upward glide like this. Catch you later, Mazroth. Have a good sleep and a good eepers. Okay, let me do this. Make sure I'm checking the correct percentage and it didn't go down again, so I'm not going to get it wrong. Yep. Okay, we'll set up a gamba. Give me a second. Start prediction, new prediction. You're going to get 2 minutes for this. There's 3 options. 2 minutes up there. Whoop. And I will get in the vehicle. Get in the vehicle. You can see it in the bottom. I'm just going to check that didn't meaningfully affect the fuel. Good, it did not. Come back on camera. Few seconds left on the gamba. Find out how much fuel we've got left. Oh yeah, if you dolphin dive, you can get across the entire deep desert. I just find it incredibly cheesy. Okay, we've got the gamba. Let's go and have a look at what the gamba shows. So 10% of you think it's 1 to 2, 58% of the points on 3 to 4, and 5 to 6 has 12 users at 32%. 5% fuel, chat. 5%. Not a huge number of points in that, don't worry. Only 38,000 channel points, so less than our normal wing gambers. Still meaningful. G, the most watched person on the stream, but also the most bankrupt for being worst at the gambers, I'm guessing. Probably yes. Sounds about right. I bet you're also really confident every time you do the gamba, G, as well. That's the best bit. Like you're like, this time will be the time, and then this time is not the time at all. This time will be the time, and no, it isn't. Yeah, G, never do staking in RuneScape. Or Alliance tournament betting in EVE, actually. If we ever go horse racing, I'm just ever gonna I'm always just gonna bet on the horse that you don't bet on. That's gonna be the trick, isn't it? I have infinite channel points, so I could really mess with one of those at some point. But I'm never going to, because that would ruin the fun for me. I wish that they would let you do like a closer management of the economy around your channel points. I'd like to be able to see how many channel points are out there, who's got most of them. I'd like it to be like almost like a wallet, so you can actually like account for it and do stuff with it, because I think it would be quite cool. I'd like to have like a leaderboard of who's got the most channel points, and it'd be a thing. But Twitch doesn't give me that level of granular control, sadly. It's over here. What's over here? Exactly, the Krona leaderboard. We can declare, like, you know, Grand High Magistrate being like the role that, you know, somebody in the Discord gets if they've got the most Krona. I'd love to just be able to make it something fun, like turn channel points, which are kind of a meme, into things. The generation, if Thor had that, I could do that 7 times, which is, I think, my favorite number now. Is there only one power cell spawn on our island? Yeah, that would make sense. Oh, actually, that's something else I need to do. Seven, indeed. Actually, gonna take some more of my water back. Shit. Yeah, see, that's the problem. That's actually not supporting it at all. This will be good. Yeah, we can do this. We'll be fine. Nice. Why are you not letting me... What's my object? Is my ornithopter in the way of that? No. Shouldn't be. Oh, I need to remove the floor above it. Oh, shit. Ah, yeah, perfect. Thank you. Just because I can make that a central pillar that's covered on all sides. So I can make it safe, basically, from the storms at all times by having that one, like, enclosed. Because the storms, every time a sandstorm comes past, it will destroy some of the integrity on these. So as long as we've got multiple layers of these, the outer edge is, you know, protected, then the ones on the inside, the ones on the outside will break, sure, but the ones on the inside won't. So we'll actually be, we'll be sorted. Oh, okay. Hi, worm. I don't know if that made sense to anyone else, but it made sense in my head, and that's what matters. Is there a music chat slide option within Twitch? If you could turn it from... We can turn that down by a couple of decibels, but no, there isn't, unfortunately. Twitch, I really wish Twitch would allow for a granular level of control like that over audio, because that would be really neat for a number of reasons. But sadly, no, that's not a thing. What do you mean insufficient stability? Okay. I mean, just go and get some more plastone from, Okay, we might have a problem here, because I think that might be... That might be the, area under which the thief is. Good afternoon, gamer. How are you doing, Mr. Avaricious? Have you been napping all day? If you have, I was the greatest of respect to you, because, you know, who wouldn't? I have a bad feeling. Oh no, I made this not shitly. Okay. We're a little bit low on plastone, but the base is looking a little better for it, so hey. Exclamation point song request. There's the song request. You're fine, Dark Matter, don't worry. Ask questions as needed. Let's have a look at this. Empty. Nice. Okay, we can take some stuff back with us from our loot as we've looted our way across the deep desert this morning. Drop some more power cells off. Should have done that a second ago. Do that. You can go back. All this can go back. So we'll leave some of this here. Anything here used for building? No. Probably done with more advanced machinery, but hey. Oh, we might get to do another wing gamba later as well. You're expecting your deep desert base to be unpowered. Is there a reason for the expedition and foundation? So Ulysses, during these storms that come over, the base shield deactivates and the storm does damage to the structure. If the foundations are destroyed, everything on top of it is automatically destroyed as well. And it starts from the outside in. So the outside foundations will all degrade in those sandstorms over time. It just depends on how many sandstorms we get. Can you go to the menu of Dune and respawn with no penalty? You still have a penalty, yes. You still, like, lose integrity of your stuff. Yeah. I think you keep your stuff with a respawn. I've not had to use respawn very often, I'll be honest with you. Thinking about it, I've used it maybe once. I think respawn is just a death on the spot. Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. I think it is a death on the spot, as it were. I think with no penalty would be very, very broken. Is the problem? Because you just use it to teleport home, wouldn't you? You'd put a respawn beacon down wherever you want to go, and you'd use it to fast travel. Also, yeah, don't worry about the questions. You're fine. Rebuilding it, I was just basically giving it some additional support. If you stop playing for a month, so do you lose your base and all your stuff? Yeah, if you check out of the game and you don't take steps to protect your base, yes. If you don't fuel up your base, yeah, But if you don't, but if you, for example, stripped your base down and took, so what I'll do today is I'm going to show you, in fact, once we get back to the Targa Basin, I'll show you what I would recommend to do with some of your resources if you're going to be heading back, like heading off for a while from the game. Depends on the power source. Yep. We need some more plastone, Sabu, yeah. Probably about 1,000 more plastone, if you can do that. That'd be great. I did lose some when I dismantled the base last week, so it does make sense that I was a bit short. Thanks, bud. On our servers, we don't have to pay taxes, Bucephalus. On the pirate servers, I've disabled taxes because I believe that maintaining power is enough. We shouldn't also have to maintain taxes. That's a nice base. I like that, Sabu. Looks good. Yes, the pirates. I know it's unlikely, but a British person decided not to tax the people. I was shocked too. But I decided, you know what? Everyone's had enough. Dark Matter Zero, if you do want to move across to our server, we do give people a hand. We offer people basically like kind of a care package. Sabu's been leading with that. But you know, I can give you things like I can give you like an ornithopter so you can start off and you can catch up more quickly. We can give you a set of kind of like tier 4 kind of aluminium or duralumin tier gear if you need it, basically to get you started if you do want to move across. Like, we do offer that. So I'll be honest, we do offer that as a thing if you want to move across the servers, because I know that some people have had a shit time on the public servers, but we've given a couple of people hope for the game in the future, basically. So, you know, the community pulls together. Like, a lot of people step forward and help people out when they come and move across, and I'm really pleased to see it, because, you know, some people have had a really horrible time and would have quit the game without that support. Yeah, if you DM Sabu Maru there from our Discord server, Sabu will help you out. I will welcome new, active, reasonable players as long as you agree to the server rules. Absolutely fine. Do I ban griefers coming with Mark 6 rockets on poor solo farmers? Okay, that's a loaded question. Do I support Mark 6, like, scouts with Mark 6? If somebody wants to use a scout ornithopter with Mark 6 rockets, that is their choice. If you are in the PvP area of the game, that is your choice as well. If they choose to come in and shoot you on a spice field, they very well may do that. That's why you have to be keeping an eye out while you're harvesting spice. That is not griefing. That is use of intended gameplay mechanics in PvP. On our servers, typically, the PvEers team up and absolutely fuck up that player. I think that happened last week, and that person managed to do one pass before they were completely and utterly destroyed. I'm fairly sure they lost their ornithopter and died several times out in the deep desert. So on our server, like that's not griefing. That behavior isn't griefing. That's PvP. Griefing would be using your ornithopters to force a carrier to the ground, or to force a carrier from being unable to move, because that is a known exploit, and which is being fixed, and people know it. That is griefing because you're using an exploit to gain an advantage. Difference. Proportionate responses. That's what we believe in here. You'll likely find that you'd probably become a person of interest on the server then quite quickly. Gonna grab a drink. Good morning, Flats. How are you doing? You ask a very good question there, JFK, and I will answer it after the ads because I think that people should hear the whole answer. That's all right with you. Good morning, Zultralord. How are you doing? Good to see you, bud. Have you had some water today? / yesterday? No, soda. I mean, soda has water in it, but you should just have actual water, Ultralord. Come on, you know it. How are you going to be here and around to troll us for years if you don't look after yourself, bud? That's the point. It's your obligation to keep yourself healthy so that you can troll people. That's how life works, chat. I wish that the game gave us NPC ornithopters so that we could do better aerial combat and people could learn dogfighting. Because I think it's a part of the game that's probably missed by a lot of people. I think they miss out on that. Somebody asked a question about, we were talking before about what is and isn't griefing, what is and isn't sportsmanlike in a game. JFK asked a very interesting question of what about killing someone as soon as they spawn on their ornithopter? So when they respawn, when you've been killed, your ornithopter is a location on which you can respawn. it is possible to spawn kill somebody as soon as they respawn, or very quickly as they respawn in their Thopter. At this point, you have to recognize there is a line between an exploit, which is utilizing a game mechanic in a way to gain an advantage, like not often utilizing a bug, and game design, which is poor, but ultimately not an exploit. The fact that game design allows for a player to be killed as they respawn isn't great, but it isn't necessarily an exploit. It's shitty behavior. It is a real dick move, and I would really advise people to not do that, because ultimately you're not going to have good, meaningful PvP if you're just spawn killing. That's just shitty behavior. And you do it over and over and over again. That's when it can become griefing. Just different from exploiting, chat. Very different. Spawn killing someone once or twice, shitty thing to do. But there's going to be a line once you go beyond the third time, because at that point, you're not allowing them to have counterplay. You're just doing it to be a dick. The intent matters. You may spawn kill someone as part of a wider conflict. If you end up in a 4v4, you may kill someone as they spawn because you're still in combat with their friends, for example. So there may be a tactical reason to doing it once or twice. That's part of the expected gameplay design. I cannot tell you that that's not something that's... I can't tell you that's griefing by itself. But if you are doing it when there's no need to do that for basically a gameplay reason, you're doing it just to be a dick because you can, that is shitty. Don't do that. I would probably, while I wouldn't sanction you, like I wouldn't wipe your progress or ban you from the server, I would probably have a conversation with you about what is sportsmanlike conduct and what a good game actually should be. Because I don't really believe that kind of behavior is justified to try and farm someone for the lols. Like, that's just shitty. Some other people just want to play the game, and if the only spawn they have is their Ornithopter, you just don't keep farming them on it. That's just ridiculous behavior. You'll just make people quit. We need the game to be healthy. Well, exactly. If you've won the combat, take the win. Like, oh shit, that's the wrong damn UI. Yeah, take the win, like, but be an adult about it and just be like, okay, I won. You don't need to kill them to take the win. May I add, like, if for you winning that PvP engagement is driving them off, then it should be driving them off when you win. Like, you don't need to be a dick about it. I feel like I might have just dismantled something I didn't want to. Yes, I did. Shit. Yeah, PvP isn't, completely wiping the enemy team. PvP is winning the engagement. Like, often it is better to let the enemy clear the field to come back and fight another day, because that's how you keep your content coming back. That's what I think people have lost. I think that idea that, oh wait, there's an area of winning which is between wiping them out so they can never come back and making sure that players want to come back to keep PvPing in future. Downing someone's carrier by forcing it down with scout ornithopters swarming it just because you can, like, no, take the fact they've dropped the sand crawler, you've won, just move on. I like that there's a Mark IV Brad suit in there for some reason. Yeah, there's nuance to the situation. That's why I won't make a rule about spawn killing, because I believe there is nuance to the situation which cannot be covered by a wide-arching rule. I ask that people be reasonable and think about what it is that they're doing when they're engaging with each other in the deep desert. That's ultimately what I'm asking for. Hello, Corgi. Hope you're doing well. Leave this for Luther and for others. I'll be really nice as well. And actually, like, if I load these as perfectly enough. And there's enough for one spare as well if I do it this way. Okay, you go 80 in there. 81, which is the amount that you actually need. And one spare. That is everything you need to scan the deep desert. With one spare, if you fuck it up. You got caught 2v1 the PvP area, no grounds for complaint, took the risk and you lost, moved on from it. Well, exactly. That is also the recognition. The Omen Papa, the only thing I disagree with is the fact that in the deep desert, sometimes those spawns are going to be so far away from anything that your Ornithopter, the thing that you would spawn at, is the only way you have of getting around. And without it, you can't really leave the deep desert. So because of the reliance that you have on that Ornithopter, there actually isn't really an alternative to spawning at it or on it. Most of the different Haga Basin, for example, I would completely agree with you, but the deep desert, you require an Ornithopter to get around. And so not spawning at the Ornithopter isn't actually a solution for a lot of people. Because you're thinking about the knock-on effect of that. Otherwise, I would agree with you. Spawn killing at the Ornithopter, when that's the only way you have of getting around the deep desert, is difficult. If you're going without a safe-based respawn point, that shows they're gambling. Well, that's why I think that the Echo Zone expansion to the PvE area makes that far too easy. It's I don't believe that spawn killing over and over again is a sensible thing to do. That's my point. I wouldn't necessarily, like I said, I wouldn't action someone for it, but I would give them a talking to about just be aware of what players will, like, how that basically changes the culture of the game and the deep desert for everyone if you do that. There has to be a balance and a line, and you have to accept that there's a level of etiquette which might go beyond what is... It's not the most cutthroat you could be. That's the point. That's why it's etiquette. And if you choose to go against it, ultimately you can, but be aware that people will most likely be against you from a position of, well, they follow the etiquette, you know, that's generally what they want to do. Because look at the overall chat response about spawn killing. Like, that's what people, if you are, you know, people, if you become known as being a spawn killer, while it's not necessarily inherently breaking the rules, that will be the overall view of what it is that you're doing. Jaina, yeah, that might be it. But if you're a solo and that's your only Ornithopter, you know, you're new to the game, for example, that can be a lot to ask a new player to do. A new player might quit rather than lose that Ornithopter, because ultimately the Ornithopter is the lifeblood for a lot of new players. And if they are new, like they might be new onto our server or new into the game as a whole, that's not a good feeling. The game doesn't teach you about the counterplay to this. So I think the risk there is that the game needs to be doing a better job of informing the player base about those risks and about ways to counter those risks as they enter the deep desert. Because those of us who have got 2 months of deep desert experience are great, but like, when you went out of the deep desert, how many Ornithopters did you actually have? Did you actually have 2 Ornithopters when you went out of the deep desert? All of you? Every single one of you? And in what week did you get to the deep desert? Week 1? Week 2? Week 3? Three on week 3. See, most people went in with 1 on week 1 to get ahead. You just made your first Mark IV scout out? Fully believe it. 1 week 3, exactly. I will be real. Like, I understand the whole viewpoint of, yeah, if you got the deep desert, you got one PP, but people are excited to experience the end game. I think there needs to be a meaningful introduction for players. Taron, I've set you free. For some reason, you were sanctioned by Twitch. But your comments will now show up. Yeah, Eve introduced players to PvP and loss in a way where they could lose something valuable and recover from it meaningfully. Dune does not do that, and I think the problem you have is that Dune, as a franchise, is very popular. It is open to the casual gamer. The casual gamer is interested in the game because of the Dune franchise. Not all of those players will have survival game experience and understand the level of loss and how PvP works in these games. For the casual player that they marketed it to and that they ultimately wanted to sell to, there needs to be more of a hand-holding into PvP, because not everyone is used to the Eve way of dropping you into stuff and you having to be used to it. And even Eve gives you an introduction to it. It's a get good angle, but we should be compassionate to players who, you know, what about if you've got a disability, for example? How does that work? How are you gonna, you know, getting good with this, like giving people more of an ability to, have you really not noticed me? Giving people the ability to learn how to PvP would have meant that there wasn't so much of a shock when you got to the deep desert and all of a sudden these behaviors were the norm that some people have never experienced before.
Who's that? Who's that? I see someone.
The Corpse Snatcher returns. PvP was mentioned, but PvP was stated as optional. He doesn't play is very unforgiving, yes. Yeah, completely agree. Okay, exactly. That is a learning experience, yeah. Yeah, that's you've learned from that by doing, you know, what you did, and you won't do it again, or you'll keep more of an eye out, and you've changed. Angry worm. And you change your behavior as a result of it. That's what the game should allow you to do, yes. The game doesn't let you really, unless you've played a lot of this, like, you don't know all of your options for running away from PvP and how they work against other players when it gets there. Like, the ability to escape from PvP is actually incredibly easy. The ability for an enemy to actually pin you in place is very low, and as long as you can remain suitably evasive, you can do pretty well to avoid any PvP. A number of you saw the other day, I was trapped in the lab, in a closed room of a lab with two people who were trying to PvP us. And they couldn't catch and kill me, and it's just because the build I had was built around just being a slippery motherfucker. You have to cultivate that new player experience. Yeah, exactly. I believe, Salvatore, that after the second one, bad things start happening. So once you've missed 2 payments, you're very much at risk. I think on the third one, you just die. Like, I think the base just disappears. Yes, Ballprint, I would like to have 10,000 spice melange, thank you. Have you never wanted to have enough spice melange that you could hand it all in one go and complete that Landsrad center? Because the center of the Landsrad is always is 6 spice sand per hand in of spice melange. Have you never wanted to just complete the whole thing in one go? Oh, wouldn't that feel good? Wait, I want to land that on top. Hang on, what am I doing? Yeah, the PvP zone bouncing was a silly bit of griefing. The 30 seconds is odd, but hey, we may do. We may do. Hello. You just phase through the floor to survive. Do you know what? I respect the hustle. I respect that. If you could phase through the floor to escape someone stabbing you in the liver, you would. Good morning, Lilmus Cthulhu. How are you doing today? It's lovely seeing you as always. Our guild resents the Russians as they're holding resources captive. Yeah, that's the nature of the public servers, I'm afraid, at the moment. And I wish there was something we could do about it here. But all we are doing is our best to cultivate an experience that does not end up like that. Ultimately, that's my main goal. I do not want us to end up anything like what is going on the public servers. And if I have to take serious action against players griefing and exploiting and being shitty to each other to do that, I will do. And if I had to publicly name and shame people or groups that are doing it, I will. I have never publicly named a guild for their activities, but if I had to, I 100% will. What's the news on drops? You're completely fine, Dr. Disco. The news on drops is that they will be going live on the 14th, probably around this time of day, and there'll be a publication coming out from Funcom today or tomorrow about it. I think they're focusing on the patch notes first, so I would probably expect to have the drops news coming out tomorrow. Oh, that sounds quite exciting. Everyone loves good cake. Yep, I will be here on Thursday when the drops are live, and I will be grabbing them myself by watching my own stream with the sound on, which is a very strange experience. That's what you have to do as the streamer to do it, or watch someone else's stream, which I could also do. It's just odd that the streamer doesn't automatically get the drops for broadcasting their game, but fine, thanks Twitch. In fact, when I'm at TwitchCon San Diego, that's gonna be the next thing I suggest to them, being like, why on drops campaigns do streamers not count as watching the game when they're playing the game? Exactly, I had to mute. I'll just put it on and have a muted browser or something to do it. It's just a ridiculous setup. Why on earth would you not set it up so that the streamer who is broadcasting, they know that you are broadcasting because it's your channel that's live? It's like everyone's getting it for watching your channel. Why Twitch does the streamer have to watch a different stream for it? It's so weird. Juju Perfectly Imperfect, welcome on in. Good morning to you. Doing good, thank you, In Blanky. How are you, buddy? Yeah, that one doesn't affect you guys as viewers, but as a streamer, it's just the weirdest thing, and it's always confused me as every time we've dealt with it with a Thor, I've dealt with it for other streamers. Yeah, but Balthazar, it doesn't end up happening. It's just silly. Yeah, it needs to not be. It needs to not go into like an idle tab, for example. Yeah, there's a whole kind of system behind it. Such an odd system, Twitch. That said, I am quite grateful for the drops setup on Twitch. It's a very cool tool, and it's nice to be able to get things inside games. Yeah, we have new drops incoming on the 14th in Blanky. I have to do a... Oh. Beautiful. Yeah, that was the very last bit of the water, and it had been in the sun, so it was awfully warm. The things I do for hydration, chat. During the break, I will likely go and grab some more water. Oh, well, thank you, Alpha. It's very kind of you to say, buddy. Just happy you guys are all here and enjoying it, ultimately. I mean, yeah, it's always a bit of a weird experience when you encounter things like that. We're very nearly full here. I think we've got space for probably a couple more. Yeah, 3 more. Okay, what do we want to do next? Don't need that, thank you. Ah, yes, I'll do this. No hydration capture in that. Yeah, the problem, you do find that there are some problems with the drops, particularly on large volume streams, like on Battlefield. You would have seen some problems, yeah. Oh shit! Leave one thing behind. Right. So if you're quitting the game or you're going to take a break from the game, you want to be maintaining your base every week anyway. So you'll have to be constantly doing things like checking your Thief console to see how much power there is. You can get this up to have quite a lot of like long-term power. So if I refuel our generators, we've currently got 6 days worth of power. So at some point I'll top that up so we're about 21 days. But what you probably want to do is just at all times, and I'm going to do this now, to be honest, I'm not sure why I haven't done it before. So I'm going to take my assault ornithopter. Yeah, I know you can fuel up to 30 days with the best power sources. Yeah. Right, I'm taking my assault ornithopter full of goodies. So I've got some melange and some plastinium. I'm carrying some money and basically a full set of gear at my kind of at the highest level that I'm currently at. So it's all just like kind of normal bog standard tier 6. So it's good stuff. It's, it was a top tier of things, but it's not, legendary loot. It's not a full set of purples. It's not like I'm keeping it's not like I'm trying to keep, several ancient ways built. I just want to keep a small, basically a kit that if I came back to the game where I'd lost everything, I'd still have in the bank enough that I could basically get started again. That's going to include a cut array at the level that I'm at, so I can go out and get more of anything. I can start making stuff just from that cut array, and I can basically do things from that. Who's your lol? The drops will resume on the 14th, so in 2 days' time. Likely at this time of day. Probably in about 18 minutes' time in 2 days. Is there a specific place where you should go to advertise for a guild to join? Blake Joe, if you use !Dune Discord, our Dune... Yep, in our Dune Discord server is a channel for guilds that are advertising people. You basically got a number of posts in there. Like my eye. A number of posts in there which allow you to kind of look at the guild, see what they are, have a little chat with the owners if you want to, and communicate in there. Exclamation point Dune Discord, all one word. I mean, Black Crab, if you want to know about drops, that's the definition of a drop, right? I've definitely got like a flyer or a cat hair or something in one of my eyes. I'll just remove my eye. Give it a clean. Bit better. Yep. I know. It's such a naughty joke. Like, it just feels so wrong to do, but it's so funny. So this is the guild bank. It's not actually a bank for your guild.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw?
You did indeed fall for it. That's vehicle. It's the vehicle repair. Oh, I forgot my compactor, damn it. What else would I need? There you go. Look, I'm basically putting a full kit of gear in, so if I got back in, I could fully replace everything I need to start up again, start functioning. I should put another compactor. Oh, there's somebody in chat, you can't see it, but there's somebody here who appears to be banned somewhere else. Are you banned in Ferrets or on Pirates channel? Or Annie's channel? Or Baru's channel? From where are you banned, mortal? No, I'm kidding. Have a look. Oh, you're banned in the Ferret channel. Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Dodge. It's not you. No, you would know if it was you because it tells you that you can't post because you're in conflict with with this channel's moderation settings. You can't leave well, you could probably leave a disassembled ornithopter, but if I leave this vehicle backup tool, this is linked to my whichever one you've got stored. So as long as when I logged off, I had my ornithopter stored, this will allow me to restore my ornithopter. And that's why I always make sure that my ornithopter is stored before I log off.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit?
There you go. I've got a full set of armor that would allow me to survive in the deep desert, but also do some fighting. Cut array, battery, shield, 2 suspensor belts. So this is basically everything I'm going to need. Ammo, guns, weapons, rad suit. Construction tool, I can make that myself. Doesn't really need to be in there. It's just in there for the completeness. I won't really need a liter John and water in this, I don't think. Like, water can be gathered pretty easily, fairly early on. Yeah, I need a compactor. The quickest way to get water early on. You can make a blood refiner with The wire has to be in there because I never if I've logged off the game and lost everything, I don't know what integrity my wings, for example, will have had. There needs to be wire in there so that whenever I pull that out of the tool, it can be fully repaired. So I'm basically I had to choose between a blood harvester and a blood bag, or I had to choose between a water scythe or a reaper and a liter jon. You can be Cephalus, but if I'm extracting this and having to immediately leave somewhere, I might not have enough integrity to do that. Like I'm talking about. I also don't need to have this construction tool in there. You don't really need to have large vehicle fuel cells, but I'm just talking about what would make this easier as a kit to immediately go and to refill what I normally run with. You might not stock this the same way I do. I'm trying to think about what I want to store for those last two.
Welcome. Would you like... How much Solaris would you like?
So the risk there is that blood can be gathered at any time of day, right? Whereas water, if I go in the game, it was the start of morning. Theoretically, I could be running out of water and dying over time pretty quickly. I think I will probably take a lower tier blood extractor and blood bags from what we've already got in the base with my Mark V compactor. I think is ultimately going to be the best way of doing it. Was it scout parts or assault parts sorted? A full Decaliter John does last a long time, yeah. I can use a full Decaliter John, but I could also use a full blood bag. I can drink the blood. I'm not going to keep bandages in there because I'm going to have my health regen. But having a Decaliter John means that I can start my base production up faster. I mean, speech, yeah, it depends on which servers you're starting on. Ultimately, if you're doing it on public servers, I wouldn't expect a fundamentally different experience between each server. I didn't also empty anything from this, did I? Can't carry that much through that. Wrong one. No, I won't keep any of that in there. I mean, speech depends on what kind of servers you're looking for. What's been your experience on servers so far? Wait, I did pick up my com. Oh, for fuck's sake, of course I did. And then. Yes, quite close. Yeah, that our deep deserts are indeed linked if you're on Calico Jack. Yes. You come back. There's so much random crap that we've saved up over time. It's actually remarkable, to be honest with you. The game started crashing and corrupting. That's not good, Giant Spain. I would advise doing either a full reinstall or just doing a verify integrity of the game cache. Depends on what you've already tried. I'm sure you've already tried to verify the integrity. Fujikawa, the one I just went past. The Glutton's Hook, that one. I don't believe there is any way to get another one, no. You might find that someone sells one on your server, or you can just ask someone for one. Like, if you're on our server, I can just give you one. Like, I don't use it. I'm not fussed. Give you whatever you need. Passives. What's in this Solido? Okay, so we're going to need to make a decaliter, John. Wait, where am I going? Going inside. Jeez, that's a... Replace my rad suit. Meant to live with me at 24/7. We need to make another full suspensor belt and replace that. I don't know why the tier 6 fabricator can't make tier 5 and below items. Like, it would just make sense, right? Nope. That one. I always carry a spare battery, shield, and dispenser belt. It's just too useful. Like it's saved me too many times for me to not do that, to be honest with you. I don't keep them high up in my inventory, but I do constantly keep a spare. Like, I always keep a spare, like, more than one welding torch, because you're always gonna need them. What do I normally carry? Three yield, 3 yield. Just the area coverage is huge on this one. Jeez. I'd like to point out the fact that, like, we've discussed this, chat. Getting a 2 liter volume of liter John like this, getting 3 liters of water inside of it breaks physics. This breaks physics. This is functionally impossible. How's Thor's holiday? It's going well. I think you should expect some news towards the end of the week. It's okay. What do you measure volume in, Rootgorth? Just to confirm, when you say it's volume, not liters, what do you measure volume in? Isn't liters a measure of volume? Decibels, nice. Okay. Pounds per square mile. Okay, thank you, chap. Yeah, I'm glad we're all doing well here. It's carbonated, so it's lighter. Okay, that makes sense. Well, see, at least on this one, you've got 10 liters fitting into 15 volume. Like, at least that makes sense. This is wild. Drop that off. We'll leave that behind. Okay, game. Hyper compressed water. Yeah, it'll fire out like a cannon. I can wipe out the Sardaukar just by opening a can of drink at them. I'm not going to taking a responsive play now. I've got my still suit. I've got my rad suit. I need another deciliter, John. That's what I actually need. I need to get a battery. That's what I need. I'm missing a battery. Do that while I remember. I like doing a little bit on my days off because half of my work is checking in socially with people anyway. Not so socially, but like checking in as a community on people anyway. So like, it's just a bit different, you know. It's not like that. Yeah, this is my VTuber model, correct? Yeah. See. Dark Matter, you can do it without a shield. Go on, I believe in you. Fight your way through until you find a shield that drops. That's the trick. Rouge Trader is on stale. That's interesting. On stale? On sale. Apparently my brain's on stale. Actually, Schlurpy, that's my God-given right to disassociate. I'll have you know. Bam ba down. Bam 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 ba down. Bam 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 ba down. Yeah, the paranoid shield is pretty good. Yeah. Are we ever getting an unfair difficulty road trader stream? Unlikely unfair. That's just not fun. Like, genuinely, I like, sometimes I like the challenge, right? Sometimes I do like the challenge of playing a game on hard difficulty, but ultimately I find that I will get bored faster than I will complete some of the harder difficulties of games, because I don't find just losing over and over again that fun. But a road trader stream, definitely doable. I mean, I've played XCOM. Everything in there is unfair, no matter what difficulty you're playing on. You can have a 99% chance to hit. Nah, that's it. Nah, stop. Just walk away. 100% chance to hit, it might even still fail. It's 99.8. That's the fun bit. When a 95% chance makes you feel like you're failing, you feel that genuine worry. Fine, but like unfair difficulty, most games, in order to give unfair difficulty, make the enemies cheat. That's not fun. Like Total War Warhammer, when the enemies start getting cheaty, it just stops being fun.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw?
Instruction tool I got. Yeah, that's everything I need. That is basically there. A full kit that I can start with, and I can actually put resources in here. But I can only do that from my personal inventory, apparently. Which is going to be a bitch to do. That's my backup, yeah, exactly. So if I lose everything, I can come back to the game at any point, not have a problem. As long as they can pull that file. If that file is gone, we've got bigger problems on the servers I'm running than my stuff. Exactly, Toad's fault. Or like the fact that they can run, you know, full 20 stack armies without any upkeep, and it's just a bit like, okay, but come on, I'm playing by these constraints. It's not fun unless you do too. Valor Carnage, the drops will resume on the 14th of August. I can't do a 3-2-1 backup style in this, no. Well, technically, yes. Yeah, you're alright, bud. No worries. Hopefully see you for those drops if that's what you're looking for. If not, enjoy sticking around and have some fun hanging out. Very welcome. I guess, yeah, within a base, there's a bunch of things. New drops are coming on the 14th. There'll be a publication out from Funcom today or tomorrow about it. Speech. You're very welcome. Have a look at what we've got. Dune Spice Wars is on sale. That is a very good game. I enjoyed that RTS. Yeah, Dune Spice Wars was good fun. On handling backups in this. Oh, spice. Yeah, I just wanted the vehicle storage tool because ultimately I will always be leaving my my small ornithopter. How do I maintain my technical legacy? But I just keep. I have my PC. I have an old PC with stuff on it from when that PC was running, and I have external storage backups, and I have some cloud backups. Like I just have it. Any good blueprints this week? I'll be honest with you. This week is the worst week in rotation for blueprints. Last week had some much better ones. This week, nothing particularly fun. The X-Core, I guess, are okay. The wings for the Thopter are more common. Yeah, maybe the Hummingbird wings Mark 6 are worth it, but most people have those by now. They're not particularly rare. There's nothing I think that's that special this week. Last week had the las gun and like the good still suit and all kinds of stuff. Like last week was much better. No, I don't do automatic backups. Like the cloud ones are automatic, but I don't automate all of my physical ones because that seems like a fucking pain. You're still rocking your Mark IV Thopter? Jeez. Maybe that should be your next project, Kawaikos. Work on your new Thopter. L Switchblade, we don't know. The patch is coming today. There'll be a publication out from Funcom about it, but it's actually more likely to be tomorrow, I think, at this point. I think they'll probably announce the patch's time this afternoon or this evening, and it'll hit us tomorrow morning. I think it's more likely. Oh, shit. Not what I wanted to do. Is there a cave somewhere here? Not a problem, L Switchblade. Glad to be able to answer your question, but thank you very much for the bits. You are awesome. Ah. A cave. I brought you a gift. Plastinium does for everyone this week. PvE area plast. Is this the apocalypse? Where? Baron Thorconan is here. Hide. Have a snack. Unscrungle your spines, chat. Time. While you flee from Baron Thorconan, make sure you unscrungle your spine. Welcome back from the ads, chat. You've survived. You survived Baron Conan. Did you unscrungle your spines? Did you consider the meaning of grass? Did you think about the large orb in the sky that keeps us warm? That's what I'm trying out. Oh, excuse me. That's what I'm trying out, Scribblies. Scribblies. I'm trying out using the Hydra Mark 6 with the 3. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I feel short of things. You pondered upon the giant fire orb. Congratulations, Mad Chromatic Golem. Proud of you. Happy in pondering of the great orb. That sounds pretty warm, Mindus. Yeah. Maybe the giant orb is upset with you for some reason. Nice one, Karen. Your 7-day rain in the area is 5 to 7. That's a lot of. We could do with some of that rain. Could you send it towards the UK for once? That would actually be really helpful. We could use that. No worm. Going in for round 2. Like a golf. Wait, no. This probably isn't great. Any wormy bros? But where are we? We're in Hotel 1, so we need to be looking that arc. Someone is likely harvesting somewhere else. We don't appear to have a wandering worm. Which is quite nice. We'll harvest the full wreck. We love spice, chat. What's the weirdest? I don't know. I can't remember. Asking me to internalize a compliment I've heard? I don't know. Yeah, that's what, when someone says get wrecked, that's what they mean. I mean, you managed to loot a whole fallen ship like that. Yeah, exactly. That's spiced. Wait, how spiced is this area? Spice there? Do we see the hints of spice inside the ring mouth? We do. There's an active ring mouth in Indigo 1 if anyone wants it. There's 2 medium blows here and a full ring mouth. Like, apparently the one band is the place to be. We're only at the start of US time zone as well. Somebody could bring a carrier out. If anyone's ready to, feel free to bring a carrier out and start harvesting. For me, I'm going to have all of this. I know that the ornithopter is full of a bunch of random shit, but hey, we are where we are. Shit. Get the weightless things out. That can be dropped. That'll help. Is that breaching for me? I don't think it is. But we're gonna lift anyway. I think, yeah, it's having a snack. Snack wreck. Yep, exactly. And it's turned off elsewhere. Nice. You still haven't seen an ornithopter being eaten by a worm? Oh, it happens. I just rather it wouldn't happen to us, to be honest with you, chat. I don't plan on fixing that. No, I've done quite well throughout. That's not hidden treasure. That's me dropping my stuff that I don't want. That's my rubbish. I'm littering. That's what that is. It's not secret loot. Littering. I know that littering seems exciting to chat, but actually littering is bad. I'm leaving that there as a snack for the worm when they inevitably come and eat this later. Every time I drop salvage metal like that, I say to myself, like, internally, that I'm leaving it for Demnar. Demnar hates it when I do that around the base, and I do it all the time. This is one that you could get with a sand crawler by landing a carrier here and just like driving across it. But parts of it might even be partially safe. Where did the worm go? Is he being clever? No, he went under the island. Over there. Seen sand deforming along the top. Oh, the worms are smarter than they were before, I'll give you that. Like, they have made the worms smarter. They'll do things like wait for you now in Haga Basin. Like, they'll go dormant. You need to keep track of, like, whether it's left or not. Don't trust the worms. They've gotten sneaky. Give spice. Thank you. I didn't intentionally draw a cock and balls, no. I drew the least efficient shape and just did a cut line down the middle. A big fuck you to the worm, indeed. I could have done that better spaced out. Bitch ass worm. See, I mean, going from Indigo 1 all the way back to our base is still 13 kilometers, so it's still a substantial travel distance, even with the PvP changes, but like, if we'd had to do what we did before, our base would have been 20 kilometers away. That would have made that far more risky for me to travel. I'll be honest with you. Most things that listen to this will be reduced to dust, yeah. They probably slowly sink or be buried. Or they'd be degraded by the sandstorm if they were caught in the sandstorm. Spice and some loot. Oh, we probably could. Oh, damn it. We could have stuck around for longer. Did they up the spawn rate? Yeah, they increased the number of medium spice blows, and we seem to be at the active time of day for spice. Another one there. Unstoppable theoretically, yes, but those drops combine in an area, so it would have to be a very concerted effort, and by the time I reckon you got enough that the server would start to struggle, the server would likely recover, like, because things would start to be deleted. So I think that's probably self-managing at this point. 1 second. Right, let's see if we can make this one work. This is going to be a bit of a shitty one to do, I think. We can park this here. Oh, shit. I'm going to be honest with you, this is why I like the Atreides Thopter. It has the wide, fat tail that makes this easier. We're going back for more. Oh god. That's a steeper wreck than I expected. That's an awful wreck. Acute Sasquatch, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. It's great to see you. Getting us one step closer on the PP program. I appreciate all of you. Oh, we've definitely got the hummingbird wings, don't worry. We've got a bunch of those. I know what B is doing. Probably hunting birds. He's not visible. I don't know how I missed. Maybe the first week they were on. Creeps of Bloom as well. Thank you very much for your Prime sub. You're awesome. I'm glad you like being here. If you says watch, I'm really pleased. Very gratifying to hear. Bede only likes drinking water from rain, dew on grass, puddles or ponds. He is a boy cat. Oh, lukewarm. Jeez. I mean, yeah, that would happen. You have to be careful. Hello, Luther. Oh, you're about to... Okay. Oh, hello. Sabumaru. You added lights, thank you. You were about to get a sneak peek of the base I made, which is actually, like, not totally shit. I thought you would see it. I wasn't sure if you'd see it until you came on later. Sabby, did you bring some more plastone for us? Oh, wait. Why did you do... Oh, okay, I was... Okay, fine. Oh, thank you. You also fuel the generators. Sweet. Cheers. More box outside it's the buggy. Oh, nice. Cheers. Okay, in that case, I will go and do a little bit of building on the outside. Just finish up those last few bits before Luther judges me too harshly. Wait, what? Oh. Next time actually finished the work for me.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Let me finish the job. Nice. Did you? Hang on. Oh yeah, you did, yeah. Filled in the gap I left as well. Oh, now I'm stuck. Thank you, game. Oh, Protodoc, I'm sorry to hear that, bud. That's not a good one. To be honest, that was a very good grab. Didn't really intend to do that, but hey. Nice, well in that case, I don't have to do any more of that then. Cheers, Sabu, saving me a job. In that case, I'll do what I'm good at and go out and get more spice. I love spice. And no, the change hasn't come into effect yet. I'm looking forward to it though. Oh, sandstorm in 5 minutes. That's what we can do. Well, the iron batteries and small boxes should be enough for the week, I think. I feel like it's going to be an excessive amount, and I'm going to look into it. It's going to feel like a war crime, Sabu. Is that what am I somewhere on the right track? Look, I'm sorry that this is just bad timing, yeah. Have you committed a war crime of logistics? I'm fine with it if you have. I just need to. I'm just guessing. Wire, yes. Batteries, no. Okay, good. Fine. Wire is easy to make an excessive amount of because it just comes from salvage metal. It's so pointless in a way. It's only really an ammunition slot. Like, that's all it is. It just eats an ammunition slot. Not heavy. It doesn't... I don't know. I still think we should have one class of welding tool and and you have to use the material to repair it. Like, you have to use plastinium welding wire to repair a tier 6. I think that would feel more sensible if you wanted to have that system in place. Tell me where the sandstorm is? God damn it. Wait, actually, the deep desert chat might best tell me. Nope. No one said where the storm is. Yeah, Root Goth, I know. Yeah. I think that would be a more meaningful system. Yeah, but then so you've got the welding. Like, it would have been more. I think it would have been more sensible to make this tool like this, have infinite durability, construction tool, or make it a repair tool, and to do all of your repairs using the welding wire. Like, get rid of this entirely, make it functionality of the construction tool, and use the ammunition wire for the stuff that you're using. I think would have been sensible. Well, that could also have been a functional idea. This way worked, but it just kind of still feels a bit weird to be using a duralumin tool. This is from duralumin, and salvage metal for the welding wire to repair plastinium. Like, what? Coming from Northwest? Thanks, Sabu. Exactly, yeah. I think you could have streamlined that system a little bit. You know? Whoop.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Welcome back from the ads chat. We have just bypassed the storm. We'll do a we'll reapproach our ornithopter and we'll do a scan while we do see excuse me. See what we can find across the sand. Nihilus, welcome back. Good to see you, bud. How was your vacation? And as for when will Thor be back, I would say likely later this week, but keep an eye on his Discord because you will know when, well, you possibly won't know when I know, but Thor will ping when he's ready to tell people. I love spice. Lots of parties, lots of fighting, lots of fun. I'm glad, although maybe lots of fighting. Remind me where you were again, Nihilus? Lots of fighting is not always something I can condone. I'm going to need some context. In Blanky, you know what? I don't know how you knew, but I can't confirm anything at this point. But watch the space, okay? Where did Thor go? Thor was on vacation. He's been away. Been taking some time off. How often do I run into blueprints doing this? So rarely that I can't even remember the last time it happened. I'll be honest with you. There was another one around here somewhere. Oh my god. Okay, well I can't get all of those. Wait, some of those are going to be... Yeah, look, they're below the map. I feel like if Thor and Ludwig were to get married, QT would be both the best efficient flower girl and probably, you know, speech giver there, because I'm going to be honest with you, the effort that she goes through to sort the streamer awards every year is insane. I don't think I had an idea of how much there was to do until I was speaking to a couple of guys at the streamer awards last year. And like, she does so much work for that. Like, props to her. Like, it's an awful lot of like community overseeing, organization, huge amount of PR work and working with the venues and stuff. Like, yeah, geez, it's... I bless her, it's a huge amount of work to do. And it's great fun. It was a really good venue. 10-6, so it's a 24/7 Renaissance fair for 2 weeks that you camp at. That sounds cool. There's real steel reenactments. That's neat. What? Okay, that's just a lot of loot. I'm not going to be able to eat all of this loot. Why? I feel like Nihilus is going to steal me at some point. Stop firing, thank you. Where are you going? Should I be eating loot? Yeah, I should always be eating. I love eating loot. It's delicious. Delectable. Num 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 num. Wait, is Luther, is this your base? If this is Luther's base, I'm going to be pissed. Oh, okay, no. I saw this, yeah, I flew over and I was like, that does look cool from the outside. I can do this and just do a quick, 2 carriers, nice, yeah, very nice base. Num 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 num. If Luther had somehow snuck onto the server and made that base, I would have been very impressed and slightly horrified. I wouldn't have been too surprised. Like, I'd believe it. Don't get me wrong, but like, I'd still be horrified. Oh yeah, enjoy picking up some neighbors, JFK. It's a very important job. Make sure they feel very welcome. The neighbors have left lots of loot out on their lawn, so we've got to help them clean up. I've just looted that one. Ooh. Nice, in our front garden. This is definitely ours. Dude's pissed. Someone's grumpy. Any update? No, I've had no updates on server transfers, etc. And the patch is not live. The patch will be coming out later this week. Likely, I think the patch will likely be tomorrow. I would expect the announcement to be any time now, but Luther, inside the walls is more than it. I think it's like 4x4 of foundations, at least. Hello, blinded owl. How are you doing? Wait, this isn't mine. Is this mine? No. There's my big fat bitch. There it is. I mean, I'm gonna go harvest some spice with the ornithopter. If anyone wants to join, they're more than welcome to, but like, I know where there's a buttload of spice. Do you ever think we will get the point of separate PvP and PvE servers? You bet out of the loop. I think that will probably murder the game even more. I don't think you want separate PvE and PvP servers, no. I think what you want is separate PvE and PvP deep deserts. Within the lore, the Emperor can dictate whether the War of Assassins is in place upon Arrakis, and areas within Arrakis are declared part of Canley. It would not be against the lore, L-O-R-E of the game, for the Emperor to say that this area of the Deep Desert is so rich in spice it is vital to spice production across the universe, and therefore the PvP is disrupting that. So to declare this canon, to make this entire area that we have PvE, then give us a tier 7 of the PvE content. So plus any next tier, give us the next tier up from that. At the same time, create an entirely new PvP area, which is like the Deep Desert, doesn't have spice but has far more resources of every other kind. At that point, you make it so there is the same tier 7 gear as exists for PvE, exactly the same in PvP, farmed with some materials unique to the PvP area. Make it so that they're exactly the same in terms of benefits against PvE enemies, harvesting, etc., but make it so the PvP armor gives you a bonus against PvP, like against players. If you want to PvP more, you'll want to get the better armor for the PvP area. It's that simple. That gives a PvP area you can choose to go to. Once you're there, you are there at risk. I would say no base building inside that area that is safe. No safe bases in there. Anything in there should be raidable. There should be regular sandstorms. It should be difficult to traverse. There should be a large rift-like area to encourage ground-based traversal. That, I think, would be a better step than doing just a PvE server or a PvP server. That PvP stuff should be, you know, it should be a good place to get all, like, it should be far richer in plastinium, etc. I think you say you don't have to create new materials yet, Glorious Bat. The reason I would say to do that is because the people who have already created a bottleneck on the public servers, who have all the top tier gear, etc., need to have something to step up to, so that actually, like, people who are on tier 5 can actually go straight for tier 7. And it gives everyone something new to go for. It disrupts the existing power base. All the people who have, you know, ancient ways, etc., there are now better weapons to replace them. That's why I suggest a tier 7 rather than the tier 6s, the 6 tiers we currently have. Yeah. This all came to me in a dream, chat, see? Nuanced take. Irene, that's what I mean. The armor wouldn't reduce that. If you had PvP armor, you would do more damage against players in the when you're PvPing. So the only reason you have to use that armor is to do the PvP content, which everyone has to choose to go into because it's a separate area. And that if you just want to do PvE, you don't have to do that to engage in all of the tier 7 PvE. The PvP area to be instanced. No, I imagine that nothing PvP is instanced inside this game. So I don't think that I would expect that to start. Why? But do you think it should be speech? The Bailey buggy boot, which is just a buggy boot, which is just extra for corpses. It allows you to, like, rapidly gather and deploy corpses. I would 100% be down for Funcom to do the Bailey buggy boot. This is all good stuff, but not ideal. To be honest, I just made out like a bandit on that one. As someone that is pretty much an endgame, what is your current enjoyment of the game? In Blanky, if I wasn't enjoying it, I would be playing RimWorld. I'm going to be honest with you, I had a lot of fun playing RimWorld, but I'm still enjoying playing Dune. I'm going to be clear to you guys in chat, I'm never going to play a game that I don't find fun, and if I stop finding a game fun, even midway through playing it, you will likely find that we will consider switching off, because I don't believe that I will give you guys a good viewing experience, or that I will have a fun time streaming if I'm forcing myself to play a game that I won't enjoy. I will not take a sponsorship for a game that I won't enjoy, and if I don't enjoy it, I would very clearly tell them that I don't enjoy it and why. Because again, I believe that's how the games, like how we improve in the games industry. That's just basically where we're at with this. So, if I wasn't enjoying Dune, I wouldn't be here, is the answer. I'm gonna harvest this one. So yes, I'm definitely still finding the game fun. I'm finding gathering resources, just chilling with friends, you know, gathering some of the stuff up. I'm still finding accumulating the stuff fun. Engaging the lands rad is good fun. The level of risk involved when we go out and do some of these things in the game is still enjoyable for me. I understand that for other people, you know, this might have been up, but I'm very used to full sandbox games, chat. So I, you know, my background of things like Eve, you know, I played a lot of DayZ, I played a lot of kind of Ark and stuff where you have to make the fun for yourself sometimes. The game doesn't keep feeding you things to do. Eve is the main example of it more than anything. Like, you have to constantly go out and battle the game sometimes to find fun. The new worm update, Foldrons, the worm update is not in yet, so that hasn't gone live. It'll be going live likely tomorrow at this point. Well, almost certainly tomorrow. If not tomorrow at this point, it might even be the day after, on the 14th. We've got drops coming the 14th, so I think actually they might line them up together to be neat. But like, I'm still finding all of the gameplay loops I'm engaging in fun. I don't like the lands rad that much. I'm going to be real to you. I don't think that's endgame content. That is not fun for endgame. It's not well designed if it is meant to be the endgame. And it needs work. Like, the fact that I can't see each week at a glance, like, which swatches I've got. So if I go into the lands rad when it's all unlocked, all of these will be clear, and I could see, you know, each of these have their swatches as the top one. I can't tell at a glance, or even without having a real hard look through the UIs, which ones I have and haven't got. Which means that it's not about completionism, it's just designed to chuck away resources each week. It's not a fully fleshed out system, the lands rad, and therefore the lands rad by itself is not T10. How do you go from Mark 2 bite to Mark 4 Orny, given that you have 2 to 3 hours of gameplay per week? Focus on getting your cut array up more than anything. You can operate at some inefficiency on your benches as long as you can still make the items. And focus on getting a higher level cut array so that you can then get steel. Once you've got steel, you can then get up to aluminium, get an ornithopter. Ornithopter, you basically get the aluminium by climbing the tall stacks in the area between Vermilius Gap and Arga Rift. I can't remember its name. It's one of the Jabal Ifrits out. It might be Algarb. How you liking the heat in the UK at the moment? It's okay because I have an air conditioning unit. Courtesy of one of my old jobs. I know. What? Lands Ride is completely doable solo. I just don't think it's fun and engaging gameplay for an end game of, you know, a game like this. That's not, because if you're engaging in just like, you don't want to go to the deep desert at all, which is an option for the game. You know, they say you don't have to go to the deep desert. That leaves you in the Haga Basin engaging in Tier 5 PvE, so not end game PvE. There's no end game PvE in the Haga Basin. And the Lands Rad is the only content you have for end game at that point, just to be clear. That's not an end game play loop. So Deep Desert is forced to be the only end game, and the Deep Desert has a number of problems, as everyone is encountering, and it's causing issues where players who probably shouldn't have to go to the Deep Desert or wouldn't choose to go to the Deep Desert in terms of gameplay they enjoy, because there's nothing really else to the game, and the game doesn't really give you much on making that fun for yourself. I'm just a professional yapper, mate. That's what I do here now. I just yap all day. Well, exactly, yeah. Having to go to the Deep Desert to get the rest of the Tier 5 PvE stuff is strange. There's a lot of sand here, and I don't know where the worm is turned off. Oh, very nicely there. Cool. That's very kind of them. Are they people in chat, Luther? If they're in chat, give them a shout out. Like, tell us who they are, so that we can say thank you to them. Is it Sabu? Okay, fine. Good to know. Fine with that. Zap, oh, Psychro, yeah, Psychro's a chat member. I think Zapdaka might be as well, actually. I don't know. Psychro definitely is. Thank you very much, bud. Appreciate you for letting us see the base. T1, yeah, I agree with that. I think that being able to combine low pop servers is good. And I know they are working on server migration. That's likely part of that project and part of the reason why they're focusing on it. I would personally love to be able to move the Mushroom servers players across to be able to join us in our Deep Desert, so we can have all 25 servers for our community playing together. I think that would be ideal for me. But if everyone's able to transfer stuff across, we do have an issue, right? If you're able to transfer across your character and all of your progress, there are people who have exploited. Like, we know the exploits from the game. There will be people who have exploited who will try and move things across with their characters to our servers. So I need to think about how we do that. I would hope that there is a ability to apply for character transfers, so that, you know, there's a way for the server owner to be like, hang on, no, I don't want you transporting yourself onto my private server if it's, you know, just me playing, for example. There should be some control in place, right? One would hope. We might need to have an application process if it's widespread. If that makes sense to you guys. Mushroom servers, yeah, so we 15 of our servers are named after pirates from pirate times, and then 10 of our servers are named after types of mushroom, like puffball, lion's mane, oyster, that kind of thing. Well, exactly, Ventexmus. That's what I don't want. I don't want there to be anything like, you know, exploited goods flooding onto our servers, or, you know, a bunch of, like, people basically, like, joining the servers and leaving once they've looted stuff. I don't want that to be a thing. So it's about... Well, let's have a think. Ultimately, the community is the most important part. You know, the reason this server works and is still fun to play is because we have a good community. If I wasn't able to come out here every day and, like, you know, show off bits of the Deep Desert, have some fun with people, you know, engage in some PvP if we need to, but ultimately show the PvE end game, I might have stopped playing, because I might be like, well, okay, I've done everything I can in Harga Basin, and I don't have the wherewithal to PvP while doing chat. I don't know how some of these players, like kind of like Valorant stuff players all the time, and they're like locked in but also able to read chat and stuff. It's wild. Number of days need to pass before you can move servers. Maybe, Gallius. Yeah, it's difficult. The patch did get delayed, yeah, so we should find out about it today or latest tomorrow, I would say. There is indeed a Muad'Dib around. The rest of that's a bit of a rough sand one to do, but hey. Okay, chat, we've got to do something very important when we do this, okay? Tarkov, I don't understand how you can play Tarkov and, like, remain as situationally aware as they do and yet still be reviewing chat as much as someone like Pestily does. Like, although it has been a while since I watched Tarkov, to be fair. Yeah. It's not a game I could ever play on stream, I don't think. I'm not even sure about Battlefield 6. Like, I lock in quite a lot when I'm playing, like, especially first person. Okay, chat, this is only for those of you who are subbed or don't have any ads. You know what we do here? As we go through the spice blue, you take a big, deep breath in, you know, get a good old sniffer. You just go, you go. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. And now you can see all the timelines. No, that doesn't do anything to your characters. You remember, if you weren't subbed, you know, we had adverts, you wouldn't have seen that. Look at the blueprints and D4, PvE, Regis Triple. Yeah, I mean, D4 PvE for the Regis Triple shot is fine, but like, I've got the Dune Watcher, so I don't... The Regis Triple shot just isn't... It just doesn't compare, like... This is just great. Dune Watcher also poisons you. The enemy even, I believe. I'm fairly sure I've seen poison on an enemy after I've Dune Watched them in the head. How useful is the tool that drops in a what? Oh, the filter extractor. It's the blood extractor. It's not that good, ultimately. I'm glad that YouTube enjoyed the thumbnail. It is it's pretty epic. We do like melange. Melange. The wings, what wings? I'm not sure what you're talking about. We do something here called gambling, Macho, which is where in a minute we'll basically do a gambling on Twitch using the channel points for what integrity the people think the wings are at. But I'll check that now. Well, that's a good percentage to check, actually. Right, let's check this again. I'm going to give you guys a tight poll on this one. What's that? 96%. That's a high integrity. Okay. So you start a prediction. Okay, we've started the gambling. This is the color of the wings. You can see the wings here. Eric Steele, welcome on in. We are here to consume spice rapidly. We're currently gambling on what the integrity of these wings are. You're all in. Brave. Brave. Very brave. Sorry, those of you on YouTube who can't take part in the gambling. YouTube doesn't give me fun tools like that, sadly. Very, very little, Glorious. Not long enough in the minutes that we do this for. Look at them. They're glorious. They're just a bit skin-like. It's fine, right? We don't mind skin-like wings. Right, final stretch, you'll be able to see them, and then we'll be pulling the draw. We've had these wings that are far worse, chat. Don't you worry. Okay, let's do the gambling. Oh, we've got a really nice spread of bets here. We like this a lot. So let's look at this. 8% of you think it's 19 to 20, 21%, 21 to 22, 25%, 23, 24, 17%, 25, 26, 29%. This is so most of you actually think that's higher than you know, the higher end of the scale. No one thinks 29 to 30. Very interesting. Well, no, not no one, just very few of you. Can reveal. Oh, you think you've okay, you think you've gone too high? I think you were as well. 23. 200,000 channel points paid out. Congratulations. It's probably about a 4-to-1 payout for you. Good job on the gambling. I love money. Unfortunately, you can't actually do anything with the money. But hey. $112K winnings. That's a huge amount of winnings. Jeez. I've got a small amount of water left. At the next ad break, chat, someone needs to remind me to go and get another liquid, I think. You're at 200,000 already. Jesus. Either I stream too much or you guys watched. I don't know, actually, maybe just the economy doesn't make sense. Wait, no, stop. We're not going to let that get even lower. Not in the deep desert. Not during this time zone. A first repair on the wings. Oh, thanks, Silvus. Good job. Good job. Appreciate that. Gambling always pays except when it doesn't. I think that's probably, yeah, that's kind of the point of gambling, is the fact that it doesn't pay sometimes. Ad time? Oh, okay, okay, hang on. I've been demanded that I run an ad. Just finish this job. Where's the thruster? Let me repair the thruster. I don't know why, it just makes more sense in Scottish. There we go. This generator is well loved. Poor thing. This will likely be the last run. Okay, I'm going to run the ad. I will be right back, chat. Whoop. I've obtained fluids. An additional, I've only able to get 2 liters of fluids, though, you understand, chat, because I couldn't compress it enough to fit 3 liters in the 2 liter space. You know, we're now hydrated. I might see if we can find a way to show that that generator once it's been overused. No, I don't have a Hydra 6 Leech John IRL, unfortunately. If I did, I'd probably sell it to the government as, you know, a weapon, like a water cannon. Do this, make myself some more space. If you don't know the base run, we might need like 2 or 3 more big boxes so we can sort the stuff out and we can get random stuff away. I mean, Sabby, realistically, we should move all of the little stuff that's in there into an aluminium box and keep the spice, like have a big spice box and a big stravidium box kind of thing. Like, you know, I wish we had labeling for boxes, you know, they would just be so much nicer. I can't wait until we get labeling. An aluminium box, the small cube one. A couple of alu boxes, and we can then we should put down 2 more large ones. So you've got a spice, or basically just overflow. Whatever we're shipping, we can just use 3 large crates, and then a couple of small ones, because that's just like shitty loot from like just small scratch stuff that's all like quite lightweight from Rex and from cache finding. That's the one. I don't remember the name of what the activity is. It's finding out caches, isn't it? Oh, cheers, bud. Yeah, we definitely found things from the pyramids under a hedge in Lincolnshire. That's exactly what we did, Lucinda. Yeah, yeah. Confirm. Weird that how that happens, right? Yeah, cache converters. Fuck's sake. Cache in the Arrakis. Actually, that's a good one, yeah. Cache in the Attic is a very UK-specific one. But Cache in Arrakis is gonna be a pretty good one. I have that. Those are one of those programs where someone will be like, oh, I've got this, you know, this cheap bit of furniture that I've had sitting in the attic for 10 years that belonged to my grandfather. And then it'll turn out that actually, no, it wasn't, I don't know, but it belonged to Tutankhamun and was used to, you know, massage his feet or something. Has this been cycled since I was last past it? Yes, it has. No, you're meant to stop. God damn it. Oh dear. There is 100% a worm on their way. I did that so poorly. Yeah, fuck off, am I trying that side as well? Sorry, advertisers, I know I swear too much. Yeah, Arrakis Sancho. That's what I imagine Twitch are like. It's just stop fucking swearing. Ignore that. Hello, Nwaldi. How are you doing today, bud? Good to see you. Okay, game. Oh, so I'm at high altitude. I could give away some spice residue, yes. Next week it's such a newbie. Also another person like a fox. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. That's not ideal. Is this the same one that started like last week? The staff turnover is pretty rapid there, to be honest. Five in a month, gosh. Well, I'm sorry that you're having to train all these people, to be honest. Not easy for you, I know that. Whoop, 1 second. In office time, no work. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Bunny BFG. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. Okay, so we're having to return to base a little bit early, chat, because I definitely didn't have the issue of where I went to go and get a drink during the ad break. I definitely remembered to empty my ornithopter before we headed back out, and that's why it's for some reason full of stuff. I have no idea how that happened while, you know, so quickly, but hey, I definitely emptied it, right? Definitely. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the server rolled back, chat. Server rolled back. Yeah, it was all AI. I am glad you're doing really good. That's good to hear. Hmm.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm going to end up with a lot of those blueprints by the end of this week, aren't I? I can just tell. Like, we're already at 48. Look, we didn't have any of these yesterday. Jeez. Wouldn't mind Compact Smart 6 coming back in. That would be nice. How do you respond to allegations that you don't have a leg to stand on since we've never seen your legs on stream? I raise you that my legs have in fact been seen on stream. I've proven that I have legs. I can't show them right now for obvious reasons, such as privacy, and I don't want you to dox me with my legs. But, you know, my legs have been seen. Probably going into number 10 with no shield, a butter knife, and a pop gun. Essentially what I'm trying to... You got 2/3 of the way through, you must have burnt through 30 bandages, and doing so, you take the L and go get a Holtzman. I mean, good on you for trying. I'm sure you've learned some stuff about the game by doing that and by getting pushed back, ultimately. We could have a problem here, but hey, we're going to manage. Whether my legs work properly is a different matter, but I definitely have them. That's half the problem. The sciatic nerve would be... If I didn't require a sciatic nerve, life would probably be quite a lot easier for me. Nez, if you're looking for full leg pics, that's a different website. We can't do that on Twitch. Scandalous. You're right. It's live in painting. Dance. Oh my god.
Sector weather alert. A large
Oh
sandstorm
shit.
is
Okay. You can tell me where the sandstorm is yet, game? This is the part where it's just coming directly north to south, and I'm just going to get absolutely wrecked. I'm not far wrong. Jeez. I don't need that kind of conversation in chat, please, Balthasar. I can't. Just you have to save that for different websites. I mean, that's going to sweep most of the map. Like, fair. I'm going to go all the way around Hotel 5, maybe even Indigo 5 to get around it. Like, oh, in the line. Fuck's sake, Brattigard. That's a good joke. Oh shoot, Cronley fans is good job. Glorious Black. I'm not sure it's as useless as the appendix, because when I was in Ostal, they took my appendix out just because they could, and they didn't take my sciatic nerve out just because they could. So I think it's different. Oh, I've struck a nerve with Arthur. Rogoth, why did you search it? Why? Why have you done this? Okay, thanks for that news. I don't know if my life is remotely enriched with that news, but hey, thank you very much for providing it. The only feat here are the Bailey toe beans, correct. As it should be. All other feet are just live AI deepfakes. That's how this works. I would love a website called Only Beans, which is just just pictures of cats and like animals with cute toe beans. Yeah. I know it's surprising, but yeah, the game is still relevant. I don't know. So I don't even know how we got here, to be honest with you. Wait, that's no moon. I do remember the Meow Meow episode, to show single episodes, which basically like take like dystopian futures, play around with like alternate like ways of living, like what they play out as and how horrifying they can be. It's all like believable dystopia is how I would describe Black Mirror. And it does explore some heavy shit. There are news about new drops, Blood Artist. There will be new drops on the 14th. Funcom will be releasing an update on the drops tomorrow, or today or tomorrow. I think it'll likely be tomorrow now. Talk about what they are and how it's all going to work. But yes, there are new drops coming. I imagine so, yeah. It would make sense to line the two up. That's why I think we'll probably see the patch notes coming in the next hour or two, or we'll see them come tomorrow. Like, not the patch notes, sorry, the information about the patch come, like the patch timings. No sand crawlers here. If any carriers want to harvest this, feel free, but I'm going to start harvesting it with this. If you show up with a carrier, I will just move on, so you're fine. Bring out your carriers. I might actually do a flyby where I go wee, but hey, that is also a thing that I do. Be real. Nihilus, I think that's yeah, that's not something you're meant to be doing anymore, bud, unfortunately. Grand Theft Arrakis has probably got to cease now, Nihilus, unfortunately. I know. Sad, you're right. I think, to be honest, it's silly. I think, like, it should be part of the risk, but ultimately, because you can't, like, detach yourself from it, I guess it makes sense. That if they added a way that if you are the carried pilot, you can detach yourself, like by firing the explosive bolts or whatever, then I think that actually, like, that what they were doing before would be fairer. Like, I think being able to swoop down and take a carrier, as long as it could, like, at that point, the person's got to get out their vehicle, right? And they've got to try and defend themselves. Or they've got to choose to be waiting until the carrier drops them and, like, lets them go. And then they've got to fight their way out. That is a Mark 6 compactor, yes. Grand Theft Carrier, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Teach and desist, fuck's sake. That's a good one, Kara. Well done. We've had the ringmouth go chomp for us a couple of times. There's probably a clip on the channel from where it happened a couple of days ago. We saw, I think we saw 2 in one day, basically. I'd be interested in a game of The Expanse. I don't know how they would do it, but Expanse does hard science and space quite nicely, so I'd be interested. But I will always say, like, we don't always need to have games of good series. Like, just because it was a good series doesn't necessarily mean it will always be a good game. Alcat is making an Expanse game. I mean, Alcat will do a good job of it. If anyone's going to make a hard system game, Alcat should be the ones to do it. I'll be honest. It is possible to buy all the parts for a buggy, yes. I don't know how much it is, but it's probably... I would probably say something like 70,000 Solari, maybe, at a guess. Knowing that the Ornithopter is 120 to get. They, Alcat have made... I think Alcat are the ones who are behind, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous and stuff, aren't they? No, that's, no, I'm thinking of someone else. Yeah, Alcat's a Rogue Trader, yeah. I can't think of what else they made, though. There's something else they made that I'm trying to remember what it is. Did they make Pathfinder? Okay, so yeah, they made Road Trader and Pathfinder. That's why I'm thinking of it. I am a Pathfinder fan. I did enjoy Pathfinder. Found it a little bit easier than 3.5. And Pathfinder 2 I find very enjoyable. That's interesting, actually, yeah. Didn't know that. It's fascinating that it was planned to be an MMO first. I'd love to read about that at some point. Hello, Hans Bruns. How's it going? Welcome on in. I think the drops are available over on Twitch, Lynn. They'll be starting up on the 14th. YouTube doesn't do drops campaigns, although it definitely should do. It's a big draw for games. Although YouTube hasn't invested too much into their gaming, I think they like in YouTube gaming, it's not a huge area of focus for them as a platform right now. Not that I know why. Part of a sci-fi convention, man. Oh, cool. Those are the kind of things that like the cool information that you only get from somewhere like that. Yeah. You don't need to scan a hologram for every Coriolis, no. It's just a big moldy cucumber. That's all the worms are. Someone left a cucumber in the fridge for too long over Christmas, while the students all went home for break, and that's what it is. It's now wandering around the planet. It's gained sentience. Do a Cthulhu CRPG. It's quite a niche area of the CRPGs that exist that cover off the Cthulhu stuff, so there would be some cool Eldritch things in there. You'd like a new dev update from Funcom soon? I'm sure they will be. They're working on a bunch of stuff. I agree. I wish that the rescanning worked in a Haga Basin, yes. Even if it doesn't give you the XP, just so it would let you basically re-show up all of the points of interest, that would be better. Exactly, the cool face. Completely agree. Well, this year we have 15 private servers in a network on that we've got. So, Netrado, if you use exclamation point server, you'll get more information about private servers. But Netrado have kindly provided us with 15 servers tied together on our own private world, which is very, very kind of them. It's literally just exclamation point server. I said it. Both of you. Both of you. Oh my god. That's how Netrado's private servers. I think that should still take you to the link about private servers, isn't it? For Dune. Nope. Yeah, how's a world structured? It tells you how it all works. All in there. It's alright, guys. Don't worry. Half the time, mods don't know the correct commands either. I can say that as a moderator. Fine. Do you bother much with Landsrad? I occasionally dip into Landsrad depending on the ones that I want to do, but like it's not. I don't find it like a hugely compelling system. I'll be honest with you. It's interesting. It's a way to get some of the to target certain blueprints each week, but it's not. I wouldn't call it an end game. You know, like an end game loop that's particularly satisfying by itself. No. You're all right, Nellis. Don't worry. Yeah, I know you've been dealing with the wiki. Nellis, you're completely fine. Don't worry about it, bud. You're never required to be here. Unicorn retry, that's exactly it. Yeah, I don't like that that's 6 points per melange, given the cost of melange. Like, that should be balanced differently. Even then, what if 6, why not 7? Make it around 10,000 melange to complete it. 7 points per would just be easier. Can we help Nellis? Nellis has got it in order, and the wiki warriors will be sorting it. These things take time to fix. It's just an outage. One of those things. Nellis is on it. But you can blame it on Jake, yes. Yeah, 100%. We blame it all on Jake. Nellis, that's not an upload. That's not an upload speed. That's an upload slug. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's awful. Sunless Sea is actually very good. I played Sunless Sea quite a long time ago. I think when it was a browser game, actually. No, maybe it was a Steam game. Can't remember. Oh, pan me out. Oh, excuse me. I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope your headache abates somewhat. Sabu yearns for the mines, Vector Sync. Oh. That sounds awful, Balthazar. I don't. Can't imagine how slow that is. No changes have happened yet to Wind Assassin. I populated the pirate Neutrino servers. I don't have numbers, but like there's look at how populated the buildings are already, and we're not even 12 hours into this deep desert. Like it's not even. It's 8 a.m. Pacific time, so like the Americans are still waking up, and we're still already this built up in the deep desert. That's not including what's all over there. As you see, those buildings over there are loading in. Like most of these islands are taken, so our servers are pretty populated. Beach. Nice. Cool. But if you need help getting started, Speech, people will help you. People will help you get started. We do kind of care packages to help people get caught back up. So they'll get you, like I said, a kind of like tier 4 tools, you know, a Mark 4 ornithopter, that kind of thing. Normally, we can help you get started, bud. If you're looking to start again, wanting to join in with the kind of culture of the server, we're a pretty collaborative group. We recognize that we all want the game to be better. Good afternoon, Space Raccoon Romac. Fallen London, that makes more sense, yeah. You want to find a guild that aren't so intense? Yeah, go and look in the guild recruitment channels of our Dune Discord, which is !Dune Discord. And those guilds there will be recruiting. You are very welcome, bud. No worries. Harbor PLA, likely yes. Unfortunately, if your base has run out of power, for example, it's likely been damaged by the storm. If your taxes haven't been paid, it's likely that your base will have been sanctioned by the Sardaukar. Well, fine. I guess. Fuck you too. I don't even know anymore. Taxes on our servers have been turned off, but that user didn't say they were on our servers, so I can't guarantee that. That's why I answered the way I did. We're using sand crawlers, yeah, but right now I'm just doing it on foot. I'm just doing a bit of solo farming. Last week we used a sand crawler and harvested 200,000 spy sand in like an hour and a half. Like, I'm just doing this because I can. Yeah. Yeah. It took 3 to get it home. It took a lot longer to transport it than it did to actually accumulate it, which is deeply funny. At some point, Nihilus is going to try and kill me. I know that. Like... I mean, ultimately, if you're going to try and PvP with me, try and PvP with me at a point when it makes sense for you to do so. When you actually have an objective other than just, Hoda, I can kill Kronos. That would be good PvP. If it's just, oh, I could kill Kronos, that's not good PvP. That's just ganking. Like, there's just no point. This is my like whole point about the game is there's no reason to PvP. If you justified PvP me, fine. You come fight with a sword. I'll just try. I'll just try and rapier you. To be honest, the sword gets ruined by the rapier. You can, as long as it's justified PvP. So you have to face in a position where it just like if you drop a sand carrier, like for example on the area where we're at. We can repay your Melange loan if you want it, Nihilus. How much do you want back? I can't remember how much you gave us. I think those medium spice areas have been harvested. Oh no. Maybe. You can have it back if you want it. Just a rusty pirate. Nothing wrong with that. A few days to shake the gameplay rust off, you'll be right as rain. Didn't do a very good job at this, did I? Hello, Smallhead. We are doing good, thank you, bud. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Hello, Legendary Trell. Good morning to you. We are doing good, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Are the iodine pills worth it? I don't find they are. I mean, they're cheap to make, don't get me wrong, but agave's a pain to find, and it just seems to be a bit of a hassle. Like, I'm going to be real with you. If I was on Arrakis and I walked into one of those deep desert testing stations and saw all those hydroponics, like, I'm just going to take one of the grow lights and just go and grow my own agave in my base. Like, let's be real. Because it's an absolute pig to harvest out there in the Udam. The Mark V suit is enough to do everything you need to inside radiator zones anyway. Like, there's never been a time where I've been in the Mark V suit and I've been like, you know what? I couldn't just leave. I desperately wish I had the 6, or I desperately wish I had, the iodine pills as well. Like, you can just take your time and come back. The Mark 6 is a scam. The only reason that you would basically get it is if you've got an absolute dearth of resources and you don't really need to worry about it. Which, is a very rare occasion. The scout chopper and scan the area is a lot easier to do it that way, sure, but you still don't get a huge number of them. It's not a particularly worthy thing to do for the time investment that it takes to get them. It's in bloom. We're in Gulf 3, are we? I can't remember where we're at now. This is a cover of the, this has been shuffled in. That's funny, Nellis. No, this isn't the original. It's one of the chat submitted ones, actually. Likely because somebody saw that I had Quiet Drive in the playlist and was like, hey, I like Quiet Drive. Here's another Quiet Drive thing. Because Quiet Drive's Time After Time is one of my favorites. Like, it's probably my favorite version of the song. Yeah, exactly, the Sousa story. I've just seen that a couple of minutes ago. I do indeed have the Tabor soft step boots on. The worm threat minus 45%. Ow. Not really what I wanted to do, but hey. Apparently I'm fine just to go through my Ornithopter now. Most people build bases right below the PvP line. Hell yeah, they do. That's the only way you would build now. Like that's the whole thing. Where's that wormy boy? We won't worry about phasing through that. That's nothing for us to be concerned about, right? Hey, we just we won't even think about it. Indeed, no patch notes yet. Whoop. This was a good request. Command and Conquer lovers everywhere rocking out. Morbid Duck, thank you very much for the 1 month at tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. Welcome on in. Thank you for contributing to the Partner Plus program goal. We're getting ever closer to 300 points, which comes from people doing your individual tier 1, 2, or 3 subs. And at 300 out of 300 points, we will be confirmed for a 70-30 split at the end of the month, which is huge. We're at 200 and something on the final month. So we're one step closer, thanks to you, bud. I appreciate you. I couldn't do it without all of you. The support is immense, and I'm immeasurably grateful, honestly. I really like how, like, a variety of you guys have come from different places, and, like, some of you have come from, like, Annie's community, some of you have come from, like, Pete's community, and I'm just all, like, really grateful that you guys, you know, choose to keep coming back, ultimately. Hopefully we'll get there by the end of the month. It's, you know... I mean, Hell March is quite a tense song, I'll be honest. Nah, bun that. Not having you turn around and rear your ugly mug at me. Well, thank you very much, Small Mate. I mean, that's ultimately my goal. Patch in 17 hours, announcement on the Dune official Discord. There you go. I did think we'd be getting it around 4 PM or so. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been today. Right, we're time to rat some more of this spice. Full rat gameplay. So little spice left on this side of the field, I'm actually going to move. The expected downtime is 90 minutes. I'll have a look in a second. Once we're back at base, I'll look at the timings and I'll do a ping out to the community and stuff. Calm down, Ornithopter. You are one strange, weird dog, honestly. The weirdest dog breed I've ever owned. Did you miss the news? I can redo the news. Which news would you like, Grim? The drops news? We can do that. Tomorrow's weather? Okay, no, the drops news is that there will be another drops campaign coming on the 14th, so on Thursday that will be starting. Oni is this? Napalm Sideburns? Okay. Ooh. Go check out the Dune Discord server. Go and look at the Dune Awakening server community announcements. Oh. Wait, no. Service alerts? Ah, here we go. Okay, so it looks like it's 9 o'clock my time tomorrow. So yes, 16 hours and 45 minutes time. Expected downtime is 90 minutes with a client download. So the stream may start late tomorrow. Trying to write a ping at the same time. Okay, game. The Flopatron, yeah, Flopatron is great for everything. It's such a unique sound. It's so cool. One second, let me just do the final step in this. Why do I not have that saved? I am an idiot. favorite you. We want tomorrow. I'm just having to make this really clear for people because we've had some issues with restarts before. Right, just ping it out to the server. Done. There we go. I've pinged out to the Dune Discord server. Oh geez, we're not doing badly, are we? Eh. I'll just have to go and get some more to fill it up then, won't I? Oh, damn it. Do I know where Xantara is? I've looked everywhere. Go into Harko village. Walk through the village until you see the bank. To the left of the bank, down an alleyway, is a vehicle vendor. Go right to that vehicle vendor behind the bank, and you will find Xantara tucked away in a shitty little alleyway behind there. So we start adding to it for now. Add now while we can, I guess. We'll ship later. I would show you, but I'm midway through Deep Desert operations, but he is basically next to the Swordmaster guy, yes. He's next to the Swordmaster trainer. That's the one. I knew there was a trainer back there, I just couldn't remember which one it was. Thank you for that, Gaikotsu. Good memory. It isn't the Swordmaster guy, but he is next to the Swordmaster guy. He's in the alleyway by the Swordmaster guy, between the vehicle vendor, sells the buggies, and the Swordmaster guy. Golf 5. Not Golf 5, sorry. Delta 5 or Charlie 5, I think. Dune drops are on Thursday, Gaikotsu. Yes, Thursday, likely around 2 p.m. my time. So about 4 or 5 hours into stream when they'll go live. So we'll be here. You'll be able to get your drops live the day of release. Fresh drops, the freshest assed, finest drops in the entire land. want to do a shout out to Sylvan1974 subscribing for 3 months at tier 1. You are awesome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for putting up with me for 3 whole months, eh? Couldn't do it without you, and I appreciate you greatly, bud. Thank you for being here. Sorry, I missed that a minute ago. I must have been mid-spice maxing. Or was I typing the, I might have been typing the ping. I did see it, Gaikotsu. I will likely, if I go live tomorrow morning, I may do that for the first hour or so of stream before the patch, because ultimately there's going to be an hour of downtime, but I don't want to start my stream that late. So I will likely start with like a couple of hours of Bitcraft with drops. We don't have information on what the Dune drops will be yet. They're going to be pinging that information out today or tomorrow. Oh, they pinged them. Have they confirmed what it is? I don't know if they've confirmed what's being released. Nope. Beta cubes, the new pets. I believe so, yes. Oh, 1, 2.5, 6, and 10 hours watch. You might have to do a bit more Bitcraft. We'll review the patch notes while in the Bitcraft category. That will take a good while. How about that? Because the patch notes are a good read-through. Get those up. That's fun for this. And then people can get cute pets for Bitcraft. Go play that. Tier 3 and a tier 10 cube. I don't know what the tiers do. I don't actually know much about beta cubes. I've not encountered one yet. I just know that I have Dreg, the owl. They glow. Okay, we like glowing. Glowing normally means that it's delicious. In nature, that's what it means. They float behind you glowing. Okay. Every person got one at random. Okay. I don't know if I've seen one. I don't know who harvested this, but this was weird.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
8 minutes. It's spawning on the far side, heading this way. Oh, you're such a bitch. Who are the precarious ones first? I need to log into Bitcraft. I need to do that some, but I also didn't get my house sorted. I had to speak to Dax. The problem with Bitcraft is, like, it's so chill that I very nearly, like, could fall asleep very easily. Maybe if I'm doing, like, a Warhammer... I should do a Warhammer painting stream at some point. I don't know. If people would be interested in me doing a Warhammer painting stream, I could do Bitcraft on the side during that. To get set up for that. Oh, shit. Oh, now you have collision.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
That's as close. It's as close. It's as close. I don't like this. Couple of bugs taking place there to really make that one a bit of a spicy experience. Fine. So spicy, we forgot to empty our inventory. I almost became spice seeds, indeed.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah. Elendor, the patch is coming tomorrow, bud. We will find out tomorrow how the patch is, because it's coming out for everyone tomorrow. Are you guys praising the maker in my chat again? If so, good job. Well done. It was going to be today. It was delayed. Likely a few last minute things they wanted to
A large sandstorm
squeeze in.
is approaching.
One. The vehicles which spawn randomly, I mean, if a whole vehicle spawns, then it'll be like a scrap one, so they should be intact, probably missing a couple of pieces, yes. The ones you get out here, you'll only ever find individual pieces out in the deep desert. I don't know if I'll be able to get a full... I'll be able to get a full through this.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm racing the sandstorm. I have a weird feeling that I'm about to be like slapped by my ornithopter as it slides down the hill.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
From Echo 4, thank you for that. It's getting ridiculous.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
From Echo 4. Should have. Nice. Oh, this is the base style that somebody made that base in the other day.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Happy birthday! We don't need doors. Why need he so long to come if you farm there? Sorry, I don't understand what you mean, bud. These are the Mark 6. I'm not even sure I'm carrying anything that isn't Mark 6 now. Hello? Hi. Why is the camera not playing ball, B? What's going on?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Bro, let me fix this 1 second. That was very odd. That's fine. That's responding fine, isn't it? I don't know why it was doing such a weird FPS on the screen. Look at that. Look at this. There's a strange snake on the floor. It's a small sandworm. Exactly. Just a little guy hallude. Yeah. Oh, we can do... Okay, I can do this. Hang on. We've got... Here we go. The true streamer is here. Hello. Yeah? You rubbing your face on the desk? Hey. What if I move the cardboard? Is it... Are you sick of this cardboard? Is that what it is? Just turn it over? Hey. Meow. You're having a clean. Meow. What's up? Meow. Hi. Hi. Yeah. You're so cute. Are you asking for food? Is that what you want me to check? Hello. Yeah? Meow. No. Yep, hi. Hi. It's a little baby. You're a little baby, aren't you? Okay, he keeps on shouting at me and looking back at his food bowl, so we're going to go and check it. What's the betting that it's empty? I will be right back. Hello, we are back. Let me just fix the cameras because the cat god emperor is not the most conducive one to a live stream. Hello. That's gonna be annoying. Yeah, the Holtzman shield just decided to turn itself on. It was obviously not ideal. Try and get as many of these as I can. That's what the first ones. Did Bailey do the thing? Wait, what thing? His food bowl was actually empty. He'd actually eaten all of it. Oh, we've discovered something fun about Bailey, by the way. So some people suggested that he might like, because he's getting older, he might like a food bowl that's higher up. So we tried it out. And we've discovered that he likes the dry food bowl low down and the wet food bowl high up. Because of course. But yeah, he did eat all the food. It wasn't even that he'd left the wet food, like, he'd left it for too long and it wasn't good anymore. Like, nope. Sabu, why are you dead? I'm not gonna come all the way and fill up your food bowl, unfortunately, no. I'm just I can't be bothered, to be honest with you. Not feeling it. Sabu, you're having a rage moment. Wait, what happened, bud? PvP'd? Game crash while in a ring mouth. Oh no. Did you get eaten, Sabu? Did the grandfather worm actually come at that exact moment, or did it just a worm come through? All right, Sabu. What do we need to replace your stuff? Let's get it sorted. Oh look, here's one of those arsehole kids now. Good evening, James Brown. How are you doing, bud? The Deep Desert has indeed reset. It is Tuesday, and therefore it's the first day of the Deep Desert again. It crashed on the respawn screen again. That's a new bug. I've not heard that one. What time does the Deep Desert reset? About 12 hours ago? No, not even 12 hours ago. It still feels like a Monday so far this week. To be fair, I feel that. Yeah. I felt so tired this week. It's probably because of also I was doing it the weekend. Like, I felt absolutely exhausted at this point of the day, and it's only like 5 o'clock. It would have been 9 hours ago. I know, a new icon. You've graduated from dough to rolls. We could have regional variants, but that's going to get tiring. Isn't the bee not overheating? He's probably in an air-conditioned room, knowing him. We are rapidly approaching the site of Sabu's death. See what we can see. This is a very southern ring mouth, to be honest with you. I've been going way further away than this. Air conditioning is not a built-in thing to homes in the UK, no, but I do have an air conditioning unit because I'm also... Having been in That... I'm just gonna wait here in case Sabu needs a pickup, because this is a weird death marker. Standing by to pick you up. You're in ATAC B5. What? Oh, wait. Huh? That's incredibly strange. Sabu, what did you lose? Oh, it ate you. Okay. You got eaten. So you lost everything. Oh shit, bud. Okay, Sabu, have you got anything that you can't replace without help right now? Like anything that you're short of a blueprint of, anything like that? Looks like a bug got Sabu killed. Or a crash got Sabu killed anyway. One of the little worms got him. Okay, Sabu, yeah, no worries. Let me know if there's something that you need help with. You know, it's just no burden. I am just going to do a client restart. A number of people are reporting issues. I'm having issues warping into my ornithopter, so what I will do is I will fly a load of spice back to the Haga, basically the Haga Basin. In fact, I'm just going to go straight there with this load. And when I'm back in the Haga Basin, we'll do a full client restart, just because it's not feeling the most stable, and I don't have the confidence in the game to be flying around the deep desert right now. Your game just crashed. You haven't had this issue in weeks. Yeah, this is starting to feel a little bit iffy. You know, we've played with the Deep Desert Mistrust before, chat, but doesn't feel great. We might have to do some safe traversals for server boundary. Yeah, we're gonna do that as well. Oh, I can't. Your mate crashed crossing one of the server borders, and they logged to keep going. Super. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be doing safe crossings. Fuck's sake. I imagine they pushed out the patch to get like they pushed some of the maybe some of the patches onto the servers early, or some kind of work on the servers early before tomorrow's patch potentially. We know they can do server-sided hotfixes. So chat, what we have to do now is whenever we're going to be doing a server transfer, because it's unstable, we want to make sure that the angle of our ornithopter, if it glides, will disconnect. Like if we disconnect, it will disconnect into a very nearby dune. Because of this one, it would have landed here. If we stopped back there, we could have got out of here with Bindu Sprint and got it sorted. So we're once again back to the old days of safe transitioning across server boundaries to make sure we don't lose things. It's a while to be back here. We're going to re-equip Bindu Sprint in case we do have a crash. We need to cross the sand with it. We don't want to be wasting time. Second. The Glorious Splat, you say it doesn't happen anymore, but we've just seen people do it where they've drifted. People are reporting in chat that the Thopters are drifting. So for safety reasons, I'm not going to assume that that system is working anymore. Because if it is working and, you know, it works, then I don't lose anything. If it isn't working and it doesn't work, then I've prepped for it. I lose nothing by being careful on this one. Or rather, I have the minimal chance to lose something. I'd like to point out, Sabu, that now, according to the rules of our, our hardcore server, you now have to delete your character. No, I'm kidding. We're not doing that yet. Maybe one day when we do a hardcore roleplay server. If people actually want to do that when the game's more stable, there's more content to it, I will actually arrange a hardcore roleplay Dune server. Why not? If you get eaten by the worm, that's it. You wipe the character. That will be the rule. A spiritual death. Given the nature of the game, there's no way you could do, like, downing people. That's your basis, Spook. Nice. Yeah, so I wouldn't do, like, normal PvE deaths, pausing that kind of reset. There's too many bugs that can happen in a game like this for that to be worth doing. But, I'll be honest, doing it to the worm, I've not been eaten by the worm since launch, and we're 2 months in. So I think it's doable. I think it would be good drama, because a lot of people have been eaten by the worm. If you take it seriously, it's very avoidable. But in order to do this, I would also need to be able to play with some of the worm settings. Sabu, see, you need to provide your recordings of that death to see if it's to see if it counts. That's why you make it a rule that anyone who's doing it as a streamer has to be recording their progress at all times. They're to be showing it on air. So there's VODs to show that it was a bug. The only way we can be sure. 200% worm sneakiness. I'm sure that's a stat with a slider bar. Yeah. You just up the worm sneakiness bar. Perfect. I mean, Valencia, that would be very funny, wouldn't it? I would probably do a charity tie so that, like, if you're a streamer and you die to the worm, you can, like, buy back in on a new character for, like, $100 donation to charity, for example. Either an animal charity or potentially exoplanet research, because that seems like it would be kind of a cool thing to be donating to. Wait, what am I doing? I'm going down here. Thank you very much, Pan Miyagi. Yeah, Luther's still working on it. He's not happy with it yet, so I'm sure there'll be some changes to come. My brain is telling me to get something from one of these chests. Yes. I can't wait until we have the extract all button. That will be much easier than this damn spam fest. Oh yeah, I was going to restart the client, wasn't I? Thank you for reminding me, Spook. Good job. I went back into spice collection mode. I don't trust it, Root Goth. I can log out here perfectly safely and just do 30 seconds at the main menu. The update is not until tomorrow, indeed, Stacey. Yes. We'll also be getting news of the drops, though, which is exciting. Quickly log off. Relaunch the game. Well, the patch notes haven't been released yet, so we are going to have to wait for tomorrow. Yeah, the game's feeling a little bit smoother already. You're all right, Dave? Yeah. No, we haven't got patch notes yet. Are there cats in the game? Not that I've encountered yet, but they could just be sneaking around. You never know. We will likely go through the patch notes while the game is down, correct, yes. We'll play some Bitcraft, read the patch notes, and do that kind of stuff. I might go live early, depends what time I wake up. Well, Zaf's playing another obscure MMO, I'm guessing. Zaphiroth Special These obscure MMOs. That's what happens. I mean, some of the longest running MMOs must be getting like 20 years plus now. Like, we're talking a long time. Oh, look. Friend. Oh, hi, Puss. I'm not trying to scare you. I just think it's fun to scare you a little bit. Denim. Denim. Wingtip touch. Nice. That's how you know we're bros. Like a fist bump. Mark 6 wings go brr. Just the wings. Baron Thorconan is here. I must hide from the spice. Stretch yourselves, chat. Hydrate. Go and find an animal to pet. Go and find, I don't know, go and find some grass to pet. Pet your own head in the mirror. Do something. The Hungry Man, not so much anymore, no. And they'll be even less so after the patch. Congratulations on your meeting with HR, Napalm Sideburns. Ooh, snack. Yeah, I didn't tell you to. I was just giving you, kind of the idea to, You probably should. It might be good for you, You might feel better for it. You are a big bitch. I wanted that. Such a hoe. Do I really have to scan you for you to appear on the map? You have to land in you, like in the ring mouth to get the damn POI. I've touched sand in the ring mouth. That must count. I did go and get water a while ago, Root Gorthius. Just small spice blow. It's hardly worth it, but fine. Do I think that removing rockets from the scout and adding some kind of floating mines, explosive shaft could resolve? I'd be fine if the scout had absolutely no offensive capability whatsoever, I'll be honest with you. I would be fine if the carrier had a ball turret. That would also work for me. Technology-wise, it would make sense. The scout with rockets doesn't feel nice. Maybe give it like a light machine gun or something that can do strafing runs. Basically harassing, a bit like a biplane had. Give it that kind of tech. Nothing that's too, you know, too monumental. Like, the scout shouldn't be an offensive force, realistically. I think like a, basically like a dart cannon of some kind, a fixed position dart cannon that's not movable. But the scout having rockets feels gross. The fact that the scout can be stored with rockets in its inventory, awful. Exactly, yeah. The Assault Thopter should be... And the Assault Thopter should be able to switch its seats out for a better loadout, ultimately. Like, why can the Assault Thopter not have, you know, a single... Like, in this, you could have a forward or backward facing turret. Just get rid of the seats in the middle, because this has 4 seats. So imagine 2 back seats, get rid of it, place a single gunner, and you could have a, like, basically a front or back faced gunner. Like, that would be cool. It would give you a reason to have 2 people in Auto, because the co-pilot currently can't do anything. Get rid of all the passengers, give me a co-gunner, and give them like a top turret. Then give the carrier, give it 2 turrets. Give it a top and bottom turret so we can do strafing runs. So give the assault basically a gunner and rockets. Give the carrier 2 ball turrets to defend itself from above and below, and give the scout a fixed position gun. And then, yeah, give me a B2 Spirit that drops caltrops into the sand. Let me drop fuel cells on my enemies like in Avatar when they drop those pallets full of explosives. Okay. I might need to go play War Thunder again at some point soon. The Atreides gas and Arrakeen have guns on them, not rockets, so it is there. See? It exists. We could have this. That's nearly harvested. Oh, is that for that? Yeah, that is true. That would be kind of weird. I don't know. I'm not very good at War Thunder. I don't have access to secure military documents that's part of the gameplay. Part of the core gameplay loop is, yeah, exactly, leaking classified military documents on the forums. Yeah. I haven't got the kind of access, Sephiroth, that you know, that it requires. Every leak gives you... Exactly, yeah. Every time you've got a confirmed leak, you do 5% more damage. I don't have that kind of pay-to-win capacity. Someone's made a real mess of this. Yeah, for every classification scale you breach, you actually get an additional like bonus percentage as well. Like if it's like top secret, you know. I thought I heard worm cracks. So chat, you have to make sure, so this is something that's very important, make sure you're always like 100 meters above the rim. If a worm comes from this side and tries to go down into here, it will do a weird kind of belly flop that will ultimately kill you if you're in midair. It'll do that big arch move that you've seen because it doesn't know how to get from one height of terrain to another. So you need to make sure that you fly upwards rapidly and you're above the highest point of the rim of the ring mouth at all times. Exactly, yeah, they basically breach like orcas do, like whales. You don't want to be caught in a worm doing that. Because that does just kill you. Aristotle, Thor's been on a vacation. He should be back at some point sooner. You know, watch this space. There'll be pings coming shortly. Yeah, exactly. You need to be high above the rim of the ring mouth. Like, anything around you, you should be the highest point and then some. Yeah, just Dave, I'm hoping that is the case, but you do never know. You have to be quite careful about trusting that at face value, because it might... You'd need to have extensive testing to know that's the confirmed behavior, because it might just not be that way, or it might have only happened that way once. You just never know. Yeah, the flying Haga worms were not ideal. That makes sense. Definitely, I like that. It's good fun. I mean, I'm just a Dave. The only thing I would say is, imagine how much of a funny troll it would be if you told everybody the worms worked a certain way. They were relying on that being the mythology. And then the patch comes out and loads of people die because actually you were memeing the entire time. I'm not saying they are, but like, I want to verify that information myself once the patch is out. Because the PTR isn't necessarily what they're releasing to the main server, like to the live server. It's not guaranteed. I know it's hopeful. I just want to wait and see. We'll see how it performs and plays out. Worm baiting is indeed an art. Worm science is mysterious and beautiful and magical. See, this worm will likely do a flop. If it tries to come down into the crater, if it comes straight down in... Okay, no, it's not. It's curving off correctly. Okay, fine. Why I do, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you for getting us one step closer to the PP program goal. Couldn't do it without all of you. Yeah, the belly flop is scary. It's to do with the change in terrain height. This guy, whoever else is over there, is doing kind of a very rapid escape. So they get in straight into their thopter, which means that the worm doesn't generally come straight back in. It will curve off and grab aggro elsewhere. So that does mean we do have a good chance of avoiding that behavior, which is nice. Nice to see people spicing responsibly. Metagord drops for the game are currently suspended. They will start up again on the 14th. Funcom will be releasing a publication about it today, or I think actually at this point, likely tomorrow, about drops. Can you tell me how you can pull NPCs to bases past the leash distance? I'm using compel, but they return. Stokey Pokey, I'm not going to tell you how to do that because that's an exploit you're using to destroy fiefs, which is being fixed in the patch. So unfortunately, I cannot condone that behavior. It's an exploit. They've confirmed it. It's a bug that isn't intended, and it's being used to gain an in-game advantage. That's an exploit, bud. It does, but that's what that is. If you don't do anything wrong with exploiting, that's you know, you... The statue, that's what I said, the shadow coming over me like that is somewhat concerning. I'll be honest, that was... It's in-game, what do you mean? It's in-game. See? The worm may do a flop. Well, that was nice and low. Alright, it's turned off, that's fine. I agree, don't get me wrong, I agree with you that bases have too long of a time. Don't get me wrong, I completely agree with you that the bases should be lootable, they should be degradable. However, using a system which is not intended to do that is unfortunately an exploit. Like, that is the definition of how that works. They've said that the NPCs killing the fiefs itself is the problem, not the leashing distance. Separate bug. If you're caught doing that on our servers, you will be removed. I'm sorry, I do make the rules. For this one, I do. Like, that's shitty behavior. There's been a ping about it. I've even pinged the community. I believe the spice explosions are the forming of a worm, or like the congregation of sand trout beneath the sands beach. I'm not entirely certain. Doki Pokey, that doesn't make it okay. That doesn't... actually, not everyone is at it. We've not seen it widespread across our servers. It's not about paying your taxes. At the end of the day, Stoky Pokey, you can make all of those, you know, kind of statements that you want, but the devs have said that it is not a bug. Sorry, it's not an intended feature of the game. It is a bug. You are using it to obtain an in-game advantage at the expense of other players. And it's being used against bases that have shields as well. It doesn't matter if they're AFK. That's their business. You do not have the right to decide whether they deserve to keep their stuff when you are utilizing a game mechanic in a way which is not intended for your own personal benefit. That's ultimately not the kind of community that I want thriving here. Welcome back. It's nothing to do with the copter, bud. It'll be fixed in tomorrow's patch. X for O Delta. They've said that it's an exploit, and they've said that it's not intended, therefore it is an exploit. Therefore, based on their terms of service, they should be banning for it, and they very well may do. You tell us tomorrow, then. What do you mean I tell you tomorrow, then? I'm not going to tell you how to exploit at any point ever. That's not how that's going to work. Tomorrow is the update that will prevent this from being possible, yes. Twin Assassin, yes, taxes are off on our server. I know, Mad Alchemist, but people ultimately have that question, like that. This is a viewpoint that deserves to be heard. I'm not going to ban them or anything like that for that. They have their right to their own viewpoint. But ultimately, it's not the kind of community that we built here. It's not the way that we do things. We don't do that here. Is the server NA? Yep, the server is North America, and there is 0 cost to join it. It's just open to all members of the community. We have 25 servers provided by Nitrado. They do it free of charge for us. It's very awesome of them. You want to check out what Nitrado do, you can use ! server. Yeah, you can play the game you want, but you won't be welcome in any community that has, you know, a level of reasonableness, because you are exploiting. And if you treat it as okay, if someone does it to you, you just have to accept it. What you're doing is ultimately against terms of service, and if you were doing it on our server, I would have you banned. They'll still be mad if they're banned. Exactly, Qui Gonzalez. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I think games need to have a better approach towards moderation in general. I think they should be enforcing the terms of service that they have. If a game is going to have a terms of service, you should fucking enforce it. If you're not going to do it, don't. Simple as that. Don't have rules if you're not going to enforce them for these games. I'm a casual Dune player. I manage to log in once a week. Can you give me a TLDR of this exploit issue? Yeah, if a base goes unpowered, you can walk around it, right? People have been grabbing melee mobs using methods to stop them from leashing back to their point of origin and leading them into bases so that they will destroy the console, which then means that all of the base can be looted. I'm level 195. I mean, Slinky, you asked me to show 500 plus people an exploit on stream. Like, that's not going to be great, is it? The cap is 200. One of the kind of the goals that we have that we're slowly working towards while we're still playing. Ultimately, it's not one that I want to rush to complete because once that's done, I'll feel like I'll have less that I can do inside the game. But you're lacking gun parts, Abu. What kind? Wait, basic gun parts? Wow. I mean, I never thought I'd hear the day that somebody was short of basic gun parts in the game. Basic bitch tier gun parts, wow. I can bring you some if you want, Sabu. Sometimes NPCs aggro from crazy and sometimes will chase what feels like non-pass. Yeah, I mean, leashing is bugged, but it is a separate bug. Leashing being bugged and NPCs being able to destroy thief consoles are separate bugs. I will be clear about that. Dorium, exactly. I've kind of tried to keep a slow trickle of them as I've gone around, although I have gotten worse with blade and gun parts, to be fair.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Shit. It's going to be from the east, isn't it? Yeah. I need to see the shape of the storm. Now we're good. No.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, geez, that's actually a rough storm. We're going to be okay, but geez, that would have been bad. How, Guy File, how have you been pronouncing it? Beef. As in fiefdom. Oh, you've been calling it a fife. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Fiefdom. I guess if you're speaking Scottish, that one might make more sense. Fiefdom. Or fiefdom. Yeah, kind of works. I know, chat, that in some areas of the internet there is a exploit early, exploit often mentality. I'm just going to be very clear with you that it's not one that I endorse or will accept here. The only exploit we have done on stream is checking the repair bug one, which we did once when someone walked us through it on stream the first time it was announced, and then once to see if it was indeed back in as somebody had said, and it had been. That's the only time that we've shown those. That's the only kind of one we've ever done. we don't hold with anything like that to get a distinct gameplay advantage. It's just not on. There's an exploit that I was duping of items. That's the thing, a problem. I think those were all fixed as far as I'm aware, although there might be one that's left, but I think it's very easily detectable for them, so I wouldn't be too concerned. Is the party frame fixed? What you mean when you lose, like, party member icons, etc.? Grashalmi, the drops will resume on the 14th. I don't actually know. There's duping spy. Study. What? So Alpha, that just but that thing is, if you roll back servers, that you're punishing players who have correctly and lawfully worked for things in that time as well. That's it's a wide brush kind of recovery, but you are going to damage players at that point as well. Like people who've worked hard. Somebody might have put 6 hours in. Depends on how long you're going to roll back. If someone loses 6 hours of work, is that okay? What about 3 hours? What about 1 hour? What if they happen to get the rarest drop in the game during that 1 hour? They've got it on video, but because of the rollback, it's been lost. Do you replace that? But then do you replace all items from the rollback? Oh, look, someone stole the ground. It was Baron Thorconin. Baron Thorconin, give us back the ground. How dare you do this? Thank you. X4 Delta, the patch that's coming out is not changing this week's Deep Desert layout. No, I wouldn't be concerned about that. You're fine. You're all right. Cleared this, got everything out of it that I need. We're once more into the breach. What do I do to get the Greg's in Australia exploit working? Ugh. Probably one of the hardest places in the world to get Greg's to because of the distance involved. You'd need to get the frozen version and refrigerate it, like get refrigerated shipping ultimately to get the best experience of it, then like air fryer it properly on the far side maybe. There's no way to get a fresh Greg's other than visiting the UK. A Raphael? No, and I wish they did. The advanced tiers does not have access to the lower tiers. I have no idea why. It makes too much sense that the advanced fabricators could have all of the stuff for the lesser, the survival things. I could probably drop the Greg's into the Australia hole in the ground. You know, it's only like a meter wide, so you can just kind of drop it through. They're fixing that. I have no idea. I can't remember. I'll have to look at the patch tomorrow. It is indeed a new Deep Desert. It reset this week. So we've scanned it today. We've made a base. And now we are kind of nabbing every bit of resource that we can, as is the British way. Are there a lot of dogfights in this game? Not on our servers. They tend to come in flurries, in bursts on our server, I guess. It depends on which server you're on. There are some servers where most of it's all like strafing runs and attacks on spice harvesting. Sometimes it's more than that. Did I see a Safety Seth plays in the house earlier, by the way? My brain just updated me. D'Souza over on YouTube. I saw that before the break. Yeah. What is the point if you're exploiting to dupe stuff? Like, what is even the point of playing a survival game at that point? Exactly right, bud. How you doing, Seth? Good to see you. Sounds like you're having a rough time. You having a day already, and it's only 1 PM or midday. Colonel. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but the drops will resume on the 14th. Oh, Seth, that's a few days old, bud. It's one of those things. The people who mean well and know that it's all just bollocks and bullshit will stick around, and the people that don't won't. It's just how it is. People can make their own minds up. Don't sleep on this chest this week, everyone. I think this should be instant, so it should be that everyone can come and take stuff from this chest. I mean, you just have to remember that it's just another ridiculous meat cannon, but it's just how that is. It's how that works. Where is that chest? It's in Charlie 3 this week. It's in this little cave that's up here. As you come in, when you're up here on the chest, which is obvious at the top, you look that way up the ramp. There's 2 up here, and it should respawn every 45 minutes for you, and it should be instanced. What's it dropping? Well, that's the filter extractor Mark 6. It's giving me 8 plastinium dust, which is great. If you're a PvE player, this is a good source for you to get spice infused plast dust, which you need for making end game things. You know, it's a good source of all materials. Help yourselves. Happy to provide. I can just hear the buzzing of wings outside as people are like, "Ooh, shiny loot." It's also a good hiding spot from the storm. That is in Charlie 3. Give me a second to get up to height and I'll show you. It's in Charlie 3. It's up here. The 9 o'clock position. If it's a clock face, 9 o'clock position. In this little forgotten cave. Help yourself to get some plastinium dust nice and safe. How many times would you guess have you died to a sandstorm? I haven't died to a sandstorm. I haven't died to a worm once either. Not since launch. During the beta I did it. It was for a meme on stream. For Pirate Software stream. Everyone gets eaten right on purpose once the tooth. No, I haven't done it. I haven't had the worm tooth. I don't need it. I'm proving that you can play the game without getting eaten by the worm. Until it kills me. And that on that day we will have a moment. We might even sacrifice an ornithopter. You didn't get your worm tooth. Oh, it's even worse. Ross Light, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1, buddy. You are awesome. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the support. It's very kind of you. Appreciate all of you for the subs, for all the support across the past few months. So we get ever closer to our Partner Plus program goal. I have not been destroyed by the worm either. So far, I've treated the worm with some respect, occasionally at times. I've also fed the worm. I give the worm some sacrifices every now and then by summoning down those mercenaries from the Chome ships and letting the worm eat them with a thumper. Happens, arrange around, you know what? That's a fair worm death. Breedler, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1 as well, buddy. You are awesome. I love the Baru emotes. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm becoming one with the worms, so when I conduct worm science, they won't be so judgmental. It's all part of my multi-step plan to befriend the worms. Lee, thank you very much as well for your 1 month at tier 1. Welcome on in, buddy. Appreciate you. one step closer to the PP goal. I really, really appreciate the subs and the support. I'm glad you guys want to stick around. You got any questions about Dune, feel free to ask. Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you, Creedler, yeah. Enjoying the game still, which is always key. Good on you, Troy Tech. Yep, that's exactly the way it should be. I'm seeing how long we can do it. Like, how long it could be. If we wanted to do a hardcore run, how easy would it be to do? But 209 out of 300, thank you very much, Balthazar. I appreciate you. Good update. 91 subs away. Let's hope we can do it by the end of the month. Baiting your enemies to a thumper to feed them to the worm, does that count as a war crime? I don't know. It might be. That's quite a good joke as well. I'm sure at some point I will be eaten by a worm. Because when you've got... So you can own 10 vehicles like assigned to your character at any time. When you store one and unstore it, it just basically refreshes that limit so that you can see it more easily. So we can have 10 vehicles on our server, I believe. Which is interesting that you have a different number. If yours is actually 8. Yeah, you can't store more than one. That's the point. It's how many vehicles you own that you are the owner of. 10 out of 10. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's fair enough, speech. Yeah, it's 10 on our server. That's why I asked. Yes, okay, that is correct, Hugo. Will indeed hydrate. Thank you for the redeem. Hey, Creeder, thank you very much for the 100 bits, bud, and taking our hype train up to level 1. You're awesome. Thank you very much for that support today, bud, the resub and for the bits. Thank you very much for your Prime sub, buddy. You're awesome. It's lovely having you here, dude. I'm sorry that you've had a rough day on the internet this morning, but hopefully we can help get you a bit more into a more of a chill mindset for a while, I guess. A little bit less stressed, right? That's the goal. I'm glad, bud. I'm glad you're vibing. That's the goal, right? How is New World? I haven't gone back to New World, obviously, since launch. So, you know, you remember how into New World Thor and I both were at launch. Like, I blitzed that game when my back went bad. Wind Assassin, thank you very much for the Prime sub. And Mad Alchemist as well, thank you very much for the resub with Prime, buddy. Welcome on in, both of you. Appreciate you both greatly. Thank you for being here. For a hype train level 2, 83% of a hype train level 2. You guys are awesome. So it's a level increase and start over since the old character can't play on the new servers. Interesting. So it is still multiplayer. For some reason, I thought there was like a single player, or it was going single player or something. The PP is at 209 out of 300, I think. This thing is getting very low in the ground. Oh, that's at the worst point. Yeah, see? That's what I mean by the worm doing the wave, like... This is why you have to be so careful. I am the prophet of the worms. I speak for the worms. WL, that's a great one. Oh, Tabu, I'm really glad people have helped you get sorted. That's really awesome. Yeah, that is why you need to make sure you're never just like only like 360 up, like some people say. It is not a definitive safe height. You need to be as high as possible above the rim of the ring mouth because the whole thing is dangerous. That thing was about 100 meters above the ring mouth. That's above the ring mouth's rim. Like that's, you need to be high up. It would potentially be better with a spice harvester, but this is solo, and spice harvesting will be normally a tomorrow morning job. We may do some spice harvesting after the update, but I would also be clear that like we need to learn how worms work again, and we'll likely start with compaction to learn how worms work. Because the worm behavior is changing tomorrow, we will need to get used to it. We'll need to be very, very squirrely. We might get the grandfather worm soon. I'm just feeling the vibes. I don't know why. Thank you for the hype train, everybody. You guys are awesome. Oh yeah, some people stay low down, but like you need to be high up above these. This is a real high up ring mouth. Very deep. Sorry, it's a very deep ring mouth, so you leaving or are you turning back on yourself? I would like my spice. Go away. Shoot. Be gone. What? Warping worms? Oh, Bearful, why? Why are you? Actually, probably all of chat heard it. There is that, Qui Gonzalez, yep. Ultimately, if I do get a rocket bombarded, we deal. We ride. Grandpa is getting close to waking up. It just feels like it. You know just how steeply banked the ring mouth is getting. It's just feels. Fuck it, we ride. Exactly. We ball. Price is still purple, yeah, but it's been up for a while. I don't know if it's not oxidizing properly, or I don't know if there's been an aggro build-up because of thumpers or something. I don't know about the aggro on the grandfather worm. I don't... It's not good easy worm science, the grandfather worm. I'm just helping clean out the sand, exactly. It probably doesn't help that the in-game shadows are getting long because the in-game day is moving on. Like, that probably doesn't help. Yeah, I guess time lost range that make that's yeah, it's about right. You know how long the spice blows take on medium and remass from start to finish? What do you mean the spice blows? How long they take to erupt, or like how long the plume goes up for? I don't know what you mean by time lost ranger. Sorry. You confirm. Be appreciated. How long the plume takes? I think it's about 5 minutes. It is a long time. I don't have set numbers on it though. I think at one point Luther did the math. Luther might know the numbers. I can ask him. I seem to recall him doing the math on it at one point in the closed beta. I know that with 3 people you can completely harvest a medium ring mouth, like its bulk, the center part of it, before the plume even goes. I think it's I think it is a window. Did it? Whoop. All right, Cyber, let me know if there's anything more I can get for you for it. The offer is there. Dude, where's my Thor? There he is. Pretty much always the goal, Sundral, yeah. The most cursed Thors here. When we play games with other streamers, we may graduate to doing other streamer ones as well. Like cursed Annie Fuchsias. That could be fun. I'm not going back to RuneScape, Zaf. We've spoken about this. I will never play a game where the quest one small favor exists. No. Never again. That has ruined me for over a decade. Well, probably more than 15 years. Well over, yeah, well over a decade. When she completes one small favor, tell me. Wow. Because, oh, awful. There's too much spice. Platinum's a lot harder to get. The market price shows this. Jack Ewing, I mean, you're not wrong. Platinum's just larger. Spice is reasonably easy. I mean, spice, yeah, you can only harvest so much plastinium at any one time. It's actually a little bit lower if you're a constant production time than spice is. Spice has more sources. So, on some servers, yes, you'll have seen that balance, yeah. I don't have a spice problem. She's not the only one. She will have to stumble on it then, yeah, geez. That'll be a fun one for her. You back to Deep Deserts of 5 Mendex. You got Focus Buggy Cutter, Compact Compactor, Scrubber, Advanced Reaper. That's a nice set of... I'm assuming that's all tier 5s, because I didn't think the Compactor Mark 6 was in this week. Whoops. Oh, yeah. Yeah. When she starts that, that's, not the one. Yeah, the disruptor pistol doesn't feel balanced. They do need to do a balance pass on a number of the weapons to make them feel as good as each other. Chronos jump scare. Where? Huh? What? Huh? Especially sharp because your excuse me, sorry. Especially because your shield drops when you start charging it as well. That's what makes it such a bad weapon. I'll be real, that charge up is awful. Same reason why the burst drill shots can't be used. Why ambition is so good. Mazakine, no, the patch is going live in approximately 15 hours, just under 15 hours time. I mean, the burst is still a problem. If you're doing end game PvE, the downtime of the shield on the burst drill shot is just not suitable. I think Shay was trying to get Thor to play RuneScape again as well. He may give it a go. He might have to embrace the jank. I can't wait to see someone lead him into the worldy and try and PK him. In true fashion. Shay's been playing old school RuneScape for years. That's fair, Balthazar. If that's what it evokes in you as a feeling, you can't control that feeling necessarily, bud. Maybe, you know, try and see that there's more to the game than one person who supports it. But yeah, if that's a problem for you, bud, it's a problem for you. Fine. Rano, same. I'm very interested in seeing what the drops we get are. My reason I don't like old school RuneScape is, one, because I maxed in RuneScape when it was old school, or older school. Or I played RuneScape a lot in old school and have maxed a character from back then. But more than that, one small favor, like I say, I can't go back and do RuneScape questing. One small favor, I will never do that again. I will never do that again. It's like a heart demon. Like a heart demon, I can't do it. Yeah, my old account became a RuneScape 3 account, sadly. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind RuneScape 3, but just like the new skills just seemed shit. Like, I think I went back and did archaeology and I just didn't enjoy it at all. People do change, but just sometimes they change for the better, sometimes they don't. The whole point of the stream is that we believe people can change. Like, we give them a chance. I'm hoping that we get to see the grandfather one. That's basically what I'm holding out for you guys. RuneScape is one of those games where it's really helpful to have like children, but like Eve, like so you can basically like delegate the task of like doing certain things to them. They'll just do it over and over again for you, I guess. I hear that's what people do in these games now. Fine. I guess if that's a reason, if the children really do yearn for the mines, then so be it. Does old school RuneScape have original tutorial islands still? Okay, I do miss old Tutorial Island, to be fair. That was always good fun. How I learned about the composition of bronze. We are playing on a network of private servers. Monster Make. Are there any active drop rewards for Dune? No. Drops will resume on the 14th, so on Thursday, the day after the patch. How are you getting so many compats with that worm sign? There's the worm sign. High up, but I don't like it. We have the Mark 6 compactor, which is obviously worm attraction density medium, and we have the Tabor soft step boots. Organic ammo, it will be, as far as I know, it will be a new set of drops on the 14th. There'll be an announcement from Funcom coming out about it. They said today or tomorrow, like now. Yesterday they said it was like would be today or tomorrow. I think it will likely be tomorrow now that you hear about it because it's a bit late in the day. Oh, bugger. Why are you moving? What is wrong with you? Before evolution of combat, that was RuneScape's best time, my opinion. POC was weird. Expecting a worm any second. Oh, ship somewhere. Or spice blow. There was a conversation about New World about 20 minutes ago. I don't know why I'd gotten the impression that New World had become single player. Hello? Did you appear at the same time as the sandworm? Are you a little sandworm? Hi. Hello? We're gonna get even higher up. Hello, beautiful cat. You gonna go sit down in the doorway and just leave your... Okay. He is a very silly cat. Meow deep. Exactly. You're cleaning your legs? Okay. He's just cleaning his socks, chat. Don't worry. You can. Hello. What's up, little baby? You're a good kitten. Yeah, you are, aren't you? You can have a quick head, Rubes. Oh yeah, the crawler is a much better way of doing it, but it requires multiple people, and this way tomorrow I can do some solo testing compared to today and what the worm behaviors are like. You're a good boy. You are, aren't you? Hi. Who's a beautiful little cat? Yeah, it's you. Hi. What you doing? Oh, okay. Good boy. You trying to get me eaten by the worm? Oh, we couldn't leave without harvesting the last of the spice, could we? That would have been rude. As much spice as we can carry. I have not looked much at Death Stranding 2, but wait, you said you mistook it for live footage. Is it that realistic, Zaf? Assault fits 1,000 of spice sand, not 2,000. Hello. Meow. Yeah, hi. You'll have some of that floof. Any additional floof that you shouldn't be carrying, Bailey? Oh, look at you. You want a belly rub? Oh no, you want to give yourself a clean, okay. You're a good boy, aren't you? Sometimes he's just so round. Look at him. No, it doesn't fit. You don't fit 1,000 times it's 2,000 volume. You have 1,000 volume in an assault ornithopter, which is 6,666 pronax. He is an orb. Timeless Ranger, to be honest with you, it kind of becomes a bit of a balance. You'll find yourself going up and down, and you're just around this marker. It's double the distance of this triangle is about right. But to be honest, it'll just come with practice, and you'll find yourself doing it automatically after a while, I think. If your assault has 2,000 of space, I would like to buy your assault ornithopter, please. That would be incredible. Thank you. It's alright. Brains aren't meant to brain every day. Let me just check the wings. Oh, we've still got plenty of wing. Hi, you back? Yeah, hi. Yeah, are you rubbing yourself against the desk? Are you going out that way? Okay. I'm not going to follow you, little cat. No, not happening. There is not currently a way to recolor the HUD. I do know what you mean. I would like to be able to change it myself. You having a clean, are you? He looks like he's cleaning his belly. I mean, Zap, I'm not the one to convince, bud. I would like an RGB picker personally, but yeah, I know that anything other than sand color would be nice. Yes, there is that. But remember, Starsets have been developed for 10 years and they don't give you a HUD picker either, so hey. Who knows? Zaphiroth, Cron.os has a built-in RGB controller, you're fine. An $800 million. Poor.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That's a rude sandstorm. You having a clean of your arm, B? Bless him. Look at him. I'd like the tents that you can throw over the ornithopters to camouflage them against the sand. That would be awesome. Fairly sure there's a tooltip in the game that talks about it. They work, yeah. That's good, Taboo. I have to get back to you on Tafina. Yeah, I'm not sure you've got clearance for that information just yet. It's highly sensitive, you understand. I mean, that sounds about right, Cronax, to be honest with you. You're pretty not wrong. I'm not sure Corn OS would be a very good operating system. You probably had to run something like a shredder off of that. I have not played Kerbal Space Program, no. Isn't Kerbal Space Program the one that just like you kind of need a rocketry degree to actually understand and do? I'm not sure I want to be taught how to do rocket science work. Okay. Can I name the Kerbals after chat members, and can I sacrifice them for the good of the space program? Hi, Bailey. Yeah, meow meow. Yeah, you're such a good baby. I know you want to go and have cuddles. We've got a stream to do. Book is here.
Yeah, you're a good baby, aren't you?
Why is your head so soft, little kitten? It's so soft because it isn't used to store brains. That's what it is. He's not smuggling brains in there at all, floof chat. He's playing with his spooder chat. He's got his spooder chat. Where's your spooder? There you go. Spook nose. There's your spooder chat. Hi, are you zoomies? Have you got the zoomies, Bailey? I feel like we might have an active zoomies issue. You know the zoomies attract the sandworm, Great Orb. $23.19 zoomies in progress, potentially, we'll see. Has he been distracted from the zoomies by having a clen? I know, Andy, but you know, thanks to support from the stream, I can afford to ball like that, you see. Fuck it, we ball. That is true, yeah. Blue is cheaper than green. I'd believe that, Zeph. I knew there was a worm coming. Such a good boy. Zaf, you should definitely take Acorn places. I think that would be great fun. Did I not empty the damn... Acorn to TwitchCon? That would be funny. You would... There would be a lot for a cat. That said, there are cats that go around airports and stuff, so it's a whole thing. A bubble bag. That would, yeah. I could see her definitely tolerating that. I mean, cats, you know, like having a schedule, so I could believe that if a cat gets a bus, you know, it could learn to do it every day. I can imagine that being a thing a cat would do. It's the kind of weird-ass thing that cats would do. Like, you'd have to believe that was a cat thing to do. Cats just out getting some enrichment. Dogs in Moscow regularly use the underground to get around the city. That's cool. I like that. That's neat. Ha ha ha. I know your timings. Well, at the moment, I'm just kind of hoping that I get to show you guys the grandfather worm, because it's always kind of a good spectacle to see. Apparently landing also means I take damage. Fine. Shooting the field is probably not the smartest thing to do when I want to harvest the spice, though, right? Let's be honest. Maybe once I'm done harvesting spice, we can shoot the field. How about that? Las gunning the shit, the ground to summon the grandfather worm. That seems like a good idea. I'm not sure turning on the shield summons the worm. Not the grandfather. Oh, we're nearly full. Apologies, spice officers. There's a four power here. Okay, you done, B. Yeah, but Sabu, there's spice to gather. You don't understand. We need the spice. Look, we need to gather the spice so that other people can't take it and get addicted to it. Sabu, you're fine. Don't worry, bud. You don't need to get spice. You can bring Thumpus if you want. Summon the grandfather. I don't care. We can do it. Take your revenge upon the grandfather. Woo! This is the part where it explodes as we swoop through it. I'm brave. Oh shit. Oh, that was a lot of spice. Oh. Well, exactly, Jack Ewing. Yep. I could get Spice Eye in a minute. Yeah, we could do that. Oh, sorry, big stretch. I like how this doesn't affect the flight of the vehicle at all until I interrupt the signal of doing the spin. Welcome back, Nawaldi. I'm glad you survived the gym. A very dangerous affair. You've been training your con, strength, and deck stats, but good job. Proud of you. 600 hours till Eaton milestone. That is a very good milestone, Sabu. Yeah, to be fair, it's still better than I am. I'm not at 600 hours yet. You might still beat me, Sabu. Yes, Sabu, you can bring them if you want. You're welcome to. We can have a party. I've got laser pointers. You can bring thumpers. We can have some fun. The patch is not live yet, Legend Docs. The patch goes live tomorrow in approximately 14 hours' time. Oh shit. Double shit. I might have overspiced. I've overspiced, but I can't stop. Ah, more spice. Spice must accumulate. Not my fault the rain comes down. I will threaten the buggy, that's a fair point. Oh, this one's going to be an absolute bitch. I'm not even sure this one's going to be doable. Good use of the sun to hide yourself there. I can not roll down the hill. I don't know. Yeah, the planar would be helpful on that one, but ultimately I've managed to do that quite fine. With the full suspenser belt, because it removes gravity, if you can catch yourself directly at the apex of your jump, you will basically it will be treated like a planar suspension belt. You can just go sideways. Take the most heavy things out first. Fairly sure we saw a down ship coming down over here. remember how far back it was is the problem. Yeah, suspensor belts do break pretty quickly, I will be honest with you. I do. That's why I tend to carry at least one spare, normally 2 spares on me. Like, if you look on me right now, I've got 2 spare full suspensor belts. Don't know how I might have nicked it, to be fair. They would have had to thumper it to get rid of it, though, which most people don't do. I do when I have a thumper, but I've stopped traveling with thumpers because they're so fucking useless. I'm not carrying a thumper specifically in case I come across a down ship. That's just silly. Range. I don't know, Jack Ewing. I apologize for my Twitch chat. But not my Twitch chat, YouTube telling you to do that. I don't know what I don't know why. Yeah, that's I think that's something they need to fix. Thumpers don't currently feel that important. Or if I recall, the down ship was somewhere in this area. See? Look at that. I'm not that far wrong at all. Although it's not at the same angle that I remember it crashing at, but hey. How you have auto run? What do you mean? Auto run? I'm flying manually with my hands. Like normal humans do it. Delicious buys, delicious loot. Oh shit, okay. Wait, no. That'll definitely be in there, that's likely to be in there, these are likely to be in there, that's likely to be in there. Do it this way around, make more space. Stuff that we think might be in there so that we have a chance to be able to carry more. Hello, Grimy, how are you doing? Apparently today I have the downship streamer luck. Geez, that's actually a really nice area to cut into as well. Thank you very much, Balthazar. 70% of the way there. Okay, now what can I carry? Hello, Neither Reaver. How are you doing, buddy? How's it going? Now we're gonna have to get clever about how we do this. This is gonna get interesting. You haven't got to helis in the game. You're curious how much, how far it is out there. Oh, this is great fun. Oh, this is the end game, bud. We are deeply in the end game. I am a couple of 100 hours in on this, if not more. This is the end game of the game, and even then, we are not on a public server, so we have a very different end game experience than the, shall we say, non-curated public servers. Sabi, are you going to come in and let me fill up the sand? Fill up your assault thopter? That's pretty neat. Quick math, Balthazar, that's what it is. I want to see if we can fill it up before we... Like, there's no point summoning Grandfather until we've gotten a full use out of it. So if people want to... people want spice, this should be quick. This has been up for hours. Like, I said this has been available to people for hours, so, like... Now, Witcher, you want a PvP at the end, you don't know what's to come. I'll be honest with you, PvP in the game is currently not in a very good state. Most PvP has to be forced by one person or another person effectively exploiting in order to force the PvP engagement. Fire, Sabu. That's not high enough. You'll lose another Thopter. If it does a flip, that will kill you. That is a ring mouth over there, that mushroom cloud. There's another fresh ring mouth. We can activate this one. Directly east of us in likely Indigo 3. You cannot kill the worms, no. That mushroom cloud's normally in ring mouth, isn't it? I don't know, I've been looking at spice explosions all day. I'm in a spice fever. You cannot ride the worms, no. MT Husker they will be, yeah. But no carries have been here all day. It's not, we haven't published anything for that. Nope, the new patch is coming out tomorrow. I know there's one in Indigo 3. It could be a ringmouth. We'll go see. We'll go see at some point. We need the spice. This is the spice that... No, this is you getting a revenge. If you take the spice, the worms can't stop you, Sabu. See? Oh, worm. Gotta show the worms they can't stop you. It's a high worm. Okay, it turned good. If they'd come off the top of that one down, we could have had a problem. Going further away, good. Oh, we're almost there, chat. Here we go. That's why I unmute the microphone. The thruster changes tomorrow will make carriers feel so much better and likely reinvigorate use of them, yes. While assaults will feel better, they will likely be better for doing the medium spice blows, and carriers will once again be king for these. Oh shit, it's a high up one. Oh, okay, didn't do a flick. We didn't see Sky Halud this time. Guy who it is real and can hurt you. Actual cannibal Gaia Halud. I'm close to. Whoa, that's. I'm very close to full taboo, yep. Compact for me, Sabu. Sabu, I think we're full. I think we're good. I think we are good. We are indeed. Okay. That was quite an active worm sign. We might have the grandfather worm. Yep. Yeah, I think we do, Sab. I think you did it. If I'm right, that spy sand will rapidly, like, will just vanish in a second. Yeah, it is. Yeah. One thumper. Gosh. Oh, do we not summon the grandfather? I'm surprised. See, I didn't think that a thumper would do that. What else have I got that could cause worm aggro? Holtzman on the sand? That'll summon a normal worm. We're currently doing worm science. Yeah, I don't think the thumpers do the summon grandfather. I'm gonna return this to base because we need to head off. Rockets might do it, but I don't know. We could just leave the spice for other people. There is that. I'll have you know, my generator is absolutely fine. This generator is from the Thopter of the Rocks, I'll have you know. The wings are fine. Look, all of this is fine. This is perfect. Perfect integrity. I would drive this car. That would be fine. I'm sorry to hear it, Jack Ewing. Make sure you look after yourself, though, bud. Nice. I cannot wait for the change to ornithopters. Looks like a barely used car, right? Exactly. So tomorrow, when you use a boost in an assault ornithopter, it will speed you up rather than slow you down or take you to like the lower speed. A bit like scouts, which go like, for example, a scout will be like a 183 or 188. If you jet with it, it'll go up to like 210. Scout Mark 6. So we'll probably be hitting speeds of like 180 while under boost, which will be really cool. 163 to about 17. I would imagine about 178 is what I'm going to imagine. Which will be nice because it will fundamentally change. Oh, if it's going to go to 170 for the carrier, it'll probably go to 180 something for the assault. I can't wait. It's going to be exciting. I know a lot of people are looking forward to the patch tomorrow, so am I. We will, of course, go through the patch notes and we will read them in full. It is 1924, Patoos. We've been live for 9 hours, 50 minutes, and 50 seconds. You've acquired yet more flower sand. Oh, Smallhead, that's a lot of flowers. Oh gosh. I'm in the one true time zone, Batoos. UK time. Greg's Mega time. British sausage roll time. BST. The one true time zone. I mean, look, I'm gonna be really honest. It's not gonna be hard to harvest flower sand in the deep desert. Like, it's really not gonna be hard to harvest flower sand in the deep desert. And the worms will take a while to come. It'll just be a new activity. Is this a new one? Have we already looted? I think we already looted this one, didn't we? Oh, but it's got an intact panel. No, we have to test it. You kidding me? There's more. I'm such a rat. Oh my god. I can't believe my thriftiness and my looting. Couldn't help myself. We've got maximum yield. Thork would be proud. The maximum profit on this run, chat. We're nearly back at base, where we can redeem many, many blueprints. I am indeed a loot goblin. We go into turbo goblin mode sometimes here, and we loot real hard. Ooh. Do this. What? Baron Thor Conan is here, chat. That's 2 Wayfinder helms, set of rock carrier wings, 3 sets of X cores, and the filter extractor. Another set of carrier wings. Jeez. More spice. The most spice that we can do anything with. In fact, so much spice that we likely just need to return straight back with it. Blessed will go to pain. The worst bit is I might even be about to loot Goblin a little bit more on the way back. I might have to actually spice max. Well, Plastanium max, purple maxing. Might, yeah, might. Yeah, I say might, I will. Yes, I am indeed. Yeah. Hmm. Oh. Every single time. Up your mouth. All the girls. Spice plume. Oh. To drag that across 2 server boundaries in a row. Jamesy Duck, I think that there's a certain level of there needed to be catering to PvP and PvE players, and there needed to be a pipeline to get PvE players into PvE so that the PvP could meaningfully be engaged with by everyone. And I think that that's where it fell short. That pipeline from the mid-game of being in the Haga base and being self-sufficient never happened, which takes you to being able to PvP and compete in the deep desert. The lack of guidance there means that casual players have no way of getting involved, and ultimately I think that it could have succeeded had things been handled slightly differently. Happy birthday! This is the loot cave this week, chat. What's in the box? This is this week's loot chest. So you get the filter. Normally, you'll get the filter extractor Mark 6. You'll get some plastinium dust, and you'll get quite a few Solari. At least currently, Solari might be removed this week. Then we go back here and take all of the spice. And then we leave again, having loot maxed. That way we've got maximum loot from the run. It's free plastinium dust ultimately, like that's going to pay for my week. If I can do that every 45 or so minutes, like all week, I'd have tons. So every time I go past it and I enter and leave the deep desert, I just want to try and swing past it, grab a little bit of spice plastinium dust. Yeah, we've got so much spice that a few bits of spice can be redeemed easily, but ultimately that spice plastinium dust, very, very valuable. Because that will cover my repairs of this and probably other things that I've been using. I will need to get another compactor. I think someone said they were going to give me another blueprint because they had a spare one, which is nice of them. About efficiency. That K doesn't have the chest for me in your deep desert. Surely it definitely should do. It 100% should do. In Charlie 3, all the deep desert are the same. That is the loot cave this week. It's just this stuff is no, not this stuff. This stuff is very nice to have. Definitely go back there and check again. You have to look up. It's the age-old way to trick gamers. Hide something up. Never get seen. Well, it sounds like you've been taking your time, Captain James, which is, you know, good. If you've been enjoying the game still, you've been enjoying the game. Don't let them get you down, bud. That's my rule. Oh, very exciting. Do you like the hummingbird wings, Sabu? Like, how much difference do you find they make? I might have to put the hummingbirds on the assault ornithopter then. Unfortunately, Captain Jim, that seems to be the way on some of the servers right now. Hopefully the patch will change some of the behaviors as some of the things that are causing issues are fixed and changed. The wings. Yeah, I mean, Captain James is 600 hours in. It might be loath to leave that progress behind, Sabu, and I would completely understand that. But, you know, of course, more than welcome if he wants to join us. Everyone is welcome if they're part of the community and they're agreeing to be cool. That's all we care about, really. I've been turbo farming, Jesus. Goes the Chronos into Eep modus. No, I was just focusing on organizing what my inventory looks like, thinking about what my plans are. The rest, the person who was going to give me their Mark 6 now wants my old one, so I'll repair it and give them the old one. Fine. Good deal, I guess. It's 30 max cap. I was going to make myself a gift to reward myself for all my hard farming today. Two to 8. So is it better heat protection as well? Still 1.5. Why not? Why not? Have a look at Shaddam's bladder. It's exactly the same. Okay. Slightly dyed version of the exact thing I was wearing. Oh, it's lost all of my colours again. We don't use swatches on the head. It's a bit more armor as well, I guess. It's just a, you know, flat upgrade, I guess. Fine. It means that we have a full set of armor again in here, even if it's only a step down, so, you know. That's a huge catch bucket, Jesus, okay. Fine. I'm carrying more than this hydroliter John just inside the suit. 4 liters is an insane amount of storage. I'm not sure you'd need to, yeah. $167.6. 167. Okay, that's just flat better. Okay. Six. Shaddam's bladder has a 4 liter. It looks like 4 liters. $1.5, sorry, it's not quite 2 liters, but still a huge amount of storage. I could have read it, you're right. Maybe I'm more in Eep modus than I thought I was. Tomorrow, this might become very worth it. 10, 8.6, 10, 8.6, less extra heat. Wait, it's not actually any worse. There is no less thrust rating. There's actually no light. What? Oh, that is worse for the maneuverability, yeah. It reaches max speed slower. That makes more sense. Okay. Its accelerative is lower. Its acceleration is lower, basically. That being said, I've been live for over 10 hours. We are going to raid somebody instead. And tomorrow we will test out the new Wings chat. We are not going to raid the ferrets today. We are going to raid a friend of mine instead. Some of you have asked about old school RuneScape and asked about playing it. We are going to raid my friend Annie Fuchsia, who is absolutely awesome. She is a Scandinavian streamer. Really good vibes, really awesome person. We are going to raid into her. Thank you all for being here today. I really appreciate all of you. You're awesome. Thank you for all the follows, all the subs. I hope you enjoy watching some old school RuneScape, enjoy some questing, and hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow for patch day. And, you know, quite a lot of changes inside the game. Catch you later. Thank you for being here. Take it easy. Good luck. Those of you over on YouTube, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you.